that confidence for not having confidence. It's like if I just keep talking big enough and upping myself, it's like maybe everyone else
Make
will
it
be
till you
scared.
make it.
Yeah, make it till you make it. He didn't make it, but
I think it's interesting. I think, well, obviously right now they're in a terrible position. They are in the worst position they could possibly be in. 2 losses, they've lost to Aware, they've lost to them, and we don't really expect them to go through now.
a pretty tough draw though. I mean, losing to Aware first and then having to go up against Splice in a must-win game, it's a pretty tough draw for Fab.
Yeah, I think yesterday was their big chance against Aware. They actually had the better known team. We knew quite a lot about the guys from Fab. And we thought, you know, we even said before the game, we thought, you know, there's a lot of talent here. We think they could do fairly well. When they lost against Aware, we kind of, it was at that point, it was like, oh, you've got to play Splice next.
That was the big game. That was the big game they needed to win. And in all fairness, you know, usually they play maybe seed 1, they get a win, you know, win they should get or a loss they should get before they go into that one big game that they really need. And they went into the important game first. And for Aware, they came out on top, and Fab, they've got to be kind of coming out going, we've got to make an impact against Splice, and it's just a lot of pressure. And it was too big of a task.
Which, to be fair to Fab, I mean, when you have that must-win game first, it's always hard to kind of get in that groove and, like, kind of convince yourself, like, this is a must-win game. Because you look at it, it's like, oh, well, this is our first game of the tournament. Like, you know, we have a lot of games left after this. It's like, it's hard to kind of put that much emphasis and importance on a first game like that.
Yeah, and right now, obviously, I think we're all fairly confident Splice have got this in the bag. Fab are out, unless there's some sort of crazy 3-way tie, but even then, you know, it's not going to happen for me, to be perfectly honest with you. I think Fab are going to go back. Maybe this is a time to look at the team composition, because that could be the reason for inconsistencies. It could be the reason that maybe something is not working in the Fab camp, and the reason that we're seeing players blow hot and cold is because either the communication isn't there, or the chemistry isn't there, or the tactics aren't right. Something is clearly not right in that camp.
You could say that for a handful of teams, though. I feel like it's just...
But how many other teams blow that hot and cold? It's so weird to see players just go great to awful, like twice a map.
I feel like it's just more LAN experience, more big game experience against top competition. Because you imagine, like, is Splice probably scrimming Fab like all the time at home? Probably not.
No.
They're probably playing the other top like European competition. So like Fab doesn't get the opportunity to play against those top teams. And I feel like they just need more experience against them to get used to the pace of the game and then also the play styles as well.
Yeah, I think maybe practice against the top people will bring that consistency in the long run. But we'll see. All right, well, that game is over. We are going to go to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We come back. Another game right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for the next game of the day here at CWL London, and it should be a good one. Aware versus Bando. My name is Bryce, and I am not alone on this desk to break down the action for the next game. Joining me, of course, Jonas and Momo returning once again. Jonas, how are you?
I'm feeling great. I mean, we had a great day yesterday with all the top teams showing up why they come in here. We had the same thing this morning with Splice. Now we're gonna have Aware, however, not the strongest team in the teams at GFINITY, but definitely one that has impressed me yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, Phil, you know, you've watched the last game. This game may be a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit close, but it's a very important game.
Yeah.
You know, Aware are sitting pretty. Yes, you know, they had their game against Fabi yesterday. They came out, they did what they needed to do. Win this, secure second, job done. They progress. I think it's an important one. I think, judging on what Bando did yesterday, they should take this one.
And Aware is definitely one of these teams that can play, that can try to qualify for pool play at MLG Atlanta. So there is so much on the line for them. This is not the pressure that they used to, so it's going to be crucial to see how they can perform there.
Yeah, I think so. For me, realistically, you know, this is Aware. They should get out of the groups at this stage.
Yeah.
And you know, their roster, it's actually interesting because it's Gef, Kid, and 3 others basically the way I've broken this one down. And these other 3 are 18, but they actually impressed yesterday. People like Johansson, I thought was very good.
Dens.
Yeah. Benji,
Dens.
like all very good players. And potentially, and this, you know, it may be too early to say this, but someone we should keep an eye out for the future. They've just come up. They've just turned 18, but their opposition is Bando in this case. Nothing to kind of roll over. Phil, why don't you break them down for me?
I think, you know, Bando, they had a lot of problems before the event. I say problems, it's more drama. But you got the likes of Hesk, Briggs, JME in there as well. I just think it's kind of a team put together, not last minute. You know, these guys know each other very, very well. But I think it's one that, you know, haven't had that time, that chemistry to really build and put some, you know, good, solid groundwork in.
All right, well, here's the maps for the series coming up. Retaliation, Crusher, Throwback, Breakout, and Scorch if we get that far. So, guys, what is your initial feelings on how you actually think this game's going to start going down?
Well, first of all, I think Aware is a really strong Hardpoint team. We saw them yesterday going up against Fab Games, and they were really impressive in those Hardpoints. Maybe the Uplink is what I'm going to be looking forward to. I want to see if they can, if it was just the map, just that game yesterday, because they weren't convincing. They were good at S&D, good at Hardpoint, but definitely want to see what their Uplink is like.
Yeah, I think realistically, if you're Bando, you looked at yesterday's game. They lost the Uplink. Maybe we can at least take that. Where else do we take? S&D, we know that's commonly a slip map in some of these games. So maybe the Hardpoint already, we're already saying Aware should have this. But I don't know. I think realistically, as we move forward, it's going to be a difficult win for Bando.
I think it's very difficult. I do look at Aware and Fnatic in the same light and saying they're very good S&D team. So being a slip map, being, you know, 40% of the series, I actually think the I hate to say it, I'm 3-0 Aware as well.
All right, 3-0 Aware. Let's get this game underway. Over the casters, Courage and Ton.
2 great Brits and a handsome, handsome Frenchman. Newly married, unfortunate that he's off the market, but hey, you know what? Someone out there is very lucky to have Jonas. But you know what we have? We have each other, Ton.
As long as I have you, Jack.
Oh!
That's all I need.
God, your voice just makes me so happy every time I hear it. Yes, it is true, folks. Ton and I are together to cast a series. Well, that, as you heard from the analysts, probably another 3-0 stomp in favor of Aware. But hey, I'm not going to count JME, the rapper, Briggs, Bob, and Hesk out of it. Yeah, we were talking about that. I'm surprised I knew that.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, are you into your UK grime scene or?
I've played it on my stream once or twice. But we did get to catch up with a player of Bando prior to this one. I believe it's Hesk with his thoughts on the series.
You know, Aware's like a good S&D team. Their hardpoint's like not too bad either, but I mean, Aware have got like a lot to lose compared to us. So, and especially like R4, I'm pretty confident in R4. Although we're like pretty under practice, I'm pretty confident we can beat them.
Ooh, pretty confident he can beat them. The number one thing I think that I took that from that too from Hesk is the pressure that's on Aware to qualify for pools, to try to get into that upper echelon of EU teams, because to be completely transparent, honest with everybody at home, I didn't know much about Aware coming into this weekend. I know not many people were talking about them to be a top team here, but they want to prove that they should be up there with the likes of Infused and Crypt.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that you look at. I mean, they're very inexperienced, apart from GFKid, who's been around for a little while, but I mean, he hasn't typically done fantastic at LAN. Always done well online, and it's a completely new squad. So, I mean, it's a bit of an unknown entity for everybody. Currently, they are in the lead by just a few points after that first bridge hardpoint. But Bando putting up a little bit of a fight. I think it's interesting to see how Bando are going to do here, because, I mean, they went up against Splice yesterday, and it's a hard precursor to judge them on, really, because Splice have been absolutely trashing everybody. So, yeah, at this moment in time, going up against Aware, who knows what's going to happen? Aware had a good game against Fabi yesterday, so let's see if they can continue that trend.
It was one of these series, the only series yesterday that wasn't a 3-0 sweep, was Aware dropping one game to Fab. Right now, they're looking to keep that solid map record in their favor. Currently, the score about to be tied up at 26-26. As I say that, though, Aware do retake control of the hard point. You've got Denza inside the objective. He's at 5-2, and finally, GFKid does get on the board with his first kill of the game as well.
Yeah, Denza was one of the guys that really impressed me from Aware yesterday. I mean, going off on multiple occasions, not inconsistent, playing well pretty much every single map. They've got a pretty decent lead here. They've held their streak well, and that rotation around the Cathedral is very, very early. Benji's going to be the first one there. He's watching down bridge.
He saw a slight miscommunication there as both players went to go give up the rest of that scrap time to rotate. Then they had to decide who goes on back. But either way, the damage already been done. 30-second lead at the rotation lockdown. They just need to kill off Hesk, who is playing towards this close market area. There it is. .60-second lead. How do they play this rotation? GFKid, I actually not sure how this is going to work out for him, because he does challenge, and I think that was the wrong play. Because he takes so much time to get that one kill, he's not able to pinch in towards back broken, because even if he gets towards that area, he's got teammates spawning behind him. He's got other teammates pushing the bridge. The only logical spawn that game will still then have is to force the opposing team to spawn all the way out in the back Cathedral area, because the rest of his team is already forfeiting that side of the map. Unfortunate for him that he doesn't wind up pushing on through. Bando now bringing this one closer. What was a full 1-minute lead at the start of this hard point, now down to just 25 seconds and decreasing quickly as there has been no pressure from Aware.
Yeah, the Scarab is going to come in from, I think it was GFKid, sorry. Not going to be able to do anything with it, and they've really held this well here, Bando. Aware not really able to chain any kills up. They're not trading effectively at all. Here comes the break in, no breaks, and Jamie do hold fast here for Bando. They're going to get the kills, and they're going to continue with those last few scrap points. They're going to be in the lead, I think, going to this next one, saying that Aware do get in there for a couple of scrap points, but moving into the next rotation. Sorry, the next hard point, we are going to move to Hotel Corridor, and really well done by Bando to hold that down. That was not like the full 60 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's considered one of the money hard points on this map, and I strictly think it comes down to how GFKid played the rotation.
Yeah.
If he winds up putting more pressure towards that bottom tunnel, getting in the flank towards Broken, there was nobody there set up. And once that happens, his teams all start spawning out. They don't get the pitch in that they need. Thankfully for Aware, they do actually still hold on to a small lead. They've got full control of Hotel. And this is a spawn I was talking about earlier, where you force these players out towards this side of the map, and now they've got to fight from a disadvantage.
Well, GFKid's got some work to do here. Takes down one, is going to be able to take down the second as well. Bob does get the kill onto him. JMA, though, around the back, just see if he can cause so many problems. Should be able to pick two here very easily, and he does so. They're going to grab a hold of that hard point. You see, that's all
retaliation hard point is. It's just, it's sending a player on a pinch, having your teammates keep it even towards the numbers near the hard point, and then your pinch swings it in your favor. That time it was JME. Unfortunately, his teammates all did really die around him, so he was the only one alive for the moment for Bando near that hard point. At the end of our first rotation, it is a 30-second lead for Aware. Denza, what a game from him. 17 and 8, 36 seconds in the objective as well. And I'm actually really surprised to see so many Scarabs being used by these teams because, I mean, to be quite honest, they're just not as good as the HC from last year in regards to how much of an impact it had on the game.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem as powerful at all. The shot's going to go in there. 3 kills coming in there for Aware, so they're going to be able to get a bit of time on this. Well, we do see Bando respawning towards Cathedral, so they should be able to push through fairly quickly. Let's look at Briggs down the Briggs side. He gets shut down very quickly. On board with Bob, he needs to get a kill, but the kill's just been traded away here. Good work by Johansson to get that one there as well. Hesk not going to be able to do anything. They're going to get shoved out once again. And that was GefKid getting very aggressive towards Cathedral. Still is. Gets a second on the board there as well. Does have that rewind available too. He's done very well to stay alive there. And they're going to get quite a few points on that bridge Hardpoint there. Jai, is that something you see very often?
I think it can most certainly happen once you're able to push out the certain lanes and force the spawns towards the low side of the map, which is exactly what Aware did there. From then on out, it's really just win the engagements, right? And once you've got all the cover and you're the ones, you know, in spots where only your head can be seen, you're in a pretty good position. GefKid uses that rewind for the 2-piece, keeps his streak alive, and now Aware have kicked it into gear. One thing I do want to point out, yes, this map has been much closer outside of really the last 60 seconds of play. This is what we're going to start seeing as the day goes on. I think the 3-0s will be a little bit less consistent. When we see the likes of Fab games go up against Bando later on, obviously that's one that I think can be very, very close. You think of something like Cyclone versus Millennium, Black Forest games versus Hadouken. Those are all ones that I think will definitely be 4 or 5 game series.
Yeah, they definitely could be. And you see, GefKid actually doing fantastically well. That does eventually go down. Nearly got his bombardment, but does pick up 2 streaks. Johansson on a 6 streak of his own as well. So we're doing really well just to stay alive, making the points on the board. Bando really don't have an answer. As I said, the first rotation, they were in it. But at this moment in time, Aware are just pulling away. And you can see they're actually in and around that Cathedral hardpoint as well. Denza is there causing all sorts of problems. And he has active camo available if he needs it.
This is just this. Wow. Is what you expected from Aware now. Think of what has just happened. You had GefKid who was on a 7 streak. Now you have Johansson on an 8 streak. You've got Benji on a 4-kill streak of his own. I mean, this has been a 20-kill swing in the last 2 to 3 hard points. Multiple players fully streaked out. Multiple players with payloads ready to be used. This is just getting out of hand quick. It was, what, 108 to 103 earlier on, and now it's 242 to 117. 2 final kills, and this one is done. That is one of the most one-sided sets of hard points that I have seen in the last 3 hills. If Aware don't get the full 60 on that broken, if Bando don't get the full 60 on that one broken hard point, that is a dominant game from Aware.
Hesk's in, you know, at the beginning of the game, they think they could beat them. 9 and 21 from him, not fantastic. Jamie putting up the time in the hill, 1 and 13, but it's just not enough.
This is one of those scenarios, Ton, where I wish we could go back and see exactly where that game was close, what the slaying difference was. Because that end of that game was a 26 kill difference between the teams. And I would say 20 of those kills in that difference came in 3 hard points.
Yeah, they just did fantastically on those last 3. I mean, especially towards the lower street, they just completely locked that down. I mean, the rewind kills from GefKid really were influential as well, as they did have that spawn towards Broken, and they could have maybe pushed through, and he shuts them down and completely switches the spawn. They pushes them towards Cathedral, and Aware are suddenly all set up. The small choke points, really hard for Bando to push through, but there you go. I mean, very convincing from Aware.
I'm sitting there thinking, maybe we have ourselves a close one. As Bando fought back in, and then, well, I thought too soon. We're flying through these matches today. Shout out to the refs. This is what I like to see. Get game 1 done, boys. You're getting into game 2 right away. We start up the search and destroy already. They're going to get through the rig draft and get their classes set. Crusher, from what we saw in the first series today, went to round 11.
Yeah, it was an interesting one because I think you noted that Splice plans 6 so many, well, every single time. And I think we were discussing, you were saying, well, what are Fabi doing in that game? And it was, well, letting them plan every single time by the looks of things. I mean, do you think it's one of those bomb sites where you can let them and just retake? Or
well, what I found laughable was Fabi were like a team that were too scared, right? So they would be like, no, we're not doing it. And then one of their players would get the confidence to go, guys, come on. Let's hit this site out. And as they finally do it, the 2 rounds they do, and they just go flying at a site, Splice send 4 players to the opposite bomb, and they just get a quick plan again. They're like, we can't win. We can't win in any of these scenarios. It was interesting to see the mind games between those 2 teams. There's a look at the squads in the booth. Aware, just hanging out, you know. We got a fur coat on, you know. You got some hand warmers. I mean, they're locked in.
Yeah, they've looked good. I was wondering what to expect, and I think a lot of people were with those. I said those 3 youngsters surrounding GFKid, who isn't exactly old, but you know, at the same time, he's been around for a while. Everyone was sort of wondering how they're going to do this weekend, and so far, proven to look pretty good. I mean, Denza has to be the one for me that has been the standout. I mean, they all look good in that game there. GFKid played fantastically towards the latter half of that game.
Yeah.
But for me, Denza definitely looking the most promising out of that team.
I'll be honest, those Astro headsets look absolutely incredible on the players. Look, that perfectly timed close-up on it. I mean, gosh, I love Astro.
Admittedly, yes. I think I like how they have the red and the blue sides as well. I think it's just the little touches, isn't
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. They've done a great job, great products there. There's the fist bumps between Aware. They're up 1-0. They know they want to go 2-0 in this pool. That'll basically secure it, right? If they go 2-0, Splice are already 2-0. I think Pool A is decided.
Yeah, that should be it.
So that'll mean that the Fab Games Bando series later on today will be
an interesting one.
Players play for pride.
It's going to be for pro points as well, though. I mean,
yeah, a little bit pro point. What, 200 each?
I'm not.
I think
so.
I think it's 200 each. We're gonna go with 200.
We'll find that out.
No, we'll say 200. I think I'm right. I think I'm good there. There's your rig draft again. Trophy drone, very popular from Johansson. On the side of Bando, no trophy drone this time around, but let's see how it all plays out. Aware, you take map number 1 off of 4 perfectly played hills. Can they keep the momentum in their favor?
Well, with Benji going down this right-hand side, this typically, obviously, B is the site that we do see most of the action go down on. It can happen towards A, but I'd say maybe 70% of the time we are going towards B. Shot's going to go in. They're just going to try and take this site, then be able to do something with it. Trophies are down as well. Has helped him out.
Wow,
go down.
Instant, blocked 2 grenades. Interesting to see how that played out because I think that Bando were expecting a quick plant, which is what happened, but they throw the grenades, trophy system defense comes in, they trade out 2 kills. Denza somehow still alive, going for the ace down, spinning around Denza. Ooh! Thankfully, Hesk does stop him there. 3 kills for 2 of the players in that round. But wow, if he snapped onto Hesk there, that would have been one of the fanciest aces and quickest aces we've seen in Infinite Warfare.
It was unfortunate from Denza. I think it was just, he knew where Hesk was as well, because Hesk had already picked up 3 kills, so nearly got it there, but Hesk was aware. Does it take him down 1-0 is now the score to Bando.
Bando, this is a closer series in some of these scenarios that I've been expecting. Yes, there was a few tough hard points in that first one, but I mean, Bando are most certainly holding their own. I think that this team could absolutely put up a solid fight versus Fab later on today.
Well, we can see they are pushing towards it here. Needs to make this kill. Benji's going to take that one in, but Briggs is going to trade that one away. Hesk looking to think about the bomb going down, but Denza going to cause that bit of doubt in his mind as Briggs does go down. Getting aggressive with this. They want to try and get some kills.
Yeah, I don't like that decision.
Nah, me neither. Actually, Hesk now in a terrible situation as 3 aware players converge on him 1-1.
You can't double stack in that top ball area.
I think you didn't get the bomb. It's the situation where they traded that first kill. Of course, I mean, they're losing time after they get that because the rest of Aware are going to be converging on that site. But I think you need to think about getting the bomb down a little bit quicker.
Denza, someone that's already at 6 kills in just 2 rounds, currently at 6-1. Where does this guy end up? If this game goes to round 11, what's he on pace for? 33 kills?
We seen Zerg yesterday drop, I think it was 15. I think it was 13-0 at one point.
I want a 30-kill game from someone. Can we have that happen, please, right now?
What's the most in S&D ever that you've seen?
I mean, Crim's got to be up there with what he got, 20
or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Look, these are just free kills for Denza right now. Players challenging. Oh, don't steal that, GFKid. Come on, challenge. Go ahead, Denza. You got this. Get the kill. Nope, gets cleaned up by his teammate. Either way, he had his hand in all those kills. 8-1 now from Denza, as it is a 2-1 lead for Aware.
It seemed as if Bando there were just like committed to the bomb site, and both teams really committed towards this right-hand side. Just scrapped between each other. There was not really anything towards the bombs. It was just an all-out trade gunfight, and it was Aware who came out on top.
What was that right there? It was just four gunfights in one lane, as you were saying. There was nothing special to it. It seems like these European teams at times, from what I've seen, have struggled to decide how to play this B site for defense. Do we get aggressive? Do we play the back rock? How do we try to stop the plant? It's not like they're sliding any player in to just get a kill on the bomb planter and kind of suicide and make it a 3-on-3. Like even right now. Okay, there, boom. Exactly what I was talking about. Sending someone in that time with camo, out with their life. You drop the bomb down. There's the entry kill you needed. Denza, again, playing with the utmost of confidence.
Yeah, of course it was Denza who came in there and got that kill. Janssen cleans up 1, and
Jesus, man.
See Denza with another 2 kills.
And then 1.
4 rounds gone. Really good work by him. We said does look as if he's the most convincing newcomer from this.
Oh, he just baited his teammate so hard. He just... I don't think you guys got to catch the whole thing on stream, but he's just standing there letting both his teammates die and then peeks right after. Yes, I get it. You're playing the trade, but it was just a funny perspective to see.
I'm going to have to stay on board with him. I mean, he's 25 off his bombardment, and that can cause problems.
Look, he used the camo that round to get the entry kill, and already he's almost halfway to a second camo.
Look at Bando all towards A, and they went for the rush. Oh, Denza's going to get caught out. Man, that was a nice kill there. FK does have the bomb. And they are very aware of where Bando are, but just having to play this one cautiously, and I think that's worked out quite nicely for Bando.
Cheeky, mate. Cheeky.
Cheeky, you think?
Very aware of where Bando are.
You know, I keep saying it, and I keep getting wrong for it on Twitter. Everyone keeps sending me, like, other words I can use for aware. Bomb does go down. GFKid, though, gonna have to hold this one fast. 4 versus 3. Now 3 versus 3 as Benji takes down JME.
He'll back on up, which I would say I agree with this. They don't know where these 3 players are as of yet. Do JME and crew recognize that they've now got a number advantage towards this objective? It does appear so as they get first blood. Now the challenge comes in. 3 players nearly perfectly body stacked for what could have been a very easy 3-piece. 1 kill, 2 kills, not the 3rd. Briggs will win that round for the side of Bando to bring this one back within 1.
Yeah, and I think in that situation, it was always going to be hard for GFKid. Just the trades coming in right for Bando. They played that quite well, of course. They pushed towards A aggressively, seen nothing going on there, so they rotated back around, got the kill onto Denza, and as soon as they do that, it does make their position aware. I keep saying it.
Don't worry, everyone has those
It makes
words.
their position known.
Maven has young guns.
Young guns? Is mine aware?
I've got a ton of them. I say silver lining a lot. That's my big thing. Mr. X.
What's a silver lining for Bando in that round?
Yeah, that's Mr. X. Yeah, that nasally voice. I'll get round 6 starting on up. Bryce, he says, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, of course. Everyone does that.
Yeah, that's like famous.
It's the way he says it as well. He really elongates the L, doesn't he?
And
Anyway.
he really deepens the voice for it. It gets me so excited. First blood now for Aware. They're going to just go ahead and use that Scarab as a tool to look at how Bando are all just scattering. They're just, that's how afraid they are of this streak. They have sprinted across the entire map to get away from it.
Jamie in a good position here is going to get caught out by GFKid though. Briggs and Hesk, 2 versus 4 for them now. They rotated very nicely, and we're going to push over. They need to think about getting this bomb down. If he can push through here, they need to think about prowling that. But they're wrapping around into 4 members of Aware, and surely they're both going to go down. Hesk is last, all alive. There's 3 members of Aware in his crosshairs is going to go down. In that situation, surely you got to plant the bomb. I mean,
it's tough because
I mean, obviously
there's so many times in Search and Destroy where you're like, let's play for a kill before we go for a plant, try to even the numbers back out. Because if your lead blocker dies or if your planter dies, now you're in a 1v3. But in that scenario, what do? You go down, what, 2v4? Not really much going for you there. As we go into round number 7, who we watch on break?
He hasn't getting killed for a while. 10 and 2. See if he can pick anything.
He's human again.
Yeah, he's holding that Trinity rocket. I think it'll be one of those rounds where they just sit back a little bit and let them come through. And I think that's really why Bando have done the same thing again towards it. They know that Denza's going to have those score streaks. He's getting caught out there again. Briggs is going to take him down, but this is going to allow Aware to control that B-bomb site, and they are going to get that bomb down.
And they actually have no idea of the type of pressure that's being put on by Bando towards their side of the map. They only saw the one in middle that Denza got first blooded by, so they might get overwhelmed here. 2 players come soaring on in. Now a 2v4, make it a 1v4. Johansson left by himself. There it is. Easy round for Bando as they say, you know what? Us stacking towards B isn't working. Let's just keep sending players to A and pinching.
Yeah, and I think the send towards A has 2 benefits. Of course, it is throwing them off. It is a little bit random. I don't think they'll be able to do it again. I think Aware will know what's going on. But the fact that Denza has those score streaks is the reason that they're doing it. So I think Aware needs to look at the fact that they do have those score streaks, and Bando are...
Yeah, someone else watch mid next time.
Say it again.
Like,
Bando are aware of the situation.
Yeah.
And then they need to judge what they want to do from that, because I think those score streaks need to be used at some point, really.
They definitely do. I think it's more that you just need to see Denza. Like that time, Denza knew they were sending a player through you, and he still lost the gunfight. Like there, he just said, I'm better. I'm going to challenge. And might have been a scenario where he sees a swallow's pride. You know, give it up. Let him go ahead, take that area of the map, play for a counter to what they're doing instead of just trying to force a gunfight that we wouldn't be at an advantage in.
I think he wants to think about using these streaks now, and
Here it
he's
comes.
going to. Here they come. The Trinity Rocket does come in. Not even going to pick up one, though. But it is going to call out for the rest of his team. Johansson does take it on JM. Johansson takes down the second as well, so it's Briggs and Hess left alive. Johansson gets a third. Is he going to get the ace as well?
Nope, Denza got it.
Not quite. 11-3 from Denza now. 5-3 is the score. But, I mean, yeah, that score streak just
The
gives
streak,
all
the
the
streak
intel
throws
that he
him off.
needed.
But again, this is what I'm talking about right here. Having the confidence in your teammates and trust to slide in through that middle corridor. It is very easy to slide through and get that kill. It's not easy to get out with your life, right? And if you have a player following you up, watching your outer wall run, even if you get one kill, your player still has cover. He's not overexposing himself. Nicely done there to make this one a one-round game until Aware take this. And look, Bando have gone back to what they tried earlier in the game, which is sending players towards B. And again, it's a perfect read, just like what Splice did earlier on today. They send a 4-stack to A. They plant the bomb where they can watch from their side of the warehouse. And now again, this is a tough break. What can Bando do to make this happen? Johansson again with a first blood.
Hesk needs to play his life here if he can get a kill. He
Hey,
will be able to get that
Look
camo.
what we're doing. They've just completely switched their setup. They've just completely forfeited their entire side of warehouse, and now they're just going to stay active. What a play call we're seeing now out of Aware as they have completely ditched the original setup. Now they've completely rotated. Diffuse tries to come in from Hess. He gets cut down. Spotted down by Benji too. Briggs 1v3. I think this one is done. Aware up 2-0 completely, taking that momentum back into their favor.
Really well done, as you said, the play call to run out on warehouse working in their favor there. I think Hesk did the right thing. He knew what was going on and goes for the defuse. Probably the right thing to do. You're laughing because you knew I was going to say Aware. But
I got
at the same time, though, Aware pushing in there and making sure
Definitely.
that they do get that bomb diffuser killed.
And now you go back into something like throwback uplink. Oh gosh, I think this one will be closer. I'm praying it'll be closer. I can't. It's getting to a point where I've casted so many uplinks that were like done by the start of the second half this weekend that I actually like forget. Like I don't know what to talk about to a certain point. It's just like, oh, you know, there's the 3-0. There's your scoreboard, 12-3 from Denza. I mean, the guy had 10 kills in the first 3 rounds. Slowed down a little bit towards the end, but either way, the damage was already done.
Yeah, really good work by Denza.
Into game 3.
Again, in game 3, it's so fast. The turnover, I love it.
It's great. It's great. I think that was one thing that we definitely wanted to improve with CWL for this year is to get into more gameplay fast. Players can also then go ahead and edit classes and do things along those lines in that 75-second time window. So shout out to Infinity Ward on that one.
Yeah, it means we don't have to wait on the changing classes before the game and then going into the long process of the rig draft, etc. So they can do that within that, and it just really helps us out. But
Like all smiles, laughing from Aware. What does that big U stand for on his hat? Do you know?
on whose hand? Let's
The far right there, that's Boston Red Sox.
okay.
But there's a large U on the.
I couldn't tell you, to be
Okay.
honest with you. I'm not sure.
Thought maybe that was a professional football team here.
No, we don't do the whole.
You don't do hats,
I don't really know.
but scarves.
Scarves, yeah.
Scarves are big. Okay. I mean, we're right by the Chelsea football stadium.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, they're playing on Saturday.
Yeah. How's that going to be? How crazy is this area going to be?
Yeah, it shouldn't be as bad as normal because it's only a cup game, so it might not be as many fans there. 'Cause
How-
it's just one of them. I think they're playing a lower level team, so it'll be like.
I was walking
Crazy,
past
yeah.
their Hall of Fame and like all their legendary players in the past. It was cool to see their old stats, like 700 appearances, like 34 goals. I was like, oh, I guess that's pretty good.
Well, it depends what position you play, really. I mean, but
I saw a guy with 260. So, woo, guy was important.
did you see the bit about Didier Drogba? Do you know who he is?
I've heard of Drogba. Yeah.
He was good. He was real good.
What team did Zinedine Zidane play for?
He played for Juventus, and he played for Real Madrid. He was a French player.
I just remember him because he headbutted somebody.
Oh.
That would have been me if I played soccer.
You know, it's a shame that you remember him because he headbutted somebody because he's probably one of the greatest players of all time.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't tell you about a single stat he did. Couldn't tell you about anything else. I just
You don't even need to know stats about Zidane. He was just glorious. But anyway,
See, here we don't have to headbutt people. We have a trophy that looks like it might as well could be a weapon in of itself. That might be a sword.
I mean, if you stabbed someone with that, I mean,
That could be a sword. Uplink on throwback game 3. Is this series done?
yeah, based off those
I
last
didn't
two
say
maps,
it.
you would think so.
I didn't
mean,
say it.
I think Aware just looking phenomenally strong. Bando, unfortunately for them, coming into this, probably under practice, of course. They did have that little drama with the changing of the roster, etc. And I think it's always going to harm them if you haven't got that much time to play it together. Obviously, they played the game a lot if they're in this position. But into this now, we're going to go with Denza. How can we not? Having a very good game so far. Not sure what he can do. I'm going to be interested to see how Aware do against some teams that are, you know, of the higher caliber. I want to see how they do against your Infuse, your Orbits, your Splices.
Yeah, wherever Splice, I'm just going to tell you a lot about the character of this team. Number advantage off the break does go over to Bando, so that'll give them some map positioning. GFKid, though, sneaks around towards his top trains area, and he's actually playing towards his front bowling side. He should be spotted here momentarily. How is he even getting kills right now? How would they not see him? There you go. Finally, Hesk with the ERAD says otherwise. Still scoreless in the first 30 seconds.
On with your Hansen now, just holding down this right-hand side towards Spike Path. Just one staying alive here, so just holding this nice and tight.
What's funny, I'm kind of chuckling myself. This is more contest we saw for middle map than any of the other uplinks I've seen so far. With two teams like vying for middle map control, doing what they can to outslay their opponent, get a wave of kills before pushing up. The rest of the games have just been stomps where the other team just pushes right on through.
Absolutely. I mean, that Spice game previously was an interesting watch, I want to say.
It's funny how this one's already a bit a closer match in just the first minute. Nice job, though, by Denza to get that 1 point throw in. Uses that wall run right outside bowling to toss it right over the bathroom side. And now he'll play from top ticket, which makes a lot of sense. You try to stay alive near this vending side and then push on through towards the drone positioning in middle map. Benji with this NV4, lights out to start this game.
4-4 from him. Jimmy's doing all right on the side of Bando, though. He's 1-3 now. He picks up a kill mid-map on GFKid. He's going to push forward. This team do have control of the drone there. Actually, I think it was Hesq who did have control. He's going to be able to get away here. The rest of his team going to cover for him. Going to go for this one.
Oh.
That one.
No.
Missed it.
Just narrowly misses that one. As we'll play for the drone, which actually stayed in bounds. So they're going to wrap this one towards field. Optic Gaming fans watching, thinking back to when FaZe used that same route to clutch up at Vegas to win that game against Optic Gaming, where they decided to bring it towards field and get the last second score in, which I think is a tough play call to make on this map. It's so rare to go towards that area because of how much better it plays out.
I mean, it's just no cover, really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to push them.
To go towards this bowling area. 2.5 minutes remaining inside one. Still only a one possession game.
Well, I think it's comfortable, though. I think there's been chances for them to do something, but
Definitely.
I think we're always looking in control in the middle of the map. There's been a couple of opportunities for Bando, but not quite clear cut. Denza does just about get away. The armor from it there, resets it.
There's a dunk opportunity now. Does Denza settle for the one? Let's see it from his perspective.
He's escaped past 3 of them here.
Oh, nice play by Denza to realize that he has enough time to go for the dunk. Gets the cover there, puts his team up now 3-0, makes it a 2-possession game.
They're going to go down, actually, towards my map, so slight overextension by Aware. Do lose a couple of kills, but not losing up any map pressure that they do have. They're going to get up there quite quickly again. Bando making a couple of kills here, though. Briggs is going to be that lead guy, going to try and push through. MB4 in hand as well, should be able to make this kill. That's when you've got to make them. That's when he should have. But with Bob now going to try and resume that pressure that Bando did have. All lost, though, due to a good 2-piece by GFKid. Kill's going to come in mid-map as well, though. Aware back in the position where they want to be. They're in the lead. Just in a bit of a stalemate in the mid-map.
Yeah, still keeping this one close, and I have to say, Bando so far, the thing I like the most is they're keeping up with Slang. Right now, it's even, and that's something that the lesser teams in the matches we've seen so far this weekend haven't been able to do, and I think that reflects in the score. They've been fighting for map positioning, and they actually have 2 missed 1-point throws. If they hit both of those, remember, it's still only a 1-point game at that time. So Bando, 1, work on the throws, 2, keep getting these gunfights in middle map and not just your spawn. Got the drone being pushed up by GFKid now. Does he go for the 1? Not going to get the throw off in time.
Denza just trying to help him out here. Going to be able to get 1 kill. The reset is going to happen again. But let's go to a very, very quick listen in. Let's see what Bando can do to try and bring this one back.
I'm gonna try to get some lemon. Weak gun, 1 shot, I can't. I'm dead. Top weak. Can make kills lemon. Oh, bang. Benji's top.
I'm 1 shot.
Nice, close right, close near green. Go, James.
1 shot. Both lemon. One more lemon. One bomb. More lemon. Stop anyone. Underpass 1 shot, going top our base. Left kid.
One more,
Watch underpass, watch underpass.
He's gone left, he's gone right, he's gone right, he's gone right. He's not
All
got
the way
time.
around the right.
He's not got time, he's not got time. It's 2 seconds, man.
Go. Only 6 points.
Let's go.
Right.
Go.
If we ain't got MV4, don't go to the right side. If they're gonna kill you, I'll go right side. You lot just play top their base and shit. Let's die all the time.
Think about it last man, it's literally a tie game for how to win, so like, if we just keep killing on this side.
Funny to hear from them at the halftime as well. Definitely like that aspect. Listening's always great. To hear exactly what they're saying, nothing too negative right there. They're keeping an open mindset. They know that their backs are against the wall in this series, but they're keeping this uplink close, and I think that keeping a cool, calm, and collected attitude will be key here going into side 2.
Good shots by Benji towards that left-hand side. I think you're right. You know, Aware and the driving seat, but Bando are not out of this one yet. Definitely potential for them to get some more points on the board. Shots going in though. Briggs is going to take down Benji down that left-hand side. Johansson a little bit unchallenged through mid-map here. He's going to get taken down eventually. Denzel looking to continue to put that pressure on. He has his teammate in hand. He's going to help him out here. Shot's going to go in with the K-bar. He's going to get it with the second as well. Not quite JME, making sure he got that kill, and it was an important one as well. Benji goes down also. This is going to be the push now from Bando.
See, right there, I love it, man. They hold their base. They start getting pushed. They know that the idea from Aware is to get the drone towards the side of Grandmas to go for that long throw over the Granny's building. So they send a player through that bottom L area. They get middle map control again. They send a player into top vending, and they just win their one-on-one engagements. They're keeping the slaying even. Look at the team right now, 15 to 14, 14 to 15, 15 to 15, 14 to 15. I read that very fast, but it's completely even right now for their squad.
At the half time, it was only 1 kill difference actually, and that one shot is going to go
right
in
there.
yeah,
they see the Aware game plan, and they're adapting to it.
Well, Johansson going to push up into tickets here. Spotting them down the left-hand side, but he's not going to need to do anything. GefKid's going to clean up 23 and 14 from him currently. Having a good game here. I mean, a couple of people, I mean myself actually, I said when I watched them previously that I think the rest of the team impressed me more, and GefKid's sort of the known guy out of them, but he's having a good game here. 23 and 15 out of him. Does have his specialist available when he respawns. Benji pushed up, he gets taken down as well. Johansson, is he going to go down also? Yes, he is. So GefKid's got some work to do here. Does have rewind available. I'm going to get away with the drone there though. Just going to throw it into mid-map, just try and get some control. Surely GefKid's going to go down. As goes around behind, on board with JMA through mid-map.
He'll just push up right behind this drone carrier. They've got lead blockers. They're going to wind up pushing forward with this drone in towards bowling. Let's take a look on if they're able to get the score right now from Bob. The throw, 3-1. The score line now and Aware are in an interesting scenario. They've got themselves a one-possession game. 2.5 minutes left. They want to go for this 3-0. Would love the opportunity to go with listening with the squad to see how they're communicating inside too.
I'm pushing the base. Top window, boys. We need to push that.
Back barn weak. In the hay bales.
Top window, just.
Hay bales, Johnson.
Stay alive.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's two barn.
Yeah, two barn.
Nice. Underpass.
Two underpass. Yeah, one dead.
I'm taking ball. Find me, boy.
Look at him.
I'll get a one.
Haystack 11.
Haystack.
Watch over me and I'll get a one.
Yeah.
It's one shot. You push it. There's two. I'm a flank.
Nice, Denz.
Getting a one. I missed. Fuck's sake.
Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry, man.
I've got 11.
There's
Yeah,
two on 10 point. On their point. Yeah, Bob field. He's going connector probably. Yeah, he's connector.
One more. Let's go.
Nice, good shot.
Behind the lemon, weak.
I'm gonna flank.
Behind the lemon, weak.
Yeah, flank it, Jeff. I can take it right, actually. One's top green, probably. One's gone top green or lemon.
One shot lemon.
Top green, dead.
Let's get the ball.
Lemon's one shot,
Coming under pass, Jeff.
No, but lemon alley, lemon alley, one shot.
Dead.
Nice, free. What's haystack.
On their point weak.
Get that kill, you get a 2.
Yeah, he's line. Nice, good shit.
Two in grannies. Just slay. Boys, don't. Yeah, just flank it quick.
Green.
I'm gonna flank now.
Green, two bridge. Bowling alley.
Hold him off for a sec. Yeah, connector. What bowling?
Oh, they're all bowling.
Bob in our base.
Just watch ball, Jeff. Watch ball.
No base, dead.
They're gonna spawn up, Jeff. You need to.
We need to kill one more. Bowling. That, let's go, boys. Come on, push
I've
up
got
now.
Gemmo. This is a 2. Come.
Middle corner.
He's flying. Underpass as well. Our underpass.
They're in the pass as well.
He's coming bowling alley right in front of you. On your left.
He's bottom bridge.
I'm on that.
Bottom bridge, Jamie.
Yeah, bottom bridge.
Oh fuck! Don't give him ball. Don't give him ball.
He's top bridge. Top bridge.
Nice
Underpass pushing our
job.
point.
You're
Our point.
hearing
Our
the
point. We need to go
communication
back.
from
We need to go
Aware.
back.
Absolutely love how they're calling out exactly what the game plan is, whether they're going for a one, whether they're playing passively. Some great calls of where the opponents are, even saying, hey, if you get this one kill, go for the dunk. There's the pass, though, to bring this back to a one-point game. Reactive armor now used as well by Bob in the base. But look at the minimap. They have no pressure towards that back bowling side because he's the only one alive. And because of that, Aware spawn up near the drone. That's a perfect example of why you always need to have someone by that bowling building to spawn them out all the way towards field. This will be our closest uplink yet this weekend, 4-3, but in the end, it's a 3-0 for Aware.
Yeah, close one, and you know, they always sort of looked in control there, Jack, but Bando they were never out of it. You know, they were keeping them there, they were keeping them close. That carry capture at the end really asked the question, but I said the spawn's not going in their favor, not holding it down well enough. That final kill card going to come in, an impressive victory from Aware.
Aware now 2-0 in this group. That puts them right there with Splice. I do believe that basically shows us who's going to make it out of Pool A early here on day 2. I know Bryce is over there with Oxygen and Momo to give their thoughts, though, on another 3-0 series.
Thank you very much, Courage. All right, guys, let's get your first impressions. Probably one of the closer games we've had, even though it was a 3-0.
Yeah, for me, it was business as usual for Aware, but moments of a spark from Bando. You know, they showed a bit of light in the Hardpoint as well before, the bit of a steamroll came in. The S&D, touch and go again, but Aware showing why they are a good S&D team. We actually saw the pre-game little interview, which is a really cool add-on there. They said, I think it was Heskey was like, we know that Aware, they're a good respawn team, but they're also a good S&D team. But overall, I think Bando showed a bit more what they're capable of against Aware rather than Splice yesterday. But Aware continuing to impress, 2-0 in the group.
Yeah, impressive. And what impresses me is that we see the same scenario in the Hardpoint that we see with some elite teams where you have that first rotation, it's going to be quite close, and then they went on to the next gear and really impressed me in the Hardpoint yet again. But again, the Uplink, not really convincing, was very close towards the end. 4-3 could have been a comeback from the Bando team, so definitely got to work for their Uplink for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, obviously, that they do have, or it appears to have, a little bit of a weakness there. So
yeah.
The further you go in this tournament, there'll certainly be teams kind of thinking about that as well. But before we go into this map by map, we are going to send it down to the floor. Lottie and Benji, take it away.
Thank you, Bryce. I'm with Benji from Aware. First of all, I was speaking to Johansson yesterday, and he was telling me you guys are from different parts of Europe. Is that hard to practice together?
No, I don't think it's really hindering us because we all speak English very well, so it's pretty good.
Awesome. Also, your first Hardpoint was quite close. Was that a bit of a warm-up for you guys?
Yeah, I think it was a decent warm-up, but we also knew that was one of our best maps, so we were pretty confident in taking it, and we did get the win, so.
And in order to go through, you need to beat Splice. Now, they beat Fab 3-0, and you guys lost a map to Fab. Does that concern you a bit?
It doesn't really concern me. Well, they're the best team in Europe. We're looking to give them a good series, but I think we'll make it through groups without winning against them as well.
And if you did make it through to the final 8, who are you looking forward to matching up against?
I think we're matching up against Orbit, so that's going to be a really tough series, but that's going to be a good experience, and we're looking forward to play them.
Well, the best of luck. Thank you so much, Benji. Back over to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much. Well, seems quite humble about it. He says, you know what, we have got to play the best team in Europe, but we're still going to make it to groups regardless of what happens there. So, I like the kind of the realism going. We are going to give them a good game. But if we lose, it's not the biggest thing in the world.
He's kind of got that safety net behind him. He's got his 2 games out of the way. He's won his 2 games. Now he can go into it like, if we do lose, yeah, we'll probably get second in our group. We're probably going to lose, but we can give it our best. We can maybe try something new, maybe try something a bit crazy against Splice. Seed number 1, why not?
What strikes me is that it didn't seem necessarily happy. You would think a team like Aware coming into this tournament, making it to the final 8, and making sure that they get a good number of pro points, honestly, would actually make him very happy. But it seems that he remains very focused and that he wants to go on with the tournament and play Splice.
Yeah, I think, if we take this map by map, they probably expected to win a little bit better there, maybe, considering the talent in their group. Obviously, they've had their game earlier against Fab, so, and they won that fairly comfortably as well, apart from the Uplink. So having the game this close and knowing that you're going against Splice, maybe while they know the challenge ahead of them puts a damper on them.
Yeah, just a couple of highlights, obviously, on your screen as well. We talked about Denji yesterday. we've got to talk about him again. Dropping absolute bombs here, not only on the hardpoint, but
that was
throughout.
very nice from GFKid.
Yeah.
That was massive. And again, we talked about Dance, we talked about GFKid. We're a little disappointed in what we saw from him yesterday. Sure, he had a decent game, but it wasn't amazing. I felt like this game, he has those different making moments where he really stands up.
Yeah, I think just as an all-round team, they're very, very strong. The hardpoint S&D, very, very good. And let's be honest, you know, that's the large majority of the series. Their uplink, they need to tweak. They need to do something different. Maybe they've not practiced it as much. Maybe it's just a weak game type for them. But I think it is their kind of their Achilles heel almost. You know, when they play against a team like Splice, that they will get punished.
All right, well, let's talk about their search and destroy then. Now, this is a map where, and we call this a slip map, by the way. The reason we say this is because a lot more teams have practiced on S&D compared to maybe some of the respawns, because you've got several respawns, and S&D it's just a firm favourite amongst players. But again, this game, it wasn't a blowout. It was definitely close in points, but Aware did just look stronger.
Aware looked actually, you know, very, very good in it. And I go back again to speak about GFKid. I remember probably 1, maybe 2 years ago now, there was an event in Sweden. Speaking to GFKid, he was there. He was the one laying all the strats out for his team. He was the one kind of commanding it. He may not be the shining star. Again, look at Denza, 11 kills on the board. But I think it all comes down to strategy. It all comes down to, you know, that direction, that commander. And I think that is kind of what showed through in this. And yes, you're going to lose a couple of rounds. You've got a defense, offense.
Yeah.
But Aware Gaming, they took it eventually 6-3. And I'd say in the end it was pretty convincing. Denza absolutely smashing it. Big fan.
More convincing than yesterday. They won 6-5 against Fab, so that was a little better.
Yeah, but I mean, that's exactly what we kind of said coming into this. We said we thought Fab was better than Bando. We thought this is the way the skills rank up. So it pretty much played out as we expected it to. We knew Aware was going to be better. We knew it was going to be easier for them than their game yesterday against Fab. And pretty much the entire way through the series, that was true. Even onto the uplink, which they lost yesterday, it was still very, very close.
Yeah, the uplink was really close. And I think Aware of kind of been given a little bit of a lifeline in the games that they've played. They've had time to learn, time to adapt, and we saw that in the uplinks. A couple of one-point plays. This is one where I kind of had in my hands. I was like, you can't miss those plays. You're that close. You need to convert those. You need to put them in. And again, going against a team like Splice or anyone else, you know, it doesn't have to just be Splice. They need to convert those one-point plays a little bit better.
And they need to convert their opportunities. I felt like the Aware lineup at the upper end uplink, but they weren't able to capitalize and score points where they had the advantage, they had the pressure on the map. So they definitely got to work on the closing of those uplink opportunities.
I think one of the things to speak about while we're on the subject of one-point plays, and I know me and Phil said this a lot yesterday when we were casting last year. Sorry, not last year, sorry. Not yesterday. These are professional players.
Yeah.
The 1 point should be the last thing you're thinking about. It should be practiced enough that once you've done all the hard work, you've got mid-map control, you've got drone control, you've pushed, you've made the kills. The last thing you want to do is do all of that work, make all of that tactics, and then miss the one. They should be so automatic when you're in the right position. Like, don't get me wrong, trick ones or difficult ones, etc. But if you're throwing the standard ones, and you've done all that work, and you're not, you know, pretty much 100% on them, it's just a major flaw in your gameplay.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you passed it through your team, you've got past every single play, your open goal is there, you take a shot, and I've missed it. It doesn't happen there, it shouldn't happen here. That's just the way it is. If you're going for, you know, some big crazy ones over a building, difficult ones, fair enough. You know, we've seen it before, and you've got to be a bit risky sometimes. But basic ones, it should be the last thing on your mind, and it should be a clear-cut point.
All right, well, I think that wraps it up quite nicely. We're going to throw this to a break now. Coming right up after this, we're going to see Elevate for the very first time against Intuition. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CWL London in the GFINITY Arena. My name is Bryce, and we have another game for you to kick off today. It is going to be Elevate for the very first time they'll be playing here at this tournament, and they're going against Intuition, a team that has not had the greatest of starts in this tournament. They're 0-2, but I'm not alone. Joining me on this desk so far, we've got X and Tan. Tan, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Enjoyed those first 2 games. Nice to see how we're doing, but I'm excited to see Elevate play.
I'm good as well, Bracey. Thanks for asking.
I was going to get to you.
Yeah, no, I'm good as well. It's fine.
Cool. You're just as bad as Jack.
No, don't ever.
You're right. That's hard. That's really bad.
It's actually offensive.
Wow.
It is bad. Okay, how are you, Matt?
I'm actually doing pretty well. Thank you, Bracey.
That's no problem. That's absolutely no problem. Anytime.
You're my man.
Are you 2 done? Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're done.
He just come up here with hostility.
No, I'm not hostile. I'm not hostile. You're the one that's being hostile. You didn't ask how I was. We have a pretty good game on our hands. I'm excited to see Elevate.
Hello. I said it was fine.
Elevate gets their first game
You know
of the
what?
weekend.
I'll ask your opinion in a minute. Let's have a look at the groups first. Let's move this along, shall we? All right. Here's the group so far. A few games this morning. Obviously, Splice now 2-0 and Aware 2-0. So that actually means they're both through. Fab Games and Bando are out.
Yeah, those guys are just playing for pro points at this point. Yeah. I believe third place gets 1,100. Last place in the group gets 900. So
yeah. Moving on to Group B, Imperial and Epsilon are still on the 2, but we are going to see Elevate play for the first time against Intuition. Intuition, this is pretty much a consolation match for them, unless they win it and somehow throw this into some sort of weird 3-way tie.
Well, even in a 3-way tie, still
things can happen.
They wouldn't. I don't think that's possible.
No, that's not going to be one of the things that happen.
It could happen. Things can happen. Things always happen.
No.
I have faith.
No.
You're right, Intuition. They're not going to do anything, are they? No. All right, Group C, Orbit and Team 3G. They both got their win. Cyclone GG and Millennium yet to get one on the board. And Infused and Fnatic, obviously, in Group D have their wins. They are playing Game 12 today. Very last game of the day. It could be the one for the record books. Black Forest and Hadouken, not really done an awful lot either.
Yeah, I think that group, though, Infused and Fnatic, there's a big gulf between those 2 teams and the other side of that group. For me, it was always written that they were going to be 1-2, but back to this one, I think this would be an interesting game to see how well Elevate are going to play. Obviously, it's going to be a hard one to precursor the rest of the teams against because, we've seen Intuition had hard series so far this weekend, but it's nice to see Elevate in the booth.
I feel like they come in here, obviously, the heavy favorite into this matchup. Intuition has not won a game yet, so you look at it, I feel like this is a good warm-up match for Elevate to kind of go through the rest of the day and start their tournament off.
Yeah, I think for Intuition, this is just seeing if they can do something. They didn't have a great day yesterday. They got battered in both their games, and now they're actually playing a harder game today. So.
You're playing for pride.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody wants to not win a game and not win a series and just go home. Yeah. I guess if you do, I think you're doing the wrong thing. But I mean, they got to come out here and put a better effort forward, I think.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've come in here. They were a late-minute replacement.
Yes.
They're
difficult spot.
They're
very
an
difficult
team. They're actually ranked quite low down compared to a lot of the teams in this tournament. So it was fairly obvious what was going to happen, and well, if anything, they just need to come into this game. They've got nothing to lose. There is absolutely nothing for this team to lose coming into this game. They could, if they score 4 points on Hardpoint, we're still not going to be surprised.
No, I think it's good for them to come. I mean, they're always going to take that spot. It's experience online. It's experience against good teams. You want to get better by playing people who are better than you. And at the end of the day, it's going to be hard for them, no matter who they're going up against in this event this weekend. They are by far probably the lowest seeded team, the lowest thought of team here this weekend, and anything they can get,
I think it's by about 12 places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have the hardest draw out of anybody, right?
Yeah,
I mean, they come in
the
here,
worst group to be in.
Yeah, I mean, it's an awful group to be in. They come in as a late replacement, probably wasn't practicing too much, didn't expect to be here. So I don't know how much stock you put in how they played. Granted, they've not played well, but I think it's definitely a great learning experience for these guys, great experience just in general to be here playing against the best competition.
Yeah, I think so too. Like I said, it's for the guys in Intuition. You got to Elevate. That's a given. You've got Epsilon, who are late replacement. They're high ranked, and then you've got Imperial. So what? Let's just find out what they can do. As this game is ready to get underway, I'm gonna hand it over to the casters. Please, guys, show us what's happening.
Thank you very much, Brycey. And yes, here we go. Elevate going head-to-head against Intuition, looking to put on a display. We're excited for this one, Jonas.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Elevate play. That's one of my teams to watch. I actually believe they can place anywhere at second or third. Really good team, so can't wait to see what they have in store.
That's great. And as the countdown just starts this game off, we did catch up with Intuition Xeno to find out how they felt about going up against the juggernauts of Elevate.
I think Elevate is one of the top EU teams currently in the EU. It will be very hard, but maybe if we take an S&D and a respawn, we can take this series, but we also have to go off, and let's hope for the best.
Wow, quite interesting thoughts from him. And one thing I did notice on the rigs as well, Jonas, is Reedy's gone for the Gravity Vortex gun.
Yeah, that's a little like Reedy to go for something unconventional. He likes to put off his opponents with some different choices, and that really said it all. What he said in the interview, let's hope for the best, and it's kind of a miracle that they need right now. And it's straight off the bat, you can see Elevate just getting control of that first seal already 25-1.
Well, I mean, the guys on the analyst desk said it. They've pretty much got the hardest pool here. They're a very late replacement with arguably, well, the lowest seed coming into it. So they're realistic with their expectations, but this is really their chance to prove a point.
Yeah, it is, and actually they tried to prove a point on that first deal. If you look at the scoreboard, they were able to trade kills nicely, but they weren't able to enter the hill. Now they have early rotation, already 2 players dead, and just like that, Elevate is going to break in, not losing a single player in the pinch. Very impressive stuff, and I can't help but feel for a team like this Intuition lineup. Very, very tough to go up against Elevate.
Well, I mean, Elevate second in the pro point standings after 2 really good outings in the previous 2 2Ks, reaching the finals both times, only just losing out to Splice. So we're aware of their firepower, and you can really see that shown in these early stages.
You can, but actually it's not that bad. I mean, it's 50-21. You could have expected a much worse start. No, they're just going to try to do their best. If they score 100 points, I think this will be a very nice map for them. On the other end, obviously, they've already played 2 games in the line environment at GFINITY. Elevate is onto their first game. Maybe a bit of warm-up for these guys.
All right, well, let's see if they can try and pull things back here as we switch over hardpoint location. We are going to see the early contest, and the Monk or the opposing player wanting to make a move, and really just outweighs Monk there, shows his patience and comes out on top.
Yeah, this was maybe not the best of move to do from the Intuition guy. Reedy was in a perfect position to take out his opponent, and once again you can see on the map Elevate just in control of the hill, got control of the spawns, they know where their opponents are coming, just gotta aim in the right direction and kill everyone, and the Intuition's not able to contest that hill.
Oh. Here we go with Watson now, and really do love the personalities in this team of Elevate as well. Some very big characters. Let's see what Watson can do, as he is finding himself back in his former form, right at the top of the European rankings.
Yeah, very, very nice awareness from Watson there to pick up both kills. Again, Intuition with the early rotation, they were in prime positions to defend those spawns, and they were not able to. So you definitely see the difference between those 2 teams, the overall map awareness, the team communication, the score, and the minimap says it all.
Yep, and here we go. So we are now seeing Intuition really get a good lockdown here. So pressure is going to be on Elevate to go for the break. And man, these guys just really need to hold on to this as best they can, because they're trailing by a substantial margin.
Yeah, that was actually quite a nice defense. Watson managed to get around the back, but was dropped pretty fast. Now comes in Shani with a double kill, comes a triple. Can he make it 4? Zed's gonna help him, and just like that, once again, very easy break from Elevate, textbook, and they're gonna be in control.
Yeah, and just like that, as you say, Jonas, things switch over 20 seconds, still plenty of points to be built up for Elevate, as they're looking to extend this to 150 already, with just less than a minute of open play gone in this hardpoint game.
Zed currently on a 5-kill streak, 11-3, having a really nice game, and that's kind of what you expect. There is a lot of people who've been talking about Zed. I've even heard some people say that he's the best European player right now. Definitely not something that I will say as well, because we can't be sure until this tournament's over, but we'll definitely keep an eye on him. Still on a 6 streak, gonna make it 7. Very, very impressive stuff, and finally gonna drop out, I think.
Oh, well, Zed is still going here, and with the rewind, 8-kill streak, all those score streaks ready as well. Rebuilding up that Scarab, and at 14-3. I mean, look how much time he's had on the hill as well. 2 minutes, 1 second. He's doing so much work here for Elevate, and this is a very impressive showing. 10 kills now, Jonas.
Yeah, just stop it, Zed. That's just disrespectful at this point. He's surely not going to pick up that. Finally going to drop to Monk. But how much damage has he done? He's got all of his score streaks now. And Intuition, for the past minute, it's not been that bad. They've been able to stay within a 100-point margin, which is still a lot, but it definitely definitely was. Well, I was expecting a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, 10 kill streak there. I think the only other highest one I've seen this tournament was by Bance, who also got a 10 kill streak. I'm not sure if anyone else has actually beat that yet, but here we go. The kill feed there completely dominated by Elevate. Of course, there is a minor respawn delay on Hardpoint as well, so that's just working against the boys of Intuition.
Yeah, Watson now on a 3-kill streak, just quickly looking at the leaderboards. Complicated for the Intuition boys. 8-15 for Zeno, 7-19 for Jumbo. Monk and Levox also going negative, not as much, but definitely not great in the slaying department. And you know, we say kills are in everything, but when there is such a huge gap, you've talked about the respawn delay. Just in respawn delay, that's a massive difference on time spent on the map.
Well, let's see what's going on with Jambo now. And a really good position there, just hiding behind the car, and you can see he's really locked this down, actually. He's got 3 kills under his belt as well. No reason to push out any further. Did need to go for that challenge, though. And once again, we see Elevate breach. But if anything, this maybe works in Intuition's favor. They can go for the early rotation.
Yeah, they can go for the early rotation, but Shawnee is already going to pick up the first kill. Someone to his right, is he going to know? He's surely in a great position, and his teammate's going to come in. This is just a very nice play from Shawnee, just staying alive, getting that early lead in this Hardpoint, and it just looks like, you know, Intuition can't do anything, and they're not doing that bad. Again, they've almost got 100 points. There is such a big difference between those two teams. You could expect a lot worse against a team like Elevate.
Well, let's see what's going on with Intuition. I mean, who's the top performer here, really, Jonas? I guess you could say 46 seconds on the Hardpoint by Levox. Is something, but 14 kills by Monk, pretty much just about hanging in there in the slaying department.
Oop, Watson killing his teammate as he kills Monks as well, and this should be it. This should finish on this Hardpoint 246. They're going to contest it surely, but it's going to drop out to Zed. And there we go. Elevate takes map number 1, 250 to 92. Great showing from the boys, really what we expected. And, you know, nothing against Intuition, but they're just not on the same scale as the other teams.
No, and that was that's another 100-point club. And we've got to say, Intuition had a lot of things going against them coming up in this tournament. They were going up against the second-seeded team. They were a late involvement in the actual Invitational itself. Well, they are the lowest seeding team in attendance.
By far.
By far. So much against them, and going up against Elevate as well. You know, real contenders to actually go ahead and do some damage here.
No, they definitely are, and you know, they are showing. We've talked a lot about the elite teams here, the top 5-6 teams in Europe, and every time we see them playing in those group stages, we've seen 3-0, we've seen dominant performances, whether it was the Uplink, the Hardpoint, or the S&D. They just don't really look worried and very uncontested right now.
And is that stress ball that they've got? Is that kind of to relieve some stress while they're playing? I don't think they've needed too much to that.
Well, it can not only help with the actual mental stress, but also the physical stress, and you know, sometimes the hand strain that you can get from playing too much. So definitely good to see some of the stress balls in there. Right now, they're having fun more than anything, and it looks like a pretty chill game for Elevate. Just you know, getting in tournament, playing in those line environments. But we've got veterans. I mean, they've been there before. Someone like Watson, Reedy, they've been there for years. Zed's only been there for a year and a half. And Shawnee, the new guy, really impressive stuff from him. Really a player to look out.
Yeah, absolutely. And really making a mark here in the Invitational. Of course, $25,000 up for grabs in prize pool. And that first place position will grab 5,000 pro points per play, which is an incredible amount. That pretty much sets you up for the season.
Yeah, I think this means so much more than the actual prize pool at stake. I think that the teams here are really coming in for these pro points. Teams like Splice, you know, they'll be fine. They have enough pro points. They're playing more for the seeding, for the glory. But other teams, you know, like Epsilon, like Aware, like Imperial, those pro points are extremely important because nothing is certain yet for this MLG Atlanta pool play and ESWC. So there is a lot of pressure. Right now, we can't really tell by this game, but when we come into later today, there's going to be games like Elevate against Epsilon. Those games are going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, this is it. So top 6 are going to be getting their position at MLG Atlanta, top 8 for ESWC in terms of pro points. And whilst you say, Jonas, we do have a rough idea of how that's going to pan out, this invitational can change everything.
Yeah, well, it can change everything. We have a rough idea. We do expect Orbit, Elevate, Splice, and Infuse to be there. But then whether it's going to be Fnatic, Aware, Imperial, I mean, there is room for a team to upset everyone here and grab those pro points and go up in the leaderboard. But before we get to that, we're going to go to map number 2. It's going to be Search and Destroy. And is it going to be, are they going to win a round, I guess, is the question for Intuition.
Well, I think they'll be able to take one, you know. As we switch over, there's a lot of time to sneak around in. Whether they will win, very unlikely. I do want to start off with Reedy on this, as I want to see what he's going to be able to do with the sniper. But as you can see, the map flying through here, just illustrating the bomb site. Site B tends to be the favorable one from what we've seen at this invitational, so likely going to be seeing the pushes. And a quick look over those rigs, Jonas, there, pretty consistent. Exactly, and Reedy again with the sniper, someone we see time and time again using the sniper in S&D over the past couple of years, with pretty much great success. He's one of those guys that has been able to make a difference with sniper, definitely up there with Tommy, and he's not going to see anyone, kind of a weird strat from the Intuition boys, but they've got to take risks. So despite the fact that it's not paid off, I like the risk taking. Yeah, and Reedy, such good awareness here. He knows they've gone for the flank right around the back. Great shot, though, from Zeno. And this is their opportunity to go for the break. Yeah, 4-on-3 situation. They've got 30 seconds to retake that bomb and go for the defuse. They're going to trade efficiently. It's a one-on-one situation. I believe it's going to be Monk against Watson, the veteran. Watson should have it. He has. He just needs to play the time. Yeah. Watson needs to be smart here. This is an easy one. Needs to check. It's going to be... He's got more than enough time. More than enough time. He was always going to check. Watson's not going to go down like this. Easy 1v1 for him. Actually, it was a little scary because he did take a lot of bullets. He did, and time was really ticking away there, and you could see he just wanted to stay back to regenerate his health, and he wanted to play the time appropriately, you know, lead it to that 7.5 cut-off point, but... Well, actually, in this situation, I think that Intuition player grabbed the bomb, Monk grabbed the bomb when it was 12 seconds left, so mathematically you just have to go at 7.5 and you know you won, so very, very easy play for Watson there to get that 1v1. Now it's going to be that Intuition squad on the attacking side, they're going to pick up the first kill. All right, so great start from them. And the question was asked, against the caliber of team like Elevate, are Intuition going to be able to grab anything from this game? Will he be able to win a round? Well, now's a great opportunity to try and do that. I like the rotation towards the other bomb site. However, they should have let someone in the back to bait and to not give out the information to Elevate that they were rotating. Because right now, Elevate understood straight away what was going on. They're not going to be able to defend the bomb site because they're going to come in just now. And actually, it's going to be 1v3. Zed's going to pick up 2 players. It was a 1v4, actually. Sorry. There we go, Zed just hanging on, very unfortunate there not to make that kill. And he's just getting ready on that bomb site. No. Oh, he's got his work cut out. Surely he's not going to do it. Oh, that's an interesting use of the rewind. Well, he just wanted to stay alive long enough. And no, 1v4 from Zed. Wow. And that is just tragic from Intuition. And really, this is where you see the difference between the elite players and the amateurs, where it really shouldn't have happened. They were a 2-on-1 situation. That first double kill, okay, he goes in, grabs 2 kills, but then it's a 1-on-2. And they don't go in together, they don't leave any opportunity to trade, just go separately and leaves enough room for Zed to go for both kills. And they go and check bombs at random times. Just very, very tragic stuff to see. Very, very nice. And we as we said before, we've heard a few people hail Zed as the new champion of Infinite Warfare, if you like. And he's putting on an impressive show. Well, yeah, and again, no offense to Zed, he played that right, but it was really big misplay from Intuition, and now Zed has all the confidence in the world, just gonna run mid-map, pick up that first kill. As I say that, Jumbo is gonna pick up 2 as well, leaving that in a 2-in-2 situation as Zed picks up his 2nd kill in this round. 6 kill streak for him. Wow, this is going to be complicated. He's in a 1-on-2. Surely, again, he's not going to do it. I mean, he's unlocked bombardment on Search and Destroy as well. He's just absolutely... On 3rd round? Yeah, exactly, on the 3rd round. It's not even over yet. Surely not. And he does go down. Finally, that would have been tragic. But it is, there we go, there's the first round to Intuition, so showing some resilience here against Elevate.
Yeah, finally. And again, the worst part is not even that this is their first round and that this is 2-1. It should have been 2-1 in their favor. They actually should have been up because they shouldn't have lost a 1-on-4. So let's see if Intuition can keep it up. Maybe, you know, Elevate is slightly underestimating the other team right now. You know, they've had the first easy maps, first game of the day. Zed just had a 1v4. You know, they might not be taking it as seriously as they should now.
Well, they've got the opportunity here to do something. And as we say, Search and Destroy could potentially be the downfall of Elevate.
Yeah, first blood.
Seeing good first blood. That's not the first time we've seen first blood.
4-on-2.
Very, very nice indeed. Shawnee and Watson, the two remaining players of Elevate.
Ooh, very nice kill from Xeno. And there we go. It should be another round and tying it up for the Intuition lineup. I highly doubt that Watson's going to be able to do the 1-4 this time around. It's not in a great position to do so.
He's going to give it a crack. Oh, and he's just going to get picked from the flank. And that is going to be 2-2. Jonas, as you said, Intuition could quite easily be ahead here.
Yeah, and honestly, very easy round as well. Ace, no one died on the Intuition side, so kind of worrying for the Elevate boys. You know, we talked about slip-up maps. We've talked about the elite teams being completely uncontested, and there we see finally what we expect to see at least once in the tournament. One of the elite teams maybe, you know, again, not being as focused as they should be, not taking it as seriously as they should. Sure, they should be able to walk with the win, even if they lose this S&D, but why risk it?
Absolutely. And when are we going to see these score streaks brought into play, attack or defense? What do you think?
It's probably going to use them in defense because it's going to be quite hard to use if you're attacking. What? And team kill was a trophy. Literally threw his grenade and trophy exploded and creates a little amount of damage. That was just enough, and it was it's a one-on-one situation again. Very nice from the Intuition boys.
Can they clutch up? This would be really, really big from them. Monk making his way. He's trying to decide on which bomb site to move towards. Shawnee
just being very patient. And
the bomb.
He knows the Intuition players have just been running around for pretty much the whole map now. So he's expecting to get lucky and is going to receive a lot of damage, but Monk not able to convert the kill. Don't shoot unless you're 100% sure that you're going to be able to make the kill. That's like one golden rule in S&D, especially in a 1v1. Yeah. Now, Shawnee is aware of his whereabouts. He's going to be able to rotate back, but he wasn't able to grab that player, and time's ticking out.
Well, he does have the bomb in hand now, and this should quite easily be a plant. Are we going to be able to see the defuse from Monk? Let's get on board with him.
Yeah, is he going to be able to find Shawnee in time? And yes, he is! And Shawnee! Very, very nice reflexes and movement right there to pick up that kill. I didn't think he was going to be able to make it. Definitely didn't have the advantage we're going to be able to see on the kill cam. Oh, quick reaction that is. Very nice stuff from Shawnee. Just avoiding that Intuition team to be in the lead.
That's so unfortunate as well for Intuition, because again, that was potentially another round that could have gone towards them.
It could have been honestly, it could have been 4-2 right now, or 4-1.
4-1, absolutely.
Yeah, a bit disappointed.
So they're just losing out in those one-on-one gunfights, and it's really starting to cost them.
It is starting to cost them, but definitely some resilience, as you said earlier, from the Intuition team. This is what we want to see from a team that is coming in with no pressure, and that didn't even expect to be there. And look at Watson just kill himself. So right there, it's a 3-on-4 situation, bomb planted for Intuition, and maybe they're going to be able to walk away with that round again. 4-on-2.
Bomb is down. Oh, and good shot from the sky there. Zed's all on his own.
1-on-4 again, and he's going to be able to pick up the first kill. 2 players against him, not going to be able to do anything about it. 3-3. Again, think about those 2 rounds. Intuition could be well in the lead. Elevate's going to wake up. I don't know. I don't really know if they're not taking it seriously or Intuition are doing something right, but Intuition definitely taking a lot of risk. Again, very fast planned, attacking that A-bomb site that we haven't seen too much. Good stuff from them. I like this.
I mean, we could have been seeing a collateral there from Zed as they both just lined up for him. And it would have left it in a 1 versus 1. And my goodness, if he'd have pulled off another clutch like that, it'd have been ridiculous. 3-3 though now, Jonas.
Yeah, now that he's done it once, we kind of expect him to do it every time, but it can't really happen. But again, Intuition showing some real aggression, picking up 2 kills straight away. Bit too much aggression for Jumbo. It's going to be calmed down by Zed. And now 3 against 2. Intuition again with the numerical advantage early in the round.
And you can see them really
together.
Really clumping up. Couldn't be much closer there. And going for this collective push. They're trying to play the numbers game against Zed and Reedy, who've got to be smart about this.
Yeah, Intuition really acting as a unit. They don't really care whether the bomb's going to be planted or not. They just stick together, make sure they get the trade. They have the numerical advantage. It's a nice way to play it. But now it's going to be a little complicated as Reedy is in a very nice position to take out Zeno 2-on-2. And now it's going to be even more complicated as it's a 1-on-1. He knows where Reedy is, but he's got the upper hand.
Oh, and is Levox just going to go for the defuse? Would probably get it if he did.
Yeah, he actually would, but is he gonna have any idea where Reedy is? It's just taking a lot of time, and time's ticking out. Reedy is gonna be able to check the bomb, launch a grenade. Now, he knows where it is, but he's gonna run out of time. Unfortunately, very well played for Reedy.
And there's the salute as well. It doesn't matter, he does go down, but the round is won. Reedy might be struggling on the kill front, but in terms of the way he played that round, that was excellent, and he really took that one, pulled out the bag for Elevate.
And it was a little risky as well, Rel, because it literally, when you said Xenox could go for the defuse, he had more than enough time to defuse. So really kind of knew that that player would hunt for him. So very nice way of reading the other team's play. 4-3 now to Elevate, 2 rounds away from walking with map number 2, but it's definitely not over yet. We've seen some good stuff from Intuition. Can they keep it up, or are they going to crumble under pressure? We'll see that right now.
Well, the push seems to be coming an A this time, so not usually the favoured bomb site, but you can see they're pretty heavily committed to it.
Well, so is Elevate.
Yeah, they're aware, so we're going to see a big skirmish in the middle here. Can we see a dogfight in the air? It is going to be Elevate coming out on top, and all the kills there made so quickly as Elevate excel. 5-3 now, the scoreboard.
Yeah, very well played from Elevate, rotating very early to the other bomb site, knowing that Intuition's been committing as a unit to every bomb site every time they attacked. This time around, not going to get trapped, and this is the first convincing round that Elevate's won since the start of this S&D, so finally it's showing what they're made of.
Okay, well, bomb has been picked up. Could all end here. We could be seeing a 2-0 lead in this best-of-5 series, and it would mean Elevator on track. But what would be another 3-0 series? This Invitational has been dominated by them so far. Let's see what's going on at B here.
11 kills from Zed as well, and Jumbo's going to pick up the first kill. But unfortunately for them, Zed's got some score streaks, going to be able to take a kill. Now it's going to be 1-on-2 situations, more score streaks available, and there we go. Elevate's going to take map number 2-6-3. Not as convincing as we'd like it to be, whether it was just Intuition taking risk and surprising Elevate, or Elevate not taking it too seriously. I don't know, but they don't look very happy about that win.
Well, he really bashed their heads together towards the end there. You saw a different Elevate in them last 3 rounds. Apart from that, it really was neck and neck, in stark contrast from the Hardpoint game, which was so one-sided. Elevate took it 250-92. They are now in a great position in this series. Jonas 2-0 up and just 1 round away from solidifying their first win at the Invitational. Yeah,
this Uplink game should be just another day at the office for the Elevate boys, but this S&D definitely wasn't, and if it hadn't been for Zed performing the way he did and doing this 1v4 at the start of the game, it could have been a completely different story. Again, like we said, we don't really expect Elevate to slip up on a game like Uplink or Hardpoint, but this S&D could have slipped up. Slightly worrying. I'm sure they'll pick it up for the next games. Still look very confident.
Brilliant. All right, well, we are going to be getting set up for Uplink on the throwback.
Watson having a little wink at the camera right there. Very relaxed.
And the stress ball making another appearance as well. It's like a lucky mascot there for Zed.
It is, and it definitely paid in his favor. 12 kills from Zed. Only 3 for Watson, and even falling off the map. Really only 4 kills despite doing a 1v2. So once again we talked about the importance of slaying, but so is it the importance of just a few kills. Sometimes you can make 2 kills a map, but they are going to be the 2 most important kills, and that is what Reedy did with this 1v2. The Intuition boy, fair play. Showing resilience, tried some different things in this S&D, definitely showing their worst and proving proving that maybe, you know, this experience was good for them.
Well, I mean, we've said already how difficult this has been for an experience for Intuition, but I mean, just the fact that they're here is at least going to grant them access to some pro points and really boost their rating in the European scene. That certainly gets them a little bit of exposure and the experience as well against some of the top teams in Europe. And that was Watson and Zed working on the secret handshake. I think they're going to need a bit more practice at that.
And you're right with those pro points. Actually, it means a lot to Intuition. That trip was well worth it. That's 900 pro points each. I'm not even sure. They could have gained more pro points here than they actually have overall. I don't really know the pro point ranking, but I'm sure it's actually pretty close.
Well, I mean, especially with a pro point cap in terms of how many you can earn per day now, these events come all that more important. So getting off at a great start in the early competitive European scene is exactly what they would want. And as we say, I mean, just their sheer appearance here is certainly going to grant them access to some.
It definitely does, but another team is needing those pro points going to be elevated. They don't really need them that badly, but they want to have those pro points from GFINITY. There's going to be other competitions around the corner. There is one team that is wanting to qualify for the World League season in inland environment later this year, and we just had a quick look at the beautiful trophy that the winners are going to take home. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of like you say, Jonas, as well. Elevate are pretty solid in their position in terms of pro points, just dropping behind Splice, who are quite far ahead after their successive back-to-back 2K wins. So I don't think they're in any particular trouble of dropping out of these big international and European tournaments.
Well, think about it. There's still what, 5K each at stake here? That's a lot of pro points. Imagine if a team maybe like Fnatic and imagine if it was if there was a lot of sets in this tournament, and then they go to MLG Atlanta, and you know it's kind of a disappointing one again, then to ESWC. You know, nothing's certain yet. There is a lot of pro points that are going to be attributed in next few tournaments across the next few weeks and months.
Absolutely, it would really shake things up if we saw some surprise team excel. However, from what we've seen from pool play, it's been pretty by the book. Most predictions, albeit maybe not on map count, have gone the way that we would expect, and we are seeing the stronger teams shine through.
Absolutely, and we should again on this next map. It's going to be Uplink on a throwback. Once again, not expecting much from Intuition, so let's see how much of a fight they can put in.
All right, well, I'm not out of it just yet. I am expecting a landslide victory here from Elevate on Uplink. We'll see if that pans out that way as we see some early kills being made. The big push is being made by Elevate. That's a nice throw by Reedy.
I'm definitely expecting a massive score line, like something like 18-0, 20-0. I literally wouldn't be surprised. And there we go. We see Reedy waiting to score and to make sure his teammates had control of the drone in mid-map. Intuition overextending to make sure they don't get spawn trap coming back for the reset, but they're not going to make it in time. Reedy going to pick up the drone again, going to wait until they have mid-map control. Knows there is someone, is going to juke it, and there we go, second cap.
Absolutely love that play there. Had the support from Watson as well. And I mean, Intuition they've gone right round on a rotation and completely left themselves exposed. Big gamble, and it didn't pay off.
Yeah, but it was definitely the right play to make. Sometimes you've got to let the 2-point go by so you can make sure that it doesn't go through a massive relay. So I like the play. This is something that we used to see a lot past season. We're going to see a lot more again, especially on a map like Throwback. Mongan stay alive on left side of the map. There's just too much players coming at him, coming at his throat, coming in for his life. And Elevate, just very impressive start, outslaying the opponent team and playing this completely right.
That's right, and Elevate, big slays made from them. Really open things up as we see the uplink drone, and that's been captured. He's not going to be able to make the push. He's going for the throw. He's going to miss it again. I've seen so many people miss that throw.
Yeah, it's a little surprising for a team of the caliber of Elevate. Definitely going to make sure that this doesn't happen against one of the elite teams they're going to be playing surely later in the tournament. Teams like Splice or Fnatic or Infused, these are not the kind of one-pointers that you want to miss.
No, and I mean, it kind of worked in their favor in the end because they got 2 points out of that miss. But hey, there you go. 6-0 is the scoreline early on.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to turn it into what we call the special hyper games last year, consistently missing the one-pointers. Definitely something that didn't help their uplink game, and maybe they could have been even a better team if that didn't happen. So got to work on these one-pointers. We were talking about the importance with the desk earlier, but right now, the Intuition team not even able to go for those one-pointers. They have barely had any control of the drone, 6-0 to elevate. They get the kills, they get the control of the map, and surely they're going to be able to go for more.
Oh, here we go. Zed now wanting to extend this lead even further.
Yeah, wrapping to the left side of the map. Every single Intuition player was on the right side. Zed just waiting for his teammate, very wisely gonna go for the one-pointer, and is gonna get it.
And again, another easy point as things just completely open for Intuition. They're almost reliant on them just spawning in the right place to get these cutoffs, and it's not going to work.
Yeah, well played from Jembo there, getting control of top red, and it's gonna allow Zeno to go for the one-pointer. He's gonna get it, and there we go. They finally did something special, very nice attacking, and you can see how easy and fast this route through middle is. It literally took about 4 seconds after he had the drone until he could go for the one-pointer.
Yeah.
So definitely got to be very, very careful about that route.
All right, here we go with Levox now in possession of it. We are seeing a little bit of a different Intuition team here. They seem to have got the setups a little bit better than they had before. But yeah, aside from that, it's just getting shut down once more, and Intuition really struggling.
Yeah, pushing the left side of the map, trying to get the setup, but they don't have the drone control, and Watson is causing a lot of problem middle map, picking up 3 kills, and this is gonna allow Elevate to go for another 2-pointer. It's gonna be Zed, and this is the problem. If you're Intuition, sure, you need to go for the control of the map. You can go set up in the left side, but you've got to make sure mid is clear first, and that you're actually going to be able to get drone control, because if you don't, just get punished for it. It's just what happened. Very large lead for Elevate, and map control once again with Shawnee on top of the train.
And this is it, and Shawnee's just kind of holding back now. There's no reason for him to go any further. And he does get shut down eventually. Intuition need to capitalize on these open spaces.
No
Nearly.
Nearly happened. Again, that can't happen. All 4 of them goes through mid-map, and Zed almost picks up a triple kill out of that. They've got to be a little more careful. They basically all jumped in the same place, looking at the same spot, and they've got to have a little more coordination.
And we'll go back on board with Intuition then. Monk is 14-11.
Not bad.
It's not bad at all. Jambo 14-13 as well. So in terms of Slane, both of them not doing too shabby at all. But as this first side pans out, we are going to see 9-1 lead going towards Elevate. There's still plenty of time, though, left for Intuition to get back into this. I just can't see it happening, Jonas.
I can't see it happening, but at the same time, nice resilience again. 9-1 isn't... Okay, it's a bad scoreline, but it's not that large. We could have seen a lot worse. And furthermore, in the slaying department, if you look at it, we've got 2 players going positive for Intuition. So obviously, it doesn't bring them much uplink points, but still something to note that it's not all bad.
Well, we are seeing some of the rig payloads now being unlocked, and there's a rewind coming into play by Zed. Good use of it.
Yeah, I like when you use the rewind to be aggressive and go in a position where you know you're probably going to die, but you're going to gain a lot of information. You're going to gain maybe map control. You're going to surprise your opponents, and you just go back and stay alive. This is the kind of use that I like. Obviously, there's tons of use that you can do, but it was a nice one from Zed. Not going to get much from it, however. The kills coming in for Elevate. They didn't really have map control, but just staying patient is going to be able to get all the kills.
Certainly are. Let's see what's going on here with Shawnee, who does get shut down by Monk. Kills going back in 2. Not really much happening around that uplink drone, but that's only going to work towards Elevate's favor.
Okay, Reedy, left side of the map, picked up a first kill. Finally going to die. He was in a very dangerous situation, so good job by Intuition for cleaning it up. And you look at Zed. He's just a maniac running around the map currently. He's just trying to find as many kills as he can, and this is why he's such a dangerous player. Look at it. Just picked up 3 kills very easily. He's probably gonna go for more, and now he's causing a world of troubles for the Intuition lineup. Gonna pick up 1 more, and there we go. Just another day at the office.
6 kills back to back, and you could see him really making use of the environment there, getting on all kind of ledges. Skills go back in 2. It is Elevate that do seem to be having control and making continuous pushes here. And, you know, realistically, they really don't need to do anything. They just need to keep slaying.
Yeah, they really aren't either. They're not pushing that hard. They're just going for the kills. And right now, Intuition is just flooded by Elevate players applying a lot of pressure in the camp. And that's, you know, that's what you want in a Uplink. You need to have that map control. You need to have that pressure to go for the spawns, exactly what Zed was doing. Now it's 10-1 with 3 minutes left, so sure, theoretically there is enough time for Intuition to come back into the game. But with the way it's been looking, I doubt that they're going to be able to make it. It's going to be a one-pointer as well. This is just pure embarrassing. 4 players looking at the drone, and not one of them is able to stop him before he goes for the one-pointer. Yeah, that really shouldn't have happened.
No, but hey, there you go. Gonna keep flicking back and 2 until somebody makes a push on this drone. There's the center point. It's Watson who cleans up 2. Things do open up, but he doesn't want to go for it. He's just wanting to continue this rampage he's on.
Yeah, Watson is going 22 and 14, 26 and 15 for Zed. This isn't the first time we've seen Zed going off. It just feels like my only concern with the way that Zed is playing right now, and it might be because they're playing against a team that, you know, let's say they might not be playing the same way that they usually would. It just feels like Zed is playing alone in his corner, and all 3 players are playing together. They're playing as a unit, but Zed is just, you know, that crazy element going around the map, doing what he wants, but just causing a world of trouble. Because it's very annoying when you're playing against a team and there's one player, you just never know where he is, but he's making kills right, left, and center.
It could be, but here we go. Uplink drone has been picked up once more. Just get shut down. And again, it's out right in the open. Anybody's game. But with the time left remaining, it's just not going to go towards Intuition. I mean, there's really not much more to say other than this has been an absolute stomping by Elevate. And as expected, they're going to be walking away with a 3-0 lead here.
Yeah, they definitely are, and it's also going to be the last time that we're going to see Intuition. We're going to say goodbye to them in this tournament, not able to produce much to get a win or even win a map. Despite this, they showed us a better face maybe in this game, showing some resilience, showing some good S&D plays, risky. I hope they enjoyed the time here and that they gained a lot of experience, and I hope that we see a little more from them in the future, maybe with a better form and you know, less mistakes.
Well, this is it. I mean, they've turned up, they've got the experience under the belt now, and that counts for a lot. You know, if you start going up against teams who are brand new to the game, and at least you've competed at an event and you've played against these top teams, you can learn a lot from playing against them, and they're the positives they've really got to take from this. They have just secured 2 points on the board there, but it will just be a consolation for them.
Have you learned a lot from your playing experience against good teams?
For me, well, I lost to bad teams, so that was just, so you know, what can I learn? But further 2 points again, just catching up a little bit, but there really is nothing they can do here to actually balance things out. And that is gonna be it. Elevate are gonna be advancing with their first win of the Invitational. It's a 3-0 victory against Intuition, and they really make their stamp here at CWL London. Intuition, they fought valiantly, but they will now bow out. All 3 games in their pool have been lost, and commiserations to them. But Elevate, they're looking strong to go into the later stages.
Yeah, they're looking strong. You know, that was an expected win. It wasn't so convincing in S&D, so I look forward to see them play against an actual good team. We'll see what the game against the other team is going to look like. I look forward to it.
All right, well, we've thoroughly enjoyed casting over that. Guys on the analyst desk, Bryce, what did you think of it?
Thank you very much there, Rel. Well, you know what? It was a 3-0. It was expected.
Yep.
It may be not as big of a beating as I was expecting, but I think that's maybe because Elevate took their foot off the gas.
Yeah, I mean, they never really came out third gear, did they? It was just a casual game and never really looked that uncomfortable.
Really
at
had
any
a sniper for
Yeah.
Uplink.
Yeah.
And it just kind of tells you where the game was at that point. The search and destroy was close. Intuition put up a pretty good fight in that one. But there was just some stuff that was really confusing. Like Zed gets a 1v4. The one guy comes out and challenges. The other guy just runs straight off the map. I don't know where he was going. I was like, when I saw that, I was like, oh my god! Like, and it's like a game where like they could have, if they win that round, they win the game. It's a longer series.
Well, I don't know if they win the game.
Well, they win
the
search and destroy.
Make it a bit more interesting.
I don't know if they win the search and destroy. like
closer to winning it.
They get closer to winning it.
Yeah, true. I probably gave him a little bit too much credit there.
Yeah, I said it was.
I still find some way to lose it. Yeah.
I'm sitting there, one more round. You know,
for some reason I thought it was closer. Yeah, no, they probably don't win. I mean, they probably just get another round, to be honest.
Yeah.
They'll end up losing it.
All right, we'll go into these map by map in just a second. But first, we are going to throw it down to the floor. It's Lottie and Reedy.
Thank you very much, Bryce. I am with Reedy now from Elevate. So great game. Congratulations, that was fantastic. So Intuition was seeded quite low, lowest I think, and it's quite a tough, well not a tough, but quite an easy group for you guys. Do you think that your expectations are quite high now going forward?
Definitely not high. Like we're seeded second, but Epsilon's in our group who came fourth at quad champs. So we play them next. It's going to be a really hard game. Provided we win that game, we should be set for the tournament, easily top 4.
They also gave you quite a close game on S&D. Would you say that's one of your lowest game modes, or your hardest ones?
No, we just wasn't trying. Literally messing around. We're just joking with each other. We wasn't concerned at all. They're a pretty bad team, to be honest. I don't want to seem disrespectful, but they shouldn't really be here. They got lucky because the team dropped out, and they submitted this email when they were 30th seed, which blows my mind. So.
Okay, fair enough. And also having a player like Zed on your team slaying, does that help alleviate some of the pressure in some of the game modes like Hardpoint?
Yeah, Zed's great to team with. He's really talented. He's got reactions. His reactions are unreal. He's really fun to team with. He's also a odd individual. He will move at you mid-game. So he's fun to play with, though.
Would you say that he's carrying the team, or is he quite a team player? Like, for example, are you separating right now?
He's a team player. He likes to run on by himself sometimes. He needs to knuckle down a bit, but that's what I'm there for, to keep him in check. And I don't think he's ever had that in his career. So this year, he's really turning up, and he's becoming the player that he can be, like, really, really good. One of the best in Europe.
Great. Thank you so much, Reedy. Back over to you, Bryce.
Thank you so much. And so much in that interview that I think we have to cover.
Phenomenal answers.
I think you should just tell us how he really thinks.
Yeah. You know, really, usually he does sugarcoat things.
Felt like he was holding some things back.
Yeah. You always say, you know, he's always going to be an honest interview, and it's always entertaining at the very least. But yeah, obviously he's kind of spoke his mind about his team, the team they're going against there. We kind of guessed right, saying they did take their foot off the gas. I had to go back to this bit in the interview.
Yeah, it was low for me. I kind of asked.
It's I think he said that Zed moves at him mid-series.
I mean, he's a peculiar guy.
Zed is a little bit.
That's weird.
Little bit weird.
I don't think I've ever mooed at anybody. I can't really recall a time where.
Start doing it in the office
I
when you're
started
back in America.
Nah, not going
just
to
freak Maven out.
Nah, I enjoy my job. I'm pretty sure they would like. I just started going into work mooing at people. I'm pretty sure they would like.
Just a Maven.
Yeah.
It'd be absolutely fine.
No.
Maven will just think he's going crazy.
Not be okay.
All right, well, let's kind of go through this map by map once again. Hardpoint, let's cover that quickly.
To me, my situation probably got more points than I thought they were going to, and I think they only got around 70. So, I mean, that really just explains what we were expecting. For me, it's just the whole series that would just elevate whenever they were just coasting.
It's impossible. It's impossible to come back in a hardpoint game like that because you're forcing to play for all of the hill times. So you're forcing to go towards the later part of the hills, which obviously if you don't win them, the opposing team gets the entire time. If you win them, you spawn them out over by the next hill and they just take the first 40 or 50 seconds. So you're never going to win hardpoint games like that if you're Intuition. You need to get off to a better start.
All right, well, I don't really want to cover it too much. I think there's not an awful lot to be said. Let's move on to Search and Destroy them, because although it was 6-3 and although Elevate said they were messing around, you know, they still did lose a few engagements. Yep. It wasn't flawless by any means.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about that 1v4 round. If that changes, it might change the game slightly, but I said, you know, Elevate weren't really trying probably their best in that game, and that 1 versus 4, I mean, when you watched it, as he said, it was just so strange. There was nothing really from Intuition to say they were going to try and counter it. They just let Zed do it.
Yeah, and I think you see the biggest difference between these top European teams and some of the teams kind of lower in the pack in a game mode like Search and Destroy. Obviously, the pace of play slows down greatly. But you saw, like, there were a few times where, you know, Intuition would pick up a kill and then they'd have one person drop, and there was nobody there to trade it. You see there's no teamwork, no coordination, no kind of strategy coming out from them.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe they need something to work on. I mean, if you're ever going to play a really big team like Elevate, S&D is sometimes, you sometimes see these S&D specialist teams. You sometimes even if you get a few good routes, a few good engagements, maybe, a counter of play style, you can sometimes get away with it.
Well, it's one thing these pro teams do so well, and they're so fast that just when one person dies, getting another body there to trade that kill out, not letting that person get away with their life. You see when Intuition plays, it's like they maybe have one person drop, and that other person's just a second or two too late, and that lets the other team get a big two-piece and open up a round.
And so, all right, let's move on to the uplink then. And Reedy had a slightly unorthodox tactic, I think, in this one.
Yeah, this one was just a beatdown from the side of Elevate. And I think Uplink, as like, a lower ranked team, so to speak, I feel like Uplink is probably the hardest game mode to play against the top pro.
There's such a gulf, isn't there?
I think it's practice. I just don't think the lower teams practice it anywhere near as much.
I think it's practice, and then unlike Hardpoint, where it's like a set rotation and you know where you're going to be fighting at all times, it's like Uplink, the drone can go anywhere. So sometimes, like when you're down and the other team's up top, you got to bring it a route that you're not used to going. So I think there's a lot of different variations in Uplink that make it very difficult for some of the lower tier teams to play.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree. Well, that's pretty much wrapped that one up quite nicely. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, big game going down. Fnatic versus Imperial. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London here in the GFINITY Arena. 16 of the best have joined us, but we are halfway through the group games. Another one coming up, though, a big one for the way this goes down. Joining me to break it down, it is, of course, the Frenchman Jonas and the Ginger Momo.
Thank you very much. One way to introduce me. I've been called worse by Bryce, so I'll take that one.
No, you haven't.
Much worse.
All right, well, the game we're going to be talking about, of course, is going to be Epsilon going against the Imperial. But before we do any of that, we need to take a look at the groups and kind of recap what has kind of happened today and everything that's going down. Is anything surprised you guys yet?
In all honesty, no. I think we're still getting into the meat of the tournament, if you like, you know, to see these good teams going head-to-head. This game we have coming up is going to be a good one. But as you can see by, you know, Group A, pretty standard. I mean, I would have said that's how it's going to pan out. Intuition had a very, very hard task into Group B, and C and D, as expected for me.
The only thing that strikes me is I was very disappointed by Fab Games. I was expecting better from them. I don't think they put up much of a fight, whether against Splice or Aware. So a bit disappointed by that, but other than that, you know, just the expected.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's nothing too far out of the ordinary there. A lot of this has gone the way we're expecting. Fab Games' later game against Bando is going to be one to watch. I think that's kind of redemption for both squads. Other than that, we've seen Elevate. They've already kind of stormed into this game. We know Intuition have not won a single game. That's their last game as well. So we've got the first team to have their last game of their tournament. So
I think as well to point out, a lot of people have said to me, like, those teams are both 0-2. What's the point in that game? A lot of pro points still to play for.
Yeah.
Don't forget that as well. These guys are coming, I think, for 13th to 16th, you get 900. Everything you go up, you will step up those pro points. It'll help you at future events, seedings. So it is very key.
All right, well, let's get straight into this one. First up, Imperial. Let's take us through this roster.
So obviously you have the veteran Shane. He's been there for a number of years.
It's been working out by the look of it.
Yeah, it's been working out, or maybe he's using that technique where you put your hands below your arms to make them look bigger.
That may be it. That might be it. He's good at it though. Look at them.
Yeah.
On camera, Shane. And then you've got obviously Enduro and Brain, two players which a lot of people are familiar with. Sam B is really the person that I'm looking at, you know, to stand out and make a mark here at CWL London. And so far so good for them. Obviously picking up the one win. I mean, those stats, kind of one win streak, 100%. It looks very good right now, but they've only played one. This is the real
challenge.
Yeah, this is the one where, you know, they're playing against a team who is a higher seed. You know, well, technically not now, but a team which will challenge them, which will put up a fight. Yeah. And it's going to be very hard for Imperial, I think.
All right, well, speaking of challenge, let's look at their opponents. Epsilon. This roster is amazing. Momo, take me through it.
Well, it's the same roster that was at Call of Duty XP, of course. They came fourth. Great bunch of guys. They've all worked very, very, very hard to be where they are. However, super fast pace. Dave, Hawkey, and Vortex were kind of those original 3 SMGs that just went hell for leather at you. But they just seem so adaptable. They're versatile players, and they will challenge the best of the best in Europe. So definitely do not underestimate Epsilon. And again, one game, one win.
It's kind of this team, although you know they've had a great result at XP, just seem to have a little bit of bad luck that kind of runs through the course of them. I mean, Season 2, they didn't even make it to playoffs. Supremacy got there ahead of them. You know, and then they consistently proved that they were better than that team.
Yep.
But weren't able to make it. And then obviously coming into the shenanigans of this year, not a great start. Didn't see a lot from them. They had the issue coming into this tournament. They got here yesterday afternoon and had to just play late in the game. They were all very, very tired. So it's interesting to see how they kind of come out of this.
But you've got some teams like that that are not going to perform in like small tournaments or online tournaments, and when it comes to great championships, they'll step it up. It was the case at some point with the dream team that we had with Judd, Macat, Tomeno, and you know, they didn't perform great online. They had some disappointing results at LAN, and then when it came to the great championship Sunday, they would step it up.
All right, well, let's look at the maps for this one then and see if that gives us any clear indication of how it's going to go. Retaliation, Crusher, Throwback, Breakout, and Scorch will be the maps if we get all the way to map 5, of course. But anything there kind of scream and jump out at you?
I think Crusher S&D is going to be a big game for Imperial. I think the respawns are going to be so hard for Imperial. You know, that squad which has been together for so long, the chemistry in that squad, the individual skill, I think Epsilon are going to come out in the hard points. But Crusher S&D is a must-win game for Imperial in my eyes.
Yeah, if Imperial wants to win, I think that it has to go through 2 S&Ds, but Epsilon are actually good S&D team. I wouldn't say it's the best game type, but definitely a good S&D team. So Imperial, they need to steal the uplink, and they need to go for both S&Ds. I don't see them winning on Hardpoint.
Okay, I think that's a kind of a fair assessment of how we think this is going to go. Now, I said it's an interesting game for me because the Imperial, they're not a bad squad, but Epsilon, although kind of ranked not as highly this time around, everybody's still got that XP placement in their head. They're all sitting there going, we knew they were, what, maybe top 5 last year in terms of Europe, and then had kind of it's almost an anomaly, an out-of-the-ordinary result at XP. You could not really expect them to do that.
But it was a bit crazy to see. I just think you've got to look at Imperial. Yes, you know the players, but these 4 have not been a 4 for a long time. You know, Endura, you know, great player, great S&D player. He comes in, he fits in well with the team. But these 4, as a squad, you know, we don't really know enough about them as a team. We know individually what they're capable of. And you know, someone like Sambi, who's a bit inexperienced, we yet to see what he is. So it's very much experience versus individual skill.
Can Shane work his magic again?
Shane always works his magic.
He's done it in the past. He once took a team of YouTubers to 4th place. Let's not forget he's done that, but can he do it again?
Well, it's a bit different now. I think there is more elite teams that are more practiced. But to me, the thing that strikes out in this pool is that either Imperial or Epsilon might not make it out of groups, and that is a scary thought from a pro point standing because those 2 teams are just below that 6th place, which is a pool play for MLG Atlanta. So there is much more at stake here than just getting out of groups or winning this game, because we expect Elevate to beat both teams. Might not happen, but this is what's supposed to happen. So there is definitely, this is a huge game. There is so much on the line, and Epsilon might be feeling the pressure. I hope they're prepared.
If you're on the Imperial team, you got to kind of look at what's actually happened for them in this group. They got their original group, and they probably went, yeah, we probably can't beat Elevate. Supremacy, we could probably take. Prismatic, yeah, we should get that game. They're sitting there going, we probably could get out of groups here. You know, Supremacy, we think we could beat. Then it actually got even better for them. It was Prismatic and Intuition. They're like, okay, we've now made it out of groups. And then it changed again, and now they've got Epsilon in the group. So it's kind of had a roller coaster of emotions after the last couple of days.
Yeah, it took the words out of my mouth there. Roller coaster of emotions, and you know, thinking you were kind of having that safe route, that easier route, but it's going to be hard for them.
It most certainly is. All right, well, let's get these predictions underway. Jonas?
I'm going to go 3-0 Epsilon.
3-0, no maps dropped.
I hate agreeing with Jonas, but it's 3-0.
All right, 3-0 it is. Let's see if that's the way it plays out. So we throw it over to our casters. Please take it away.
Oh, Brycey, thank you so much. Yes, the crowd is filling in. Listen, crowd in the venue, you guys have thunder sticks. You've got the emotion of the European world. You're not jet lagged like Mr. X and I. I want you to get loud this series because I'm excited because of the fact that I actually think that this is one that could go to
may
game
see
5.
Breakout Hardpoint.
We may see
a game 4. I'm not promising it. We might see it, though.
Don't promise anything. Prior to this series, though, we did get to hear from one of the members of Imperial, Shane, with his thoughts on how he thought this one would play out.
We don't know what to expect of them because we haven't really played them, but I know I've teamed with 2 of them before, and the rest of them, they're all insanely good players. And it's just going to be who turns up on the day. We know we can beat them, but we know for a fact it's going to be an insanely hard game.
God, I love Shane.
It's a magical man. It's a magical man. And I think for me, in my opinion on this series, obviously you see Imperial jumping out to an early lead, is Epsilon's going to be aggressive in their face the entire game. They're going to just try and outslay Imperial. Imperial wants to play a little bit of a slower game, more control, not really that explosive. I think if they can keep that slow style of play, they can give Epsilon trouble. If things start to get out of hand, you know, the style of play gets a little bit chaotic, that's where I can see Epsilon starting to blow them out.
Well, right now, Imperial are out to an early lead. Shane with a solid start from him at 3-1. Does get cut down as the rotation begins to come in. Dave now playing in this top bedroom area. Does at least get one with this K-bar, and we'll just begin to try to lock this side down for his team. We saw some of the best teams today. They begin to think about this next spawn towards this top cathedral side very early on this hard point. You already saw right there, Dave, just looking towards that back area, wondering if that's where the pressure's going to come in from. He was right. That is where Imperial have pushed in towards. 40 seconds remaining on this lower street hard point, and I do believe a break is about to come in from Shane. No, the cleanup from Epsilon.
Yeah, if you're Imperial, just don't lose that back cathedral spawn. If you lose that, that's where Epsilon can really start to take control. They get that lower market hard point. They're racking up score right now. With 25 seconds left on this, though, maybe you challenge it one more time if you're Imperial, but it's so much more important to hold that back cathedral spawn.
Look at the minimap. Sam B and Dura all spawning all the way out. It's a clean break for Vortex and crew. Not only do they get control of the new spawns, Matt, but they're actually getting a part of the scrap time as well.
Yeah, and it's exactly, this is pretty much exactly what you did not want if you were Imperial. You didn't want to lose control of the hard point there towards the end, give up the scrap time, and give up the spawn. That's exactly what they did, and now they're going to be fighting with their backs against the wall here. But the spawns actually are coming very far away for Epsilon here, over by the back bridge. So it's going to be Vortex and Davey trying to lock it down against all four members of Imperial.
And this is where you thought the strengths of Epsilon would come in, though, Matt, is when they're able to get themselves a little bit of a setup and win the gunfights right there off the reset. It's just everything in the kill feed has been blue. Look, Dave now getting involved. Vortex does get cut down, but the kill really is for naught right now. They're even still spawning at this lower street. Look where Vortex is spawned up at. He's just right behind two Imperial players, can get the pinch for his team. I don't see Epsilon losing any more time on this hard point.
No, and the guys on Imperial are just so spread out because of their spawning situation that it's going to be very difficult for them to make any kind of push. Shane goes in. He's going to take the last 15 seconds or so, but now you go all the way across the map to Broken. This is another one where if Epsilon locks this down, they're going to take a ton of time.
I do actually love how Sam B has played this, though. He's gotten behind the players of Epsilon. Now, if he waits for his teammates to push out both bridge as well as this top scaffolding area, they would have forced the spawns all the way across the map. But as you saw right there, Imperial, they wind up sniffing it out. They get spotted. Epsilon do a great job of clearing out back Broken. They lock down the spawns of their team, and now they look to build this lead.
And this just feels like a game this far. Obviously, Epsilon in the lead right now. They don't have like a great control of this game. Imperial's definitely hung in there and played tough.
Yeah.
But I just find it hard to believe. I think Epsilon is just going to break this one open eventually. I feel like they're just kind of toying with Imperial right now.
Well, the slang quite even so far in this game. Really, Dave as well as Hockey, the two that are standing out for the most part. Everyone currently negative. Shane just broke into the positive side for the Imperial. 94-67 the scoreline right now, Matt. As you mentioned, you think Epsilon are going to take over. Not sure when exactly it's going to happen because Imperial keep doing this right here. They get the last little bit of scrap time and they keep the game within reason.
Yeah, I mean, your biggest part of the game will be the next Cathedral and Broken Hills. You see Brain just absolutely destroy Vortex there. We'll head inside to the hotel. And this, I feel like, this is a hill where you're going to see a lot of contention. I feel like this is just bonus time, right? If you're able to get a good chunk, great, put yourself in a better position going into the second rotation of hills. But a lot of the time we see both teams just kind of flying in. Nobody getting a good chunk of time on this hard point.
You know, we were talking a little bit about Shane, and I think statistically, of all the champs he's attended, he's got like the weakest stats.
I told Rated he was going to get 50 kills in this first game.
Oh, really? Well,
alive, yeah.
I think you had the wrong person as Brain there. You just saw the 4 times multi-kill, the major alert on Codcaster. He's on a 5 streak right now. Slower start from him, but now beginning to pick it up. Does get cleaned out up. It's 100-100. After the first rotation of hills, we're winding down this hotel hallway area. And as you mentioned, Matt, very scrappy. It's exactly what we've seen so far.
Yeah, Imperial's done a nice job, though, getting a good chunk of time. They're going to give it the last, 15 or so seconds here to Epsilon, so they'll get a little bit of a big lead here going over towards Bridge, but you have the side of Imperial set up over by Bridge, trying to push all the way, spread out the side of Epsilon.
Have we ever talked to Dave about why he has a Q in his name?
Nope.
Okay.
I assume probably because the name Dave was taken. Because
that's true.
For some reason in Europe, everybody just like names themselves their gamer tags or PSNs after just their actual first name.
Which actually kind of makes sense. I'm not actually mad about that at all. Something that I wish I did. Sam B cut down from that back broken area. It's been a lot of 2 pieces from these teams. You saw Desire and Dave try to bounce back, but Endura gets 1, Endura gets 2. As he'll hold off the pressure, and now the streaks begin to come in from Brain, who you saw earlier, that 5 times streak with the 4 times multi-kill definitely helped him earn those. 131-118 the score. Imperial so far on this bridge hardpoint have looked like the better team in the first 2 times we've seen it.
Without a doubt. They have jumped out to a lead here on the bridge, and they did that in the first rotation of Hill. So not too surprising. We'll take a look at the mini-map. As you can see, some players for Epsilon giving up on this hill. They're going to set up for that lower street.
Epsilon have just started losing a ton of engagements. The slaying is actually completely even now. 3 players negative for Epsilon. The only one standing out still is Dave, as he's at 19 and 12. The new hardpoint comes in, the biggest lead of the game for the Imperial. Active camo now earned as well. Could be extremely useful when we get towards these hardpoints that many consider the money hills on this map in Cathedral, as well as back broken. You see there, though, not expecting the pressure to come in from scaffolding yet. Vortex with a nice cleanup inside the hard point, as he'll try to help Epsilon claw back into this game.
Which it's interesting that Epsilon, they find themselves far behind here, and they're trying to mount the comeback, and the slaying is about even, because this series, I feel like, means so much more to Epsilon than Imperial. Like, I feel like the expectations this Epsilon squad are high, obviously, after their placing last year at COD XP. They're pretty behind in the pro points, I believe, 10th right now.
That's the big thing, too, is I think for all the teams in EU, from what we've seen in online performance, this has been one of the shakiest. This has been one of them that you need to see more from them. They're right on that cusp as well, where you think of teams like Aware, and maybe a little bit higher. I think you could rate them a little bit higher than Aware, but teams like 3G, they want to break into these top spots in Europe, and right now they're just on the cusp of it. A good weekend here for Epsilon could mean a lot for their confidence.
Well, look, Epsilon kind of holds their fate in their own hands, right? I mean, the team in 6th right now, I believe, is Supremacy. They are not here, not able to attend. And Epsilon, they have a perfect opportunity to get out of groups and get a ton of points to put themselves back into the top 6. And see, Hockey, he's going to actually drop inside of the hill. It does look like that the spot of Imperial is going to get a break. They're going to get sit up here with about 40 seconds left inside of Cathedral. So a ton of time they should be able to take.
Look at that. Endura just died to Desire, but because everyone else is spawning back bridge and back broken for the side of Epsilon, he just spawns up lower street, goes and shoots Desire in the back in the next 5 seconds. A little bit too passive a play right there from Desire's side, as he kept giving the team the lower street spawn. Imperial keeping this one in their favor, 188 to 178. And this is what we were talking about, Matt, when we even took over the mic from analyst test. The first thing you mentioned is this one could go 5 games, and this is showing it right here. Tons of lead changes so far. The rotation towards broken. This could define how the rest of this game plays out. And it looks like Epsilon are in full
It's a very smart play by Epsilon. I was a little bit scared that they were going to put at least one more push into Cathedral with about 20 seconds left, but they opt to rotate. They pick up all the kills on the rotation. They're going to make that time up back here at the beginning of Broken.
Look at the pinch from Vortex as well. This guy's pushing all the way towards lower street and scaffolding, and it's keeping the spawns pressured all the way out. A nice gunfight win as well. You just saw from Desire's perspective there by Hockey near that bridge area. All the lanes clear. The lead now back in favor of Epsilon, our 15th lead change of this game.
Yeah, this has been very back and forth with Cathedral and Broken being the 2 key hard points right now. Dave just doing all he can. 29 and 16, currently on a 6 streak. Make it a 7. He's going to take one out from behind. He's going to have 2 players right into the hard point. He's not going to be able to win either of those. 13 seconds left, though. Epsilon has done its damage. I think they can actually kind of give up on the last few seconds here. Go set up in Hotel.
Now, here's the thing for me. What have we seen so far this map, though? The Imperial on the top bridge hard point are disgusting. Can they get there, though? They have to stop Epsilon from winning here. Endura and crew, can they make it happen? Shane, 23 and 17, a great performance from him so far. They do get the kills in the rotation. They're back within 20. They've got some payloads to use as well as some tacticals and some grenades. Sam B just staying alive. He's got teammates watching over him. There's the pressure from Desire to break on in, though.
Yeah, they just need the one player to sit inside the hard point and just look over him down the hotel hallway. And you see, Sam B dies in the hill. Shane right there to pick it up. It's going to be very difficult for Epsilon to just kind of break this one by one. And just like that, Imperial's clawing right back into this.
Here comes Dave, though, on the flank. Gets one, but an immediate trade. There are some presence of the Epsilon players near this hard point. It's Shane who gets 2, nearly finds a 3rd, but it's Vortex with some clutch shots, and now they're looking to close the game out here. There's enough time for Epsilon to win it. They just see perfect gunfire. Brain with the 2-piece to break on through. Was that enough to slow out the game? I don't believe so. So the Imperials still have to push through this. Epsilon inside the hard point. They should be able to close it out here. 248, 249. No, they haven't done it as of yet. There will be a rotation towards the top bridge area. It's still possible for Imperial to do this.
Yeah, and right there towards the end, Imperial gets 1 kill, knocks Epsilon out of the hill, but Epsilon only 2 points away. 2 kills coming in for the side of Epsilon. They get control of the hard point, and they'll take game number 1, 250-224.
What a scenario right there. You see, in this final kill cam, Vortex has a player just behind the other side of the car. That player had rewind, but if he uses it, he leaves the objective and loses his team the game. So there, he wishes he could have used that payload ability. Unfortunately, though, would have lost his team the game. Epsilon, it was not easy, but it's what was expected in this first hard point. Yes, we got a close one, Matt. It wasn't 250 to 100.
Nope, that score was very reasonably close. Saw a lot of lead changes during that one. Shane actually goes 26 and 21 with the most objective time for his team, so he puts together a fantastic game number one. Dave just too strong, though, 34 and 21 on the side of Epsilon. And you saw once the pace of play just started to pick up, that's where Epsilon started to take control.
Yeah, there was some shaky moments there. I would love to see the difference in that top bridge hard point of how much Imperial really did win it in the first half of the game. But in the end, it's Epsilon who come out on top. They're now up 1-0. We'll be sure to pull up the scoreboard for you so you can take a look at exactly how it all broke down. Dave, 34 and 21. He was the guy that when his teammates slowed down a little bit, Matt, he kept the pressure on.
Yeah, no, he obviously did a fantastic job in the slaying department. Desire does not have the best of games, only 17 kills, but he has a ton of objective time.
Yep.
And where Imperial got a lot of their points, Jack, obviously over by the bridge, but then their first hotel hallway rotation, they did a good job getting a lot of time there. Everything else, you know, they didn't get a good hold on Cathedral, didn't get a good hold on Broken. That's where you saw Epsilon really start to pull away.
Well, we're going to be getting into game number 2 here momentarily. It will be Crusher, Search, and Destroy. Some closer maps this time, Matt. I didn't get to hear your perspective too much on it, but earlier today we saw 6 plants from Splice against Fab on just the side of Splice every offensive round. If you're a coach of that Fab team, what are you saying to them?
Play defense?
Okay.
I mean, you can't just let the guy walk right up to the bomb site and plant it down. I mean, you have to show some kind of presence over there. Like, even if you're not going to be aggressive and, like, push over towards it, like, at least shoot a few bullets at him. Like, don't let him just, like, run up, plant the bomb, then run away. I mean, I think you have to show at least a little bit.
I think I've been casting for a little bit over 2 years now. You're 2.5 years. Okay, well, you know what?
Finish your point.
We're against Maven. That's where we are, not against each other.
It's true.
I don't think I've ever seen that. I genuinely don't think I've ever casted a game where the team planted 6 times, including the overtime, including the round 11.
And what's kind of mind-boggling about that is, like, you probably know in-game what is happening. Like, hey, we just keep letting them get bombed down. And it's like there's zero adjustment. It's like, well, maybe let's just push straight to the bomb site. Maybe
they did try that, but Splice, in the 2 rounds that Fab tried it, went to the other side. It was a perfect blind call. So the 2 rounds that Fab pushed through B, Splice had perfectly called to go towards A.
Yeah, I guess sometimes you just kind of, don't want to say get lucky with those blind calls, but obviously when a team is pushing straight through a bomb site and you conveniently elect to go towards the other, that is pretty fortunate for your team. But still, I don't think you can, I mean, I know you cannot give up that many plants to a team. I do not expect to see that in this one. I definitely think you're going to see more contention for the bomb sites.
Now, what I'm watching out for as the series goes on is, yes, Epsilon at times looked a little bit shaky. Dave really did leave that team at 34 and 21. Can Shane keep up that performance he had in game 1? Because if Shane doesn't do what he does right there, leading his team not only in slaying, but in objective time and overall presence of the map and rotations, I mean, where does the Imperial end up? It's the veteran leadership they've got in Shane on this lineup. We're getting into game number 2, though, between Epsilon and the Imperial. We hope you're enjoying the coverage of the CWL London Invitational presented by the PS4. There's a look at the trophy in the foreground and the background. The Epsilon players thinking of hoisting that at the end of the weekend, but do I got some news for them.
Splice is pretty good.
Yeah.
Splice is pretty good. That would be my news to them. Yes. I would say focus on
orbit our thing.
Focus on Imperial.
Yes.
Let's get through Imperial. Then let's worry about the rest. I think Epsilon, look, they would be thrilled with making it into brackets, getting some more pro points. I think that's really what their goal is.
Let's start it off. It's going to be a pressure towards the outside site here at B. It's a 2-2 stack from the side of Epsilon, which already seems like an interesting setup. As you will see players immediately flying on in, kills being traded it out. That is Shane and Sam B making it a 2-on-2, so still a very winnable round if you're on the side of the Imperial.
Yeah, and a look at this flank actually coming in from Epsilon as well. So all Hockey has to do is just play his life and just wait out enough time for Desire to make this play. And Shane's actually going to get very aggressive.
Shane's elite.
Hockey out, and now they're going to push straight through this. Fantastic play there by Shane.
Shane is elite, man. 2-0 start from him. How does the offensive team play this one? They have spotted him. There it is. Beautiful positioning. They play passively, wait for the flank, and that'll be a round win for the Imperial where they get first-blooded. First 2 kills actually go in favor of Epsilon, but because they're there to follow up their teammates, They traded right on out, and then Sam B and Shane don't look back. The duo win that round for their team.
Yeah, I mean, if you're from the offensive side, you will take that all day. If you can work things down into a 2v2 scenario, and obviously they do not know that the players on Epsilon are so spread out, but if you're the offense, it's a perfect situation to be in, and we'll see what Epsilon does now on the offensive side of their own. So it looks like they're going to actually go towards them.
I mean, Dave's hitting the wall run if he's got this weapon in his hand. Okay, maybe not. Surprised to see this type of play. Gonna challenge a bomb, which does make sense. 4 players though in position here from the Imperial. They're gonna go for the stretch. Trophy system defense already. It's destroyed though, and yeah, this is he's got to back that up, and he's actually not able to get out with his life. It's Shane striking first blood. Hawkey trying to watch over his teammates towards this back rock area. Numbers now in favor of Epsilon. Vortex soaring on through. Tries to get out with his life. He's got the help of his teammates there. 1-to-1. That's the team's tied up.
Yeah, just so many nades there on the bomb. Not able to get it down. He actually gets taken out while trying to plant, but the rest of his teammates just flying straight through the site, getting very aggressive. So many good sight lines when you're pushing there over towards the B site.
Makes sense from Hawkey to challenge that. He had his teammate already pushed through L, so thought that there was a trade opportunity for the other team and made sure to stop it. 1-to-1 now, so we've seen how both teams like to play defense and how both teams have actually succeeded on the offensive side of things, and that's by getting aggressive towards the back rock and pushing out their opponent. Look at this map split up right now, though. Brain playing this off angle in this corner of Factory will get first blood for his team, as the 2-2 split from Epsilon doesn't look like it'll be the right call here on defense.
Well, I think they know how aggressive Epsilon is as a team just in nature, so they spread out. They wait for a player to just come on the flank, and they get an easy first blood there onto Dave. So now it's going to put Epsilon in a very tough position. You see how spread out they are. And Imperial just going to sit back, try and play for another pick.
Yeah, even there, just shoulder peeking, dropping down before they can get cut down. And you'll see the rotation now on the minimap. How prepared is Hawkey for this? He's got the NV4. Did he spot the player around the back crate? I do believe so. But him by himself, I mean, he's got to run away, right? He's got to get out with his life.
Yeah, there's no reason for him to challenge this. I mean, he knows at least 2 players are there. You expect at least another, being the bomb planter, to be in this location. So he has a very good idea there's 3 players there. Brain takes out both of his teammates there. Not in a good spot. So we'll see Hawkey. He's going to be able to get one, not going to be able to pick up another. They'll be Imperial taking a 2-1 lead.
Finally, man. Finally, we're seeing 2 pretty closely matched teams go at it, and it's
I like
entirely different gameplay.
I like how you use the word close and not equally matched teams, but
yeah, I mean,
I still feel like Epsilon's a favorite in this one.
Yeah, that's kind of my feeling as well. I just know all the sentiments of the Epsilon squad coming in this weekend is like, people thought they'd be higher on the pro points ladder, and they're just not.
Well, look, they've been gifted this opportunity.
Yes.
And you know, he heard a lot from the guys.
Like, send an email?
Yeah, you know, we want to be in the tournament. We didn't send an email. We don't know how to send emails. Like, they finally
they don't have email.
Yeah, they don't have email. Whatever the situation was. I mean, now they get the opportunity to get here and prove how good they are and make their mark and get enough points to potentially make it to Atlanta. They need to take advantage of this opportunity.
Well, again, it's led by a trophy system towards this B site. Look at that. Perfect. Defends him from 2 grenades, and now he gets the objective down. 40 seconds left for the Imperial to go for this defuse.
And you have the position all in favor of Epsilon here. You see Imperial just trying to flood through those outside areas, and they just get gunned down. And when you get bombed down over at that site, it's so difficult from the defensive standpoint because the area all the way to the left, you know, is just so wide open. The crates there, great cover for the attackers. And then there's that one like really narrow choke straight to bomb, where you know there's going to be a player now with the ERAD in play with an SMG right there in that close quarters, not going to be able to push that with an ERAD, or not going to push it with an NV4 or a K-bar. So that just proves very difficult for the defensive side to retake that bomb.
We're slowly getting towards the point where payloads will begin to come into play. You can see Sam be the closest on his team with Rewind, 1 kill away. Endura 0-3 right now. Was that just a sniper brought out on the side of Epsilon? I'm not entirely sure. Thought I saw a shot go off. Maybe not. Shane and crew though pushing on up, and again focused towards this B site. I'm assuming trophies will be thrown in, and there's a challenge already flying out as Epsilon. The aggression paying off as they get 3 quick kills, and before Sam B can even rotate, his teammates are already dead. Very winnable round, though, with Rewind available.
Yeah,
can't get away, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, with Rewind to 1v2, you could potentially pull something out there, but he gets cut down before he has the opportunity.
So that right there is a perfect example of how you can break that site. I was talking about it a little bit earlier today. You just need to have the confidence and trust in your teammates to slide out on bomb, kill the planter, because you know that there's typically always someone watching the flank. So if you 4-hit a side on this map, as you saw right there with Sam B, he wasn't there in time for a trade. He gets a kill and gets out, but that wasn't really a trade. It was more, oh, hey, there's somebody in front of me.
And I feel like the best opportunity to push that is right as soon as they get the bomb down. So as soon as you see, you know, the situation pop up where the bomb is planted, that's when you need to jump out and challenge it, but it's going to be...
Or as long as you have full confirmation, because you can stretch that bomb with trophies down.
It's very true.
But if teams start throwing it in, they see the trophies blow up, you see to go for it. And that's what they do there. It pays off. This time around, they change things up, though. On the side of Epsilon, they'll go for a quick plant A, and it's a 3v3 with 35 seconds left to defuse.
Yeah, now Dave, being very smart, knows he does not need to challenge this fight. Backs down a little bit, regen some health, but Brain, regardless of that, comes through and wins it. And now you see Vortex has Rewind available. He actually kills Brain with that nade. Now he's going to back out, play the rest of his life.
I think Epsilon 100% win this round now. With Rewind ready to go. Does he? Oh!
Well, they didn't win the round. That was
so.
That
Matt,
was.
Have you liked London?
No, those shots were awful. I mean, how are you going to let that happen?
What did I just watch?
He just goes prone, turns.
Look, oh, here it is.
Absolutely destroys him.
And he's got Rewind ready to go. Oh, that is a proper. That is what's a London term we could say?
I don't know any London terms, to be honest. I don't have any.
Yeah, I don't have
anything for you, Jack. 3 rounds.
We messed up.
Absolutely crazy.
We got to watch Sam B now.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he does have the Rewind available. Did not need to use it in that previous round. That is one that Epsilon would like to have back.
I was so sure that for Epsilon, like, you got Rewind ready to go. Both players in you. There's barely any time left to defuse, but all right, here comes the pressure now. They're gonna go ahead and show players towards B. They haven't committed to it yet. I think the main thing, though, is the action on the minimap right now, which is Desire as well as Dave trying to see what they could do for their team. And look at where Shane is. Shane has no idea. This could be the biggest blunder of this entire map. He's not expecting them to flank all the way through his spawn. And now his team is going to Shane. Did you not watch our back that whole time, bud? Thankfully, he's still here at least to make it a 2v2. So round not over yet.
It's not the worst situation for the side of Imperial. I mean, obviously from the offensive side, you work things down to a 2v2. Probably not the situation you thought so, but Sam B gets very aggressive, pushes straight through. It's going to force Vortex to use his Rewind, and he uses it around that they lose. So a very good round there for Imperial.
And remember, players still having to get used to the fact that when you Rewind now, you don't gain back all your HP. You just gain back a sliver. There, you saw he was still half health. In the past, Rewind would have given him all his ammo back, fully reloaded his clip, and given him full HP, which definitely would have made that gunfight possible. It's differences like that, balance changes like that, that absolutely change how you have to use that payload ability.
Yeah, with the balance changes coming in, so often, obviously Infinity Ward doing a great job just tweaking things to the competitive rule set, you have to kind of be aware of those. I mean, that is something that's changed recently that obviously players still not used to.
Yeah, and it showed right there. So Vortex will get first blood. Epsilon, after getting turned on in that 1v2 scenario, they need to make sure that they can regain some composure. It would be a great way to show the caliber of this team, as the closest group play matchup is middle of being underway. 2v2 now, as kills do come in towards B. You've got Hawkey getting shots onto one player, so it's a 1v1. He's got react, or 2v1, sorry. Thought Vortex died there. Sam B with Rewind. Does he use it this time around?
I think if he gets one, you potentially use it, depending on how weak he is. He's going to be able to pick up one kill. He's going to back up, not going to use Rewind here. He's got Hawkey chasing him down. Hawkey does have his ability ready as well, so I'll have to keep an eye on that. But Sam B gets out. I don't think Hawkey has any idea where he's relocated to.
I mean, this is going to be a battle of, they're going to get in a 1v1. Hawkey's going to pop reactive. Immediately, you're going to see Sam B realize it. He's going to Rewind, and then it all comes down to who hits their shots after that.
This is a perfect spot here for Sam B. Be positioned in. He's going to get some shots.
Wow.
Going to be able to take out Hawkey. A fantastic 1v2 clutch there from Sam B. He's had some hero plays here in Search and Destroy.
He's the real deal, bro.
And it's Imperial, 1 round away from tying this series up.
What is it for his performance right now? 10-3 from Sam B. 2 clutches as well. That's the bigger thing for me.
Yeah.
Outside of the kills, it's where he's gotten them for his team. He still has Rewind ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the biggest contributor in the 2 rounds that meant the most right now for Imperial. So obviously you look at Sam B as being crucial to their success here in Search and Destroy. And it seems like they don't really know what they want to do here on the offensive side. It looked like they were going over towards Bean. Now they're going to be a little bit more passive, back up. And I think they're worried about the side of Epsilon coming on this flank that they've been doing quite consistently from the defensive side, but it's not coming here. So Imperial just going to waste a ton of time here at the beginning of the game.
Yep.
And it does look like now as they begin to develop towards a site, they might have chosen the right one because look at what Epsilon have done. They sent 4 players to B. They go, oh God, nothing's here. They had A. They go back to A. They still, there's nothing here. Let's go back to B, I guess. So now we should have a 2v2 scenario towards this site. Brain moves on up. I think the bigger thing to point out is if he gets this bomb planted, he earns himself camo, and that's basically a free round win because then you just push out the rock, get yourself a kill, and boom, that is game done. As there's the camo push from Dave, so he's going to be the one to initiate the action. Love that play from Epsilon. How does Sam B and crew react? They do get 2 quick kills as players are just flying high, soaring for no reason. There's no need to challenge that. Sam B inching up. If he gets his kill, he earns the bombardment. Does he peek the corner in time? It does appear so. He's got someone in front of him. 15 seconds left.
Oh, and with 2 players behind perfect cover, there was no reason for Epsilon to challenge that. Sam B trying to make this a 1v1, not able to do so. Epsilon takes the round. I feel like that is what Imperial just gave them.
Yeah, especially towards the end. Some pacing issues towards that back rock area. They could have definitely challenged all 3 players at once, but instead 1 player challenges, another player challenges, and then the final one does, and they die 1 by 1 by 1. Bigger thing though, Sam B doesn't earn that final streak. Either way though, he still has a ton to work with. Rewind, obviously he's got Scorches as well as a Trinity Rocket, so if you're on the side of Imperial, you're feeling confident, but you're also playing exactly like this, which is getting the pressure inside, and then you can streak out the B-bomb if needed.
And we'll see it. All these first gun battles are huge, I was going to say. And Shane and Enduro win 1 each. And now it's going to be all on Vortex to extend this map. So it'll be a 1v4. He's able to get 1, has the rewind, uses it. Oh, 2 players line up, not able to win anything. It'll be Imperial tying this series up at 1 game apiece. Taking map number 2, 6-4.
Sam B had 2 rounds that he clutched up in tough scenarios. He goes 11-4. What's the difference in the game? 2 rounds, 6-4 in favor of the Imperial. Great stuff from them as now we've got ourselves a series, Mr. X. We're going to see breakout Hardpoint.
Yeah, slower game mode and search and destroy. You expected that to be one. Imperial could make their mark on it, and they do. They secure that 2nd map win. Unfortunately for them, they got to win one of these next 2 respawns to see another search and destroy.
I think we're beginning to see a little bit of Epsilon struggles transfer over from what we've seen online to now on land. With that loss there, at times just not looking like they were able to execute on the goals they had in mind. Let's take a look at our scoreboard though. Sam B 11-4. Shane, monster game 1, monster game 2. Desire though 2-7. You just can't have someone kind of lagging behind like he did just there.
Well, here's the issue when you play that fast, aggressive play style is you're relying on your team to just outslay the opponents. When you're not picking up those kills and the opponents is doing a good job just slowing the game down, as we saw, you know, and Epsilon would go and trying to get the bomb down at B, just so many, you know, lethals and tacticals coming in from the side of Imperial, you're just not able to win those games when you slow the game down that much for the side of Epsilon. So I think Epsilon needs to, something that I would like to see them develop throughout the year, just get a little bit more versatile in their style of play.
Yeah.
I mean, right now it seems like they can only win playing aggressive and fast.
What do Imperial have to do here? Throw back uplink. What is the mindset you have going into this map? How are you trying to play it?
Just keep it low scoring.
Okay.
I mean, if this gets out of control, I mean, you favor Epsilon. Like, once the game, you know, players start flying around the map, having to make these, you know, crazy, you know, high wall runs, you know, up in the air gunfights, that's when you favor Epsilon. If Imperial can slow the game down, make it really low scoring, you know, to kind of churn out scores, you know, take, you know, a minute off the clock trying to get a 1-point throw on the board and connect with it. I feel like that's how Imperial can take over here in the uplink. I don't think they're going to be able to just grab drone and just brutally force their way into the Epsilon base for 2-point plays.
Well, we are beginning to load on into game 3. There's a look at your 5-game set. Throwback uplink now, game 3, breakout hardpoint. We will see. The question that remains, though, will we go to a game 5 scorch, search, and destroy? Saw a lot of scorch yesterday. Saw how certain teams like to play it. Not sure if I remember exactly how either of these squads wound up going into it. But there's a look at the Imperial. They know. Big map 2 right there for them to secure that one. And they've got a respawn coming up. I mean, you're sitting here going, Imperial, they could have very well been up 2-0 in the series if they played a couple of those hills a little bit differently in that first hard.
A couple, I mean, they have one of the Broken Hills or Cathedral go their way, and that is a map that they evidently win.
Yep.
And then you find themselves up 2-0 in the series coming in as uplink. They're in a perfect spot. But I think now with 1-1 going into 2 straight respawn game modes, this looks like Epsilon could close it out 3-1.
All right, well, this is the first time a 3-0 prediction hasn't been correct so far this weekend. So every series I predicted 3-0 so far up to this point was. I didn't make a prediction.
You're just a genius with predictions, Jack.
You know, that's why I'm here.
That's why you're here. I thought you were here just for a few jokes and whatnot.
To be honest with you, I'm only here for Nando's.
I got some Nando's last night, and by some, I mean 37 pounds worth of Nando's.
Which
Not
you don't know
pounds, like weight, like
I don't know if you don't know the difference in how much that is finances wise. That's $917 US.
That is not true whatsoever. I cannot afford that much Nando's. I have a wedding to pay for. I can't keep buying Nando's.
Gfinity got us.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll expense it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Martin. Sorry. Well, let's get into it. Apologies on our end. We didn't get to switch the names for this game, so the Epsilon crew will be purple in this one.
It's fine. They didn't like blue. They didn't like blue anyway.
Yes, so hey, either way you can read names and the logos are right on the top. That's all that matters. Let's get into it. Throwback Uplink, the series tied 1-1.
Nah, see, the fight for mid-map control here will be huge, as you see Shane and Sam B picking up a kill each here towards the mid, but the drone not in control for either team right now, and that's obviously what you need to score. And I feel like on Throwback, this isn't like Frost where it's very low scoring. I feel like we do see more scoring opportunities on Throwback Uplink.
You see on the bottom of your screen, use that hashtag CWL London. Let us know your thoughts on the teams playing, what's going on, how tan Mr. X's tan is currently, anything like that.
It's currently very tan. Currently, the status of my tan is tan. Yeah, that would be highly accurate.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page here. First team to pick up the drone will be Imperial. And actually, I didn't think this was going to happen because they had 2 players drop. It's like, okay, there you go. Desire cleans it up. They had 2 players drop instantly, and then they still got a couple kills and nearly had the opportunity to go for that one over Grannies. So far this weekend, one of the things that I'm least impressed by a lot of these EU squads is their throwing ability. I think today we've seen 6 misses so far in Uplink on just this map, on just Throwback Uplink alone. They definitely need to improve that before they get on the international stage.
Yeah, and I talked a little bit about in some of the interviews we did before the weekend that I feel like this is the one game mode that Europe is still very far behind the North Americans in. I feel like Uplink is the one that they have the biggest learning curve on. Obviously, it's the newest game mode. They haven't been obviously having a ton of time to play against the North Americans, getting used to that style of play. So, I feel like as time goes on, they'll get better. You won't miss throws like that, and that is huge because they
no dunk.
For a second there, I thought it was going to work out for him, but those are ones that the side of Imperial needs to put in. Like we talked about how they want to just knock down the 1-point throws, force Epsilon out of their base, just trying to run towards them, not really flying into their own base. That's 2 right there. For the side of Imperial, they could have put themselves up with a nice cushion there and started to play a little bit more of the control game.
Shane again with a monster start from him now, 9-2. What has got into this guy for this weekend? I guess he just wants to prove that, hey, he's still got it. Don't count Shane out. 9-3 now, triple positive, as majority of the side has been Imperial on the offensive. What do Epsilon need to do? They need to get 3 dead. They need to get control.
Well, I think Shane kind of looks at this as, he's a player that's getting a little bit older, later in his career, and this is like a great opportunity from him from the standpoint that I feel like, the top 4 in Europe are very secure, but those like 4, 5, and 6 spots are wide open that he could potentially make a comeback.
Does this go back to the sentiments we talked about with Tommy, where he's got, fresh blood with him? It's not the same recycled teammates that he's used to in his career. Now he's got some new people he's playing with, trying to get some of these new guys to really grow on this main stage. And I think he's got that opportunity here.
You see Epsilon go up 3-0 as we're having this discussion, but I don't feel like it's the same between Shane and Tommy, because I feel like Tommy has consistently been at that top level, right? Like he's never kind of fallen down from that top level. Like we saw Shane, play on some of the great Epsilon teams in Black Ops 2 and then just kind of fall all the way back. But I feel like Shane is like more in a rebuilding of what he had previously, where I feel like Tommy is, he's been at the top for so long. It's just kind of like a revitalization, like giving himself some more energy, some more drive, playing with some new players.
It's going to be exciting to watch both of these teams compete as the year goes on. Currently, Epsilon's still in the lead if you're just tuning in to this map. Imperial had a 1-point throw that they whiffed earlier on. Outside of that, that was their only real scoring opportunity. 3 do go down now on Epsilon, though, as Imperial look to clear out their base, retake control of the map, and now go for their first point of the game.
And it's just not a good situation for Imperial, because what Imperial want to do is put the points on the board and then just kind of post up in the mid-map and force easy gunfights for themselves. They're just
nice shots, Brain.
Some nice plays there by Brain. But they just wanted to force some easy gunfights for them towards the middle of the map. But now Epsilon, they get a lead. They're still going to continue the pressure. It's not good for Imperial.
Brain right there is just clearing out everything.
There's nobody
but he's got
there.
nobody with him. So at least it did enough for them to at least throw this. There you go. That's in. Imperial on the board with 45 seconds left inside 1.
still, they should have 3 points on the board. I mean, they missed 2 easy 1-point throws earlier in the game. So we'll see. It looks like Epsilon getting control of mid-map. They're just going to push all the way through to the Epsilon base. So let's see what they decide to do here. You see Sambi, he's going to get taken out. You see Dave and the rest of the players for Epsilon just trying to clear this out. They're just not able to do so. It's going to be Imperial winning a bunch of gunfights. 20 seconds left. They're just trying to get the drone further up the map here. Try and put themselves in a position they potentially could get another point on the board.
Yeah, Vortex is buying time for his team. 3 do go down, and I think they know the final player's middle. There it is. Dave gets the kill. Beautiful shots on the Brain, who just came off spawn towards that back bathroom area. Drone pass forward. There's the dunk. Vortex extends the lead for his team. 5-1 now for Epsilon as we head into side 2.
And it's just about putting your team in a better position to succeed. I mean, when Imperial, they have the opportunity to take a lead, put the 1-point throws on the board, they'll slow the game down, force Epsilon to just charge them towards the middle of the map. They just don't do it. And then what happens is they go far behind. Now they have to be the aggressors towards Epsilon, challenge those gunfights, and it's not a game they're going to be able to win.
Matt, right now it's a 3-man show with Endura really struggling on the Imperial. Let's go ahead and listen into their comms at the start of break upside 2.
Nothing.
Top mid train, the power mid like a fuck. One top mid train, he's behind it.
One's from the right.
Hawkie's top mid, Hawkie's top mid, Hawkie's top mid, Hawkie's top mid, Hawkie's top mid.
He flanked from mid, man.
Yeah, no, you're out.
Top window,
as well.
Big kill, big
2
kill.
on the right, 2 on lemon already. 2 on lemon already.
One more lemon. There's gotta be lemon in the corner.
Could jump your top window for under.
You got 3 grannies.
Hey, dead.
I can't say
Lemon.
Right.
Weak. Nice.
Mid, weak. One bullet, Hawkie win. He's bang train, bang P1.
Made it over. Mid. One shot mid, Hawkie.
Lad there. Come right here.
Far right, I think.
Oh, 2, I got 2.
In a window, maybe?
There's top window.
Oh, window.
Flew out.
I'm clear out top window.
Shit.
Let's go.
Go mid, go mid.
Go. Yeah, go. Got numbers. I'm pretty left. You see right there.
Black bowling.
Hi.
Killed me.
Ah, missed it.
All good. Fine.
Fine, you're fine.
In the base.
Behind you as well.
One shot mid. One shot.
Then throw it out. Stay.
It's 2 there.
Going right now. Nice,
Shot there.
nice, that's good.
One more here. There you go.
Go, bring it.
I get the ball, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's on the train.
Throw it right.
You've cut you off.
Guys, made it. I threw the ball over. You might be able to get that and get one.
Oh, shit.
Oh, good. Nice, just wrap back. Stay in the base, Brad. 2 there. Nice.
One shot there.
Let's go. Get in their window.
Alright, open. Alright, I'm going alright.
A window now, Hawkie's window.
Right here.
Nice. One more middle. Mid cut.
On the right.
Dead shot. Go, bring this shit. Let's go.
I can't. I'm pushing the right.
Underpass now. Dead.
Nice. Go, quick.
We're going underpass.
I'm right for yeah. Go.
One more here. Weak on their statue. He's gone back to bowling. Behind that wall, Brian.
Yep. Ah, he's seen his man. Yeah.
One high.
Behind you, got 3 behind you.
There.
In bowling.
Well, let's yeah, weak, mate.
Alright, let's start going right. We need to get points.
Absolutely.
That's all good, man.
There's top window.
Matt, you got to hear from the side of Imperial right there. Some things I liked, some I didn't, but from your perspective, what was going on there for him?
Well, you had a 4th missed throw at the beginning of that, listen in. And then Endura picks up 3. They get control of the drone, and they throw it over the building to him when he's all the way in the back of the base, right underneath the portal. He's not able to get back out towards the drone. They don't get any points out of that as well. So just a lot of confusing plays from the side of Imperial here in Uplink.
I believe there was just another missed throw that they'll now go ahead and retake and dunk on in. So it actually works out for them there. 5-3, the Imperial back within 1 possession. Reminder, already with the missed ones that we've seen, this should be a tied game. Instead, they're down by a dunk. Brain now moving forward. There's the throw. That one's in. 5-4. The Imperial begin to heat up, and why is that? Endura has made his presence felt inside 2.
Yeah, I mean, Imperial should be up in this game realistically.
Yep.
I mean, they have a bunch of throws that they missed. They should have about 7 points at the minimum. Maybe you say 1 or 2 is a miss, but right now, 2 minutes ago, they are down 1. They do have control of mid-map. They're forcing Epsilon all the way into the back of their base. Let's see. You see Shane going to get 1 in the feed. The drone is open to be picked up. It's going to be Sambi just tossing it for yards. I like that play. Epsilon looked like they were going to start to get control, push forward up. You throw the drone back towards their spawn, force them to go back and get it.
Vortex still has this rewind. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. How do Epsilon try to play this? They've already got 2 dead on their team. They're trying to keep pushing forward. Hawkie's the last one there. He gets shot in the back. The pinch comes in, and now middle map has been claimed by the Imperial. And it's Shane with the big kill, a 4th streak. He has overdrive too. Could this be the time to use this payload ability to secure his team the win? We'll have to find out. As again, Epsilon hold off their base near this back bowling side.
I feel like you need to figure out some kind of way you can get the drone in Shane's hands with that overdrive and just hope he can make a play. With a minute to go, obviously not a lot of time to set some things up. It's going to be Dave trying to get in with the drone in hand. It's going to be 3 kills in favor of Imperial, and Desire is out of position here. As you see the drone going down towards that bike path area, he's going to have to back all the way up.
A little bit of an awkward pacing there from Epsilon. It looked like they kind of panicked towards the end of that one. As the Imperial still have drone possession, they've got map positioning as well, but someone has to snuck through. It's Vortex actually sitting underneath this top window side, but with the ERAD from that range, there's almost no reason to even go for that shot. Now he uses Rewind and just tries to stay alive. Is he buying enough time for himself and his team? It does appear so, yes, so he'll help relieve some of the pressure. 27 seconds left. Remember, Epsilon still up by 1. They're gonna move forward with this drone. The Imperial doing everything they can to come back, and they still have camo to use too. Dave will pop it right away. Might be questioning if that was a little bit early. Here goes the throw. Connect, 6-4. 12 seconds left. The Imperial, do they have enough time? I don't think so.
No, they do not. The difference in this game is just 1-point throws. Epsilon hit theirs, Imperial did not.
Again,
when you're not the stronger of the respawn game mode teams, you have to take advantage of the opportunities given to you, and Imperial does not do so. Now, Epsilon moves 1 map away from taking this series.
Nice job by them to keep the pressure on in the end. That one was closer than I think they would have wanted to see, though, Matt.
Without a doubt.
I think that's safe to say. The Imperial, they rallied a little bit for a second there inside, too, but that was about it. So now we move forward in the series with one thought in mind. Epsilon, they won the first hard point. They're now going to go into another one, and their goal is to end the series here. Dave, sitting back and relaxing. Hasn't been that easy of a series, though, I'll tell you that.
No, without a doubt. I mean, Epsilon easily could have lost that uplink game. We can take a look some of the stats for the side of Epsilon. You had Hockey go 26 and 24. In terms of objectives, you saw Davey connect with a 1-point throw. You saw him dunk one as well. Now for the side of Imperial, you saw Sam B go 28 and 20. Their top performer.
As we get ready to go into Hardpoint Game 4 Breakout, finally we get to see some Breakout Hardpoint, man. This is a map that well-practiced teams can absolutely dominate on if they're facing an opponent that doesn't know how to play Breakout too well. That is safe to say, especially towards that bottom cell block hardpoint. That is one that separates the good from the bad.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the hardpoints that North American players love. European players do not tend to love this map as much. I feel like it's extremely unforgiving. I mean, there are some hills where you can just get brutally beat on if you do not get there early and you're able to lock it down. So I'm interested to see if Imperial can get to those earlier, unlike how they did on Retaliation, and get control of those money hills.
Well, we're going to get into it soon. You saw there one player's got up to use the restroom. As a Breakout Hardpoint, for me, a map where you have streaky players, it comes into play a lot because there are some areas of cover, especially towards that cave side. If you have a player that knows how to survive well inside the hardpoint, he positions right behind that bulldozer, looks over towards that spiral staircase area. We have seen players go on 5 to 10 streaks, get fully streaked out, and then use them towards the later half of that game to help their team secure the win.
And I wonder if we see any ERAD on this map. I feel like this is the one of the maps that you can still just run 4 assault rifles and get away with it. I think you can run 4K bars and definitely be fine.
Well, if you think about it, each hardpoint has an area where you want to have that, obviously a K bar for a reason. As we go ahead and take a look at the maps so far, 250 to 224, the Retaliation hardpoint was not easy. But the theme of this has been Epsilon. If it comes down to a respawn game mode, they clutch up in the end when they need to. Imperial, they've relied on Search and Destroy to get them this far in the series. Silver lining for them, if they can sneak this hard point out, they will go to Scorch S&D again to be able to go back to that slower paced game mode. But what I do want to bring up again with this map is think of be chill. The first hard point. Even when you're in the hard point, you want the K-bar to be able to challenge precise shots towards either window side, down towards loading. You think a cell block. K-bar in the hill, not only is great, but you can watch the outer wall run. You could rotate towards the back, watch over that dirt street, wherever you want to go. Inside the next hard point in Grave, I mean, when you're sitting behind that dozer, I can tell you right now, you do not want to have a submachine gun when trying to shoot towards the players on Spiral Staircase. And then finally, Commissary. That's K-bar again for the wall run.
And not even just the hard points themselves, but the rotation from one hill to the next one.
Yes.
It's not like some of the other maps where you're fighting through like close quarter engagements, like Retaliation, where you can go through the hotel and whatnot, and you can force those close quarter gunfights. The rotations on this one, the sightlines are all long.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be able to hit those shots with an ERAD against an NV4 or K-bar player.
And even for the inside areas, like if you're pushing through loading, any area you go outside of loading, is longer range sight lines. Like if you're hitting the wall runs, you don't want an ERAD on it. If you go towards middle, you're just going towards either street side where, again, you don't want to have an ERAD. Not much positioning and movement you could do to help yourself in this scenario with a submachine.
Yeah, I mean, even think about when you're trying to push a hill out like Grave and you're trying to come through the cave area. I mean, you have an ERAD and you're the first one in. Like, the chances of you getting anyone is minimal. I mean, there's going to be a player over in the window in the back, player behind in the bulldozer area. It's going to be very difficult to get into that.
Well, we should be getting into this game here momentarily. Remember, keep using that hashtag CWL London. Give us your thoughts about, honestly, everything going on. What do you think about the lower-tier European teams really struggling so far this weekend? Really, the top-tier teams just not giving any chance for an upset, which is some of the things that I like about the open bracket events that we'll have in North America. I know some are coming up here in EU, but in those, you could sometimes see some surprise teams make something happen. Here, I didn't get that feeling once.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation, I feel like, for a team to just kind of be thrown into the groups and not get a bunch of warm-up matches, not be able to kind of synergize with each other in a LAN environment. So I feel like they obviously did have a lot against them, but still you'd expect some better performances. I mean, we've seen some pretty ugly beatdowns so far.
Some. We saw, I think, 3 uplinks combined for a score of like 62-0 between the good.
And look, I think that's just some teams obviously getting some more experience. I know they don't get an opportunity to maybe scrimmage these top European teams as much as home. Obviously, you know, the top European teams are really just kind of playing with each other. So their best opportunities is through, you know, the 2K tournaments, the Pro Point ladder or whatnot to get good competition, scrims against these teams. And you see really where Europe is kind of, the top is really broken away from that bottom half.
And isn't this Epsilon team the squad that's played like 90,000 GBs? I think they're the team.
I think they played a
like
ton.
the most of anybody. I remember seeing some screenshots of them. Like their roster was like 448.
Actually, I think you don't. I think that may be a different team.
You think?
I think so.
Okay.
I may be wrong.
Someone tell me.
You may be right.
Is Matt wrong or right
Somebody,
in this scenario? A European expert.
European expert.
I mean, I am.
You were the European expert last year.
I was.
Yep, Revan was our Australian expert. Yep, we had a lot of experts last year. Me and Maven just stuck to North America.
You were our North American expert.
Questions. Yep.
Even though we casted just as many matches.
I was the expert of North America. Okay.
Good. You embody what North America is, Matt.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good thing, right?
I think Brycey embodies what the United Kingdom is.
100%, Brycey does.
And Maniac embodies what an Australian is.
Yep, definitely does as well. A ton is saying no. Brycey does not represent.
Yeah, that's true.
Those people, yeah.
Brycey doesn't.
No.
If he did, wow, it would be.
They'd be in trouble. Yeah, but. We will have Breakout Hardpoint coming up next. If you're just joining us, it'll be Epsilon up 2-1 here in the series against Imperial. Imperial, they took the search and destroy. I think they had a pretty good shot of taking the uplink when we saw it play out. They just missed a lot of one-point throws. Matt probably going to come back to haunt them here in this Hardpoint. Yeah, what are you going to say, Jack? It's going to be Game 5. So
my body is telling me.
Your body's telling you
that this is going.
I think
Imperial 250.
Okay.
Epsilon 196.
Oh. And what makes you feel that way?
Oh, I didn't actually think we would go that far.
Oh.
I just thought I could
Well, there
say
has
that.
to be some kind of basis for your predictions.
Oh, I said my body. My body felt that way.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that's not what I think. My body just.
Yeah, my mind tells me this is going to be like a 250 to 165 game in favor of Epsilon.
Okay, so we're going opposite of each other.
Yep.
So you using your thoughts and what you've seen so far, me just getting a sense from my body, have 2 different predictions. We'll see who's right. We're going to watch Dave off the break. The guy went 34-21 at the first hard point to lead his team to victory, and now he's outer wall running in the weirdest scenario I've seen off the break.
Yeah, he's probably going as far away from the hard point as possible, but you do think that maybe trying to lock down some position on the flank here, trying to pinch the side of Imperial in that middle hard point, but still you don't want to give up that second spawn for the cell block area, so a really weird route there at the beginning.
Just swap through everybody there so you can see at home exactly what players are using. 1 ERAD on the side of Epsilon. Imperial, though, going with that 4AR setup, which I actually do like here.
I favor the 4AR setup here as well. I think it's going to be very difficult for the SMG players to get going on the rotations.
That reminds me a little bit of AW retreat hardpoint break, where one of the biggest things that separated the good teams from the lesser teams was running a 3 AR to 1 sub setup. I remember TK always used a 2-2 split, and every time off the break of AW retreat hardpoint, they would just get destroyed by the 3 BALs on the other team. Here in another scenario where you just had 4 ARs, the sub was having to go in a completely different area of the map, and you just see the Imperial wind up get out to an early lead.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like you can run the extra sub if you have that kind of talent in the SMG department. Like, I know you kind of go back to AW where you saw FaZe, they were able to run an extra SMG because Zuma and Attach were just that good.
Yeah.
And I think, look, Epsilon, they just want to force a faster style of play, and a map like this, I think you're going to be hard-pressed to do that just because of the sightlines and the way the map's designed. Vortex barely staying on the map. He's in a very useless spot right there. Finally,
All that for that.
doesn't win the gunfight anyway, so all that wall running for absolutely nothing.
Now, we did catch just before that the reason why Imperial even have control of this hard point. And again, it doesn't always show up in the stats. Right now, yes, Endura is doing well for himself, but he got the 1v1 gunfight victory for the spawn on the back of the map, a scenario that Epsilon just, they can't afford to lose that. It results in a 40-second swing. Epsilon should absolutely be in the lead right now if they win that one-on-one engagement. Instead, though, it's Imperial up by close to 50 seconds. Thankfully for Epsilon, though, they are on the rotation, but a pinch now coming in for the Imperial as they go to try to collapse on this hard point.
Yeah, and we talked about Imperial, you know, in the first hard point, they were not able to get to the money hills, rotate early and lock it down. This time they get to cell block a little bit late, they're able to break it and then hold it for the rest of the time. But now they give up early control to Grave, and let's see if they can break through. I feel like the one thing I'm worried about with this team is they lack the explosive firepower for somebody to just go in and get a big two-piece and open up this hard point.
Well, Shane, again, 8-2, another monster start. Look at the positioning behind the dozer. It's what I was talking about, where players can just go on ridiculous streaks because they have so much cover where only really the top of their head can be seen. Sam B, though, breaks on in. He's been the guy with Shane through this entire series as just consistent play. He's in the objective. Pretty solid break. They'll get the last bit of scrap time, go back up to about a 30-second lead, and already towards this commissary hard point, you've got an engagement about to happen with Vortex flanking behind with the submachine gun.
Now he's going to be able to take out Endura, who is set up for that commissary hard point. And Vortex just going to push this out with his SMG in hand. You want to let him get aggressive, push out these spawns from the side of Imperial, but it still is going to be Epsilon behind here with Imperial the chance to break. They do have players spread very far away, though. You see some players coming on that wall around the bottom side of your mini-map, some players trying to go all the way around by the helipad. They need to break this soon, though, because Epsilon's starting to mount towards making a comeback in this one.
And this is where we talked about a little bit of where an ERAD could be at a weakness. Vortex is very limited on the areas he could peek towards, and I will commend him so far on how he's played this one out. Stayed alive near that back spawn area, only challenged a gunfight inside the objective, and he's leaving the wall run watch to his teammates. Now he'll just push this out. With time dwindling on this hard point, you might as well just begin to rotate towards this new hill. Does he flank the player inside showers? Yes, he does. Sam B not ready for Vortex. Loving how he is playing with the submachine gun right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to play with an SMG on this map and you're trying to figure out how, that is a perfect example. You saw Vortex playing all positions.
That's how you shouldn't throw a grenade.
No, that's definitely not how you should throw a grenade. But you saw all the positions Vortex in. You know, it just map geometry. It just favors submachine gun players. Ooh. Those tight, close quarters areas did not put him in a situation where he would have had to win a long-range gunfight.
I like that, map geometry.
Yep.
I've never heard you say that before. You're really pulling out all the stops here in the CWL London event presented by the PS4. Going the next level is Mr. X's personal slogan, as we see Epsilon go to the next level up 117.
My personal slogan, going the next level. Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
Neither do I. I just completely
I can see you're bringing out all the stops here as well.
Oh, it's what I do. Look at the young gun here, Hawkey. In regards to Maven, getting a couple kills there and fully streaked out. 30-second lead now for Epsilon. What is this, the largest in the game for them?
Yeah, and this is one where I think Imperial has to start sweating at this point, right? You know, they had a early lead. The Epsilon started to chip away. Now Epsilon, you know, they jump up by about 20 or so seconds, and they do have, you know, the setup going for this next hard point.
I actually really love the setup that Epsilon have right now. They have the pressure towards middle still. They have the one player watching the outer wall run, so he's got full peace of mind that he's safe from there. But Dave needs to help with the shots towards his backside sooner rather than later. He's only able to get one. Shane now pressuring, and Desire has to pull his attention away from this wall run, and that's going to give Imperial an opportunity to begin to soar on in towards this hard point. 2 kills go in their favor. Desire trying to stay alive, not going to happen yet. Dave last here for Epsilon, but I do believe the break has come in, and there's still a ton of time at this hard point now for Imperial.
Yeah, and if I'm Imperial, I think I take the rest of this time, and then I try and re-break the graveyard again.
Okay.
I would probably try and take the rest of this, but it looks like you're going to see Epsilon just swarm in. It's going to be Brain able to get to. Hockey's able to trade that out quick. So Epsilon breaks. They get control, because now you, on the side of Epsilon, you have streaks for this next graveyard. So you don't need to rotate early. You can use these streaks to break.
Bombardment is sick for this next hill in regards to going for a break. It looks like they'll call it in right away. How many does it wind up getting? It forces one player into the cave. You've got the pinch coming in from Desire, and Hockey actually only kills Vortex with it. He only kills Vortex with it.
That was a sick bombardment.
Well, the reason why I say it's good for this is because it forces players to push towards a certain area. So there, you had someone that pushed towards cave. Desire never goes for the pinch. He's just playing an off angle, doesn't actually push it, and instead of him getting the collapse on the player, he just waits. The bombardment goes away. The players get back to the cover they want to have behind this yellow bulldozer, and then he doesn't get anything for it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a great setup for Imperial. I mean, they're just forcing Epsilon in through one route. They know they cannot flank. They had them in a perfect position, but Epsilon just uses that slaying power to their advantage, just breaks right through the front of the hill, and they'll take the last 20 seconds or so. So right now, Imperial just cannot cut this lead down. They do a good job getting there early. They take a few seconds, and then Epsilon takes it all right back.
This is one where if you have Dave put on the performance he put on in game one, this is not a close game at all. The guy's 9-17 right now, least amount of objective time for his team. Literally doing the least of anybody in the lobby right now. Does get the spawns for his team, though, which is quite nice for this commissary hardpoint. 60-second lead for Epsilon. They're going to look to try to shut the door here, though, Matt. They might not be able to win it off this hill, but they can get pretty damn close. Scorcher's now flying in. The only players are hitting this outer wall run, and Dave knows that. He's got all the lanes watched behind him. This one, I think, is done, Matt.
And the outer wall run is just a death trap. Just trying to get across it is just so difficult. You have 2, maybe 3 AR players just staring at it. Not going to be able to win any of those gunfights. You see Imperial wants to push it. They just know that the players are just going to drop as they come over the side. So see, they do get one player over the wall run. They had 2 other players just waiting on the other side, just looking over them for cover, but they're not able to break in using that route. And 15 seconds left on this. It looks like Epsilon will take the remainder of this time. We'll head back towards the second. The middle hill. Yeah. We're actually getting pretty close to my prediction, though. I said, what, 250 to 160?
You did.
So we're getting very close.
You did. And Imperial really, they haven't gotten a second in the last couple hard points, it seems, as now can Epsilon close it out here. Hockey on a 7 streak. You've got Dave on a 5 streak of his own. Vortex was just cut down off his 4 streak. Slang has completely gone in Epsilon's favor, and I think this game is done. Do Imperial have any presence towards this hard point? It does appear so for the moment, so can't call it too early, Jack. Epsilon, though, within seconds of taking this game and the series.
I mean, Epsilon only needs 2 seconds, really, obviously, to win this one. It would be an crazy scenario for Imperial to come back and win this. So I feel like it's just a matter of time, and there it is. It's going to be Epsilon taking this one 250 to 140, securing the series in a 3-1 victory.
Dave, who is 9-17, ends that game 14-19, but for the big player that time around, Hockey 24-12, 2 minutes and 10 seconds in the hard point. Congratulations to Epsilon with the victory there as they take down arguably a team that they were fighting with for second place in this group, many people would say, alongside Imperial. Bryce, Jonas, and Momo, though, give us that thoughts on a pretty close series.
Thank you very much. Well, close series it was. Heartbreaking for Imperial. A few times that could have gone the other way.
For Imperial, I think it was... The first map kind of got out of hand for them. They were going toe-to-toe. I was very impressed with how they kind of put up. They could have took that map, but I think it was a map they needed to do. Going into S&D, again, constantly impressing me. The S&D that, you know, they pushed and back and forth, but I think that was their best game mode. I think they excelled, they showed what they could do, but the respawns, I think they were just outclassed in.
Yeah, and I can't help but feel a little disappointed for Imperial. They had a tough group. Yeah. They showed that they were a great team. I actually think that if Supremacy had been there, I think Imperial would have probably ending up beating them. So definitely they can be proud of the way they played. They can still upset against Elevate. Like, nothing's out of the question. It's definitely going to be a tough game, but they showed great things.
For me, it's a question of, are Epsilon playing below what we think they were, or Imperial playing above? Because realistically, if you go back and just kind of look at it on paper, Epsilon should have probably had a stronger series against them.
I think they should have had a stronger series, and that's why at the first hardpoint I was quite surprised to see them, you know, losing rotations, losing certain gunfights. Why that was, I'm actually going to put it down to Imperial playing well. They were a little bit better than I thought they would be, and yesterday we maybe didn't see, you know, the true potential of Imperial, but they looked like a strong squad. it is obviously a very tough tournament. Obviously, we talked about the the group that they've had, Supremacy, whatnot. Unfortunately, they're gonna fall a little bit, but I do now have a bit of doubt about Epsilon. Are they as strong as they looked yesterday?
Yeah. All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's actually go down to an interview before we break this down map by map. We're going down to Lottie on the floor.
Thank you again, Bryce. I'm here with Desire. Did you expect each game mode to be that close?
No, not really, but I didn't expect to play as bad as I did either, so it's what it is, but it's got to move on to the next series.
So when you started, did you have to change your strategy up at all?
No, not really. We just played our game. I just wasn't playing well at all, so that's why it was close.
So this probably isn't going to be your toughest opponent yet. Are you ready for a tougher one?
We play Elevate, I believe, after this game, and that's going to be a lot of a harder game, so I just need to play better and we'll be fine.
And you guys had some issues with entering the competition. Do you guys feel obligated to perform your best and prove why you should be here?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We have to play well as well because of the pro point system. We're quite far behind, so it's big that we're at this event, and we have to play well at every other event to catch up with everyone else.
Great, thank you so much, Design. Good luck for your next one. Back over to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much. Yes, pro points on the line for them. But the big question now everyone's asking, Elevate versus Epsilon.
I thought before that game, I have a different impression of after that game. I was thinking maybe it would go the distance. The thing is about Elevate, I think they will take the S&Ds. I just think that's the way it works out. They've got some very, very star-studded players on S&D. Epsilon, for me, need to take the Hardpoints.
And the Uplink.
Well, they have to win. That's what I'm trying to say. But other than that, the point that I'm getting to is looking at Elevate, their respawn is really, really good as well. So I think Elevate will come out on top for that.
I think if Epsilon played the same way that they just did, then they're probably going to get 3-0'd by Elevate. What I think is also going to happen is that Epsilon's going to step up. I don't think that they played to their best right in this game. Imperial, I think they played their best. I think they had a great game, fair play to them, but Epsilon didn't. So whether they can get to the next gear or not for the next game is going to be the question, because if they don't, they're going to be in trouble.
Well, let's actually start taking it map by map then and kind of break this one down here. Now, this could have actually gone Imperial's way. There are a few points on this where we're like, it's very close.
Yeah, there was a super strong rotation coming in just after this. We saw certain individuals, Dave being one of them, going off. But like Desire said, he didn't have the best of his series for himself personally. But a key rotation for Epsilon came in at the end. They got kind of a very large margin, 20, 30 points, and then it was just that 2-1 points they had to tick over, which they managed to do so. So fair play to Epsilon, but a lot closer than I thought it would be.
And it's where you also see the composure of the best teams. At the end, it was very close. They could have panicked. I mean, Imperial was very close to winning the map, and Epsilon, they kind of went to that next gear for that last rotation, made sure they could secure that map. So that was good to see that despite their difficulties in that Hardpoint, they were able to finish it.
Yeah, I think so. I think for me, a few bits here and there, Imperial could have gone 1-0, but maybe that would have been a massive confidence booster for them. And Mayor Snowwood, like you said, they ended up winning the next map 2. So let's kind of cover this one again. Now, this is actually a 6-3, so a very confident game from them.
Yeah, they were more efficient in trading. I just felt like Imperial overall had better strategies. They were more prepared for the S&D, and it's going to be a big question mark for Epsilon going into the rest of the tournament, because that wasn't convincing. They were challenging in very unnecessary situations. There was a lot of risk taken and maybe some overconfidence in their gunfights.
And I think judging by that S&D, when they go up against Elevate now, they're going to be playing a better team at a game mode they specialize in. I think that S&D is very much a weak spot for Epsilon. Maybe we'll see something different because, of course, what Desire said there. But it just seems to me there are a few weak points for Epsilon.
Yeah, I think it's... Oh, sorry, it's finished 6-4. I think one of these things is Epsilon didn't impress us as much as we were thinking they might do. And it's kind of a common theme going through this, is that maybe some of these games should do a little bit better for them. Let's actually move on to the next map, the Uplink. Now, this came right down to the wire. Camos on both sides were active towards the very end of that game. And obviously, the guys on Epsilon managed to use theirs to get their points.
Yeah, going into the Uplink, I had a bit of mixed thoughts because of what we just saw on the S&D. I thought naturally it's a respawn game mode, Epsilon should take it. But then Shane started off super, super fast, and he was really, really kind of excelling on his squad. I think he started like 9-2 or something like that. And, we saw a bit of give and take from both teams. But again, it's those crucial one-point plays, those team pushes, the utilization of the payloads. And, like you touched on, Camos, very, very influential.
And I'm less surprised by the Uplink being close rather than the Hardpoint. We know there is Shane in this Imperial team, and naturally there is a player who his playstyle suits the Uplink game type. So he's definitely bringing a lot to the table when it comes to this Imperial team in Uplink. Very close. At the end, again, being able to close out in such a close game for Epsilon shows that they are a good team, and that even when it gets very close, they're able to get to next year and kind of close it.
The biggest thing that bothers me about that map is I think Imperial should have won it.
Yeah.
Hands down should have won it. There were several times where they had 3, even 4 down, and that drone was not making its way up towards the portal at any point.
And that makes you think they could have 3-0'd this series. They could have taken the Hardpoint, they took the S&D, and rightfully so, I agree with you. They should have won that uplink. And again, it shows weaknesses in Epsilon. It shows the strengths of Imperial going forward, not only in the tournament, but in the competition in general through the series, through the season, should I say. But great stuff from the Imperial and Epsilon. They need to pull their socks up, do something a little bit different.
But not closing these maps also shows the difference between those elite teams and the others. A team like Vitality last year, they were able time and time again to come very close in SNDs, in Hardpoint, in Uplinks, yet they had a terrible season because they were never able to close the series. And that's the most important thing. This game can be as close as you want. If you can't close it and you can't keep your composure at the end of the game, it's the same as losing 250-0.
Yeah, I think realistically, it does snowball out of control. And if you're, I mean, this game, the last Hardpoint just wasn't close. It was close for it to begin with, like around 100 points, and then Epsilon, yeah, we're taking this map.
I think that's that map as well. That map in particular, there's some very strong points where you can hold. You have to get your rotations down, and Epsilon just seemed the better team at that. But even going back to myself and you, Bryce, we casted these guys, last season, and they were so good at Hardpoint. They are that fast-paced, in-your-face team, and they don't seem to have changed in any way in regards to Hardpoint. Very good team. I'd like to see them improve. I think they've got a lot more to give. Epsilon, they're a team that can challenge the top 4, maybe pushing in a bit further as well. But for now, I think a few weaknesses for them, and I think they need to improve something.
All right, well, going to call it off the bat here. Do we think this is done for Imperial now?
I think for this tournament, I think a 3rd place in the group is kind of fair for them. Frustrating because of the way things worked out with Supremacy and the likes, but I think fair results.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, it's disappointing because they played great, and if they had been in the group with Aware and Fab, actually, they had been instead of Aware, I think they would have qualified if Supremacy had been there, but things worked out the way they did, and it's disappointing. They've got to give their best shot against Elevate, and who knows, maybe they can upset, but I doubt it.
All right, well, we will find out. All that is to come just after this break. We've got so many games today, but coming right up after this, Splice versus Aware. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London. My name is Bryce, and we have another big game coming up. Splice versus Aware. But I am not alone up here. I am joined by some very special people to break this game down. Some people say they are the worst people in esports. But for me, it's just Courage and Rel. Courage, how are you?
I'm great, and there's a reason why I'm holding my jacket like this. Yesterday on broadcast when Infused played, I asked for an Infused jersey. Not even 12 hours later. Thank you to everyone at Infused for this. They had my size, which I'm surprised, 7XL. But no, no, it fits beautifully. I'm wearing this for the analyst segment for Splice and Aware. So
no one's ever accused you of bias. It's fine.
Yeah, we're good. Can't wait for Infused to win later today. No, it should be fun.
Which is great, right? Because usually you hate Europeans. So this is like a
one step at a time.
One step at a time.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Rel, how are you?
Well, I've no Infused jersey, but very good. Good game coming up. Splice versus Aware, two of the top competing teams here at this tournament, so it's going to be a good one.
All right, well, Splice versus Aware. I'm going to try something a little bit different.
Okay.
One word. Rel?
Splice.
Courage, you'll nail this.
Intense.
Intense. See, so much better from Courage. Just want to bring him up here. But before we get into any more of this and let Rel talk again, let's look at the schedule coming up for this next one. All right, as you can see, as we started this morning, Splice versus Fab. Splice took that in dominating fashion. Then Aware versus Bando, and then Elevate versus Intuition. Those were both 3-0s as well. Epsilon Imperial was the game we just watched, 3-2. As we move on later into the day, as we go all the way from things like Match 7, Orbit versus Cyclone. But I think there's one game up there that so many people are looking forward to seeing. Infused versus Fnatic. Game of the day. Everybody wants to see this game.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure who I'm rooting for in that game between Infused and Fnatic, but it definitely is one that I think could go either way.
Knowing you, Jack, it'll probably change as soon as you find out who the winner is. So.
Oh, if I get a Fnatic jersey by that time. No, but no, that one everyone's looking forward to. What's crazy is 12 series today. Not only is this a long day for obviously talent, everybody behind the scenes involved, but for the players too. They're watching a lot of matches. Both of those teams actually have like a warm-up series as well prior to that one. I think Infused plays first, then Fnatic, then they have a break series, and then boom, they're into that. That, for me, is really going to set the tone for the weekend, where we get out of the group stages, go into the championship bracket, because that's a matchup that coming into this could easily be a championship bracket semifinal match for 100%.
I think that's the crazy thing. These teams will probably match up again, and we'll be talking about the previous match coming on as well. But let's get into the game at hand right now. First of all, we are going to take a look at Aware and their team. All right, Rel, take me through it.
Well, yeah, Aware, we saw them earlier going up against Fab, where they actually took a win there, 3-1. We've got a very strong team, two standout players for me in GFKid, very known online in his presence, always racking up those pro points, but standout player for me, and I think we picked up on this earlier, was Denza, making some incredible plays and really commanding the team.
Well, what I've been loving is every one of these players has an identity on this team as well. I mean, GFKid is everyone that I've heard talk about, a presence in the past, a name that I have actually seen before, to be quite honest. But Johansson has actually had some good plays as well in the respawns, where this is a guy that they've relied on a lot to get those big entry kills, someone that, like we just saw with in the last series with Brain, where Brain was the guy also, one of the frontline people, getting those clutch kills, 2-3 pieces. Johansson was doing that in the earlier series, but man, do they have their hands full here. I think the interesting thing with this series as well, Bryce, is this pool is basically decided for who's moving on and who's not. Now they're just playing for seeds, and you know Splice, perfect map count. They're intending to take this series to continue to move on with their dream of going undefeated this weekend.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's actually switch over to the other team then. And Courage, you can take me through these guys. Splice.
I mean, this team on paper is arguably one of the best to maybe ever be formed in Europe. You got two of the players that got top 2 at Champs this past year, now being rounded out with the likes of Jerd and Mad Cat. When I first joined the scene, Jerd and Mad Cat were 2 of the top 3 from Europe that people talked about. You could add Tommy or Swanee is there. As time has gone on, I think this team is going to look better and better. They're already 2-0 this weekend, perfect map count. I don't see that stopping anytime soon. I've got them 3-0ing the series against Aware right here.
I've just got Mad Cat in the gym by the look of it. Wow, look at those guns.
Hey,
that's some serious
I'll be honest,
on.
don't get me all hot and bothered up here. Let's keep focused on the game, or else I will go on a rant about that Mad Cat.
All right, let's talk about this game. Now, this is a game where, although it is the #1 team, we think Aware should be at least able to give them a little bit of a game. So, how much of a game do we actually think they are going to give them?
Well, I mean, this is it. Aware have won 2 games themselves in this pool, so we know they're capable of taking down some of the competition here. Splice are heavy favourites coming into this tournament, but Aware have the ability to produce something here. Definitely underdogs, but a team that you can't write out.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is that Splice, it hasn't even been close for anything we've seen so far. Yes, this should be the toughest competition they've had yet, but I don't even think Aware are near the same level right now. Splice are, I mean, we don't have the 4 elite that I would say we had last year. It was that clear cut of the 4 teams that are elite, but...
No, I think this tournament will sort the elite players out. I think that's the thing we're going to find out.
And I think Splice, though, and Orbit are, if there are 2 teams to say that are in the elite right now, it's those 2. So Splice on a tier above, I expect them to fully take the series.
All right, well, I think it's time for predictions for this one. Rel, I'm going to start with you.
I think if I said anything other than 3-0 to Splice, I'd be crazy. So I'm going 3-0 Splice.
Yeah, I'm with them as well. It's been a lot of 3-0 predictions for the analysts. Yes. And what, 11 of 13 series we've seen so far have been 3-0, so it makes a lot of sense.
It certainly does. Well, will it be another 3-0? We are about to find out. Let's hand it over to our casters. It's Momo and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Bryce. And yeah, we've got a Splice back on that main stage once again, joining me. Again, once again, we saw a couple of games yesterday. Myself and Mr. X went through one, joining me today. Aware versus Splice. Maybe a team putting the Seed 2 and Seed 1 into Group A.
Yeah, look, I mean, Splice is definitely where we thought they would be, obviously at the top of this group. Aware 2-0, it's a very good story. Aware always puts together a pretty good team. You know, in competitive Call of Duty, I remember them back at Advanced Warfare, had a fantastic team towards the beginning of the Pro League. They had Happy, TJ Haley, some of the rising stars on their squad then. But coming into this one, obviously, with the European lineup, we have Benji, GFKid, and Denzo, 3 players, how we've been talking about throughout the entire tournament. I do feel like, though, they're going to run into some trouble here against Splice. And our first match will actually be Scorch Hardpoint. Now you're seeing Retaliation and Willie Scorch.
Yeah, it is going into Scorch. So let's get underway. Splice versus Aware, and kicking things off in the mix. It's going to be right down this middle. A lot of action going down. 4-4. And straight away, Splice getting the majority of those kills. Are going to get the start of the points as well. Jerd and Josh combining for a nice triple there. Josh starting 2-0. Someone actually going, oh, wow, that's not what you want to happen. Vance there, team killing Josh straight away.
Yeah, now the one thing we were talking a little bit about, and I know between me and you, is when the analysis guys were talking, and Brycey raised the question, like, is this the best roster that Europe's ever put together? I think they are. I think just, you know, on paper, obviously they have all the talent and whatnot. They're starting to get better with their teamwork and, you know, just synergy between players. I feel like if you were to make a European roster that could challenge the North American teams, I feel like this one has the best chance.
I think you're absolutely right. And we've had these teams in Europe for quite a while now. We had, of course, Jerd, Josh, you know, the likes of Tommy and Swanee mixed in here. But I think coming into Infinite Warfare, this is, you know, a very powerful 4 and definitely something that can contest in North America. Straight away, though, you do see the majority of that middle hard point going to Splice, and now they have the spawns, the rotations locked down for Turbine. And you know what, on Turbine, you can saturate a lot of points here. You can go a full, you know, 40, 50 points.
Yeah, and Aware rotates early. They don't pick up any of the kills, though. When the hill pops up, it's going to be Josh picking up 2. You saw Bance with 1, and it's going to be Splice getting control of the hill. 30 seconds left on this one. So, you know, if Aware does not break this one pretty quick, the game could get out of hand. You know, Splice would jump up to something about, you know, 75 to 11 in terms of points. So just would not be good for the side of Aware. And when Splice has you in that type of position, it's really just a kill shot, right? I mean, you have to play for that garbage time, and you have to hold hills for its eternity, get the rotations as well. Very difficult, almost impossible to do against a team like Splice.
Well, we talked about it. They started on 11, they're going to end on 11. They didn't get anything from that Turbine Hill. However, they've rotated a lot quicker, and you can see Benji's going to be locking this one down. However, his first to strike is Jerd at the back. Coming in, though, it's going to be traded out by Benji, and still locking down these spawns. It is going to be for Aware. Madcap breaks in with the double, and now, just like that, a click of a finger, a flick of a switch, Splice regain control.
It's just so different from the Millennium roster of last year, where, you know, you're relying on Madcat and Jerd to pick up these 2 pieces. You know, Tommy and Swanee there in support. Obviously, those 2 guys making big plays as well, but really a lot of your firepower came from Madcat and Jerd. This year, with this roster, it can come from anywhere. I mean, Josh can come in, pick up a big 2-piece, 3-piece. Bance, we've seen the crazy plays that he's made. It is just a very scary team to go against, and right now they are up 100 points and counting against Aware. Aware doesn't look like they know what hit him here, Mama. It's not looking good.
And those 11 of those 15 points came from the middle, a very scrappy hard point. So as we do go into the second, another rotation straight away, Jerd flanking round to the crane, and now He's gonna, I thought he was gonna be spotted by one there, but he's not. He's gonna have full control. There he is, right from the back. It's Benji with the double, and that's a big, big double. They're gonna get a little bit control. They've got the good spawns as well, and Johansson can get into the mix. Can this be something to build upon for Aware,
I mean, this is the first amount of hill time for Aware and almost 2 hard points. I mean, right at the beginning of the second hill, they took the first few seconds. Since then, they took nothing on the third hard point. It has been all Splice. So Aware just trying to make the comeback, trying to make this one somewhat manageable. That's really what you're trying to focus on. Like, you're obviously not going to make this massive comeback on 1 hard point, just not enough points available. You just need to try and, like, churn it down, you know, win 50 on one hill, 50 on the next hill. Like, you got to churn it down 1 hill at a time. Right now, though, it is Aware barely getting any time on this hill as well. They got pushed out of it for a second. They're going to take the last 15 or so seconds here, though.
Yeah, it was actually crazy to see. Jerd was actually on the hard point there, and Aware had both controls of, you know, front and back. And Jerd was sat there. He picked up a double. 10, 15 seconds later, he finally gets taken down. But you can see as we go into the second rotation right now, Mad Cat's going to be controlling the middle here, and we have a split of around 100 points, a very dominant start coming in for Splice. But let's go back on board with someone a bit more in the action. Josh will be able to find a couple if Bance doesn't steal all the kills. And it's going to be a third and final, but no, Denza gets the double and now can push on as a 4.
Yeah, but now Splice has an idea of where the players are coming from the side of Aware. They all get taken out on the side of Splice. You know where you're spawning, obviously. It gives you a great indication where the opposing team's coming from. But Splice does not win the fights. It's going to be Aware, securing this middle hard point. This is where they took a decent amount of time. When I say decent, it was like 8 seconds on the first one, which seems like a lot to compare to what they had. But now doing a good job locking this one down, trying to mount back into the game. They got to get somebody in the hard point there. They do. GFKid slides in. He's going to get taken out by Mad Cat. But the spawn's coming in for Splice for this second hard point. So this is a big gunfight here. Jonassen able to win it, but he needs to get back down towards that turbine area.
Yeah, huge gunfight now, so he's going to rotate to the back. This is very, very key that he stays alive. I would have liked to have seen him actually push back, because look what he's done. He's given Josh and Mad Cat a free entry to the back of the hard point. He's basically given this up as, you know, Benji picks up a kill, Jerd's going to trade that out, and look who has control again, Splice. They're one step ahead. They're playing the smart game. Mad Cat's on a 5-kill streak. Let's hop on board with him. Trying to extend it, but the kill gets taken by Josh. Happy days for Splice, though, as they continue the dominance in game number 1.
Yeah, they were trying to set up a pinch there. That's why you saw the position being given up early by Aware, but at the same time, you can't rely on that to happen. You need to go and make a play. You can't give, you know, the likes of Josh and Mad Cat these great positions behind cover, because they are just going to abuse you with it. 3 kills, make it 4. Everyone dead from the side of Aware. Splice controlling this hard point. 20 seconds left on it. Cannot win it here, but they can definitely win it on this next hard point.
Okay, well, there is one player pushing forward. Bance is the most aggressive for Splice. Can he break through? A wise thing for Bance I'd like to see is maybe just play the time a bit better, but he gets a little bit impatient, should I say there. Pushes in alone, and now Splice will and can go as a squad. Mad Cat 15 and 8, finally does fall. But with 25 seconds away, this is looking very positive for Splice.
Yeah, and with those streaks, I mean, Mad Cat can save those for Drill. Obviously not going to use them here. Drill on the first hard point. You're going to see Josh slide on in. He's able to get 1. Has some good teammate backup, but Jonassen wins 2 gunfights again. So 2 big wins there from him, locking this down for Aware. So now Aware getting a good hold here on this third hard point. Desperately what they needed.
Yeah, Johansson finds 1. Traded it well. Mad Cat and GFKid, that was the big kill. Mad Cat comes off better with the double, and now he can collect a couple of points. But with the backup of Jerd and Bance coming in, it's only going to end one way. Mad Cat continuing another 3-kill streak for him. Streaks are available. Does he need them? Probably not, but he has them in his back pocket just in case.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been talking a lot about the respect between, you know, EU and North American players. I think the North American players definitely respect everybody on this Splice lineup. Just the things that Jerd, Mad Cat, and Josh have done in their overall Call of Duty careers. And I think a lot of the North American players very impressed with Bance last year with his fantastic play at COD XP. It'll be 250-94 in favor of Splice in our game 1. Not too surprising for me, Momo, to be quite honest with you.
No, I mean, you guys at home may be thinking that was a crazy game, but myself, Mr. X, we've seen this before with the likes of Splice, and you can hear it in our voice almost. It's what we expected. Great stuff from the boys of Splice. Mad Cat with over 2.5 minutes on the hill. And you know what? It was no particular standout for any player. They were all roughly around the same kill death. And a struggle, to say the least, for Aware.
No, I mean, just Mad Cat winning a lot of the key engagements. He goes 18 and 11, like you said, with all that hill time. You know, 9 defense, winning a lot of those engagements in the hill, giving his team a ton of time in the overall score. And that's really where you saw the game being, you know, the difference being made, where you saw, in the second hill of the overall game, Aware gets there early, not able to pick up any kills inside of the hardpoint. Splice comes back, takes it right away. They take the third hardpoint as well. They're able to just run away with that game.
Well, you can see there, Mad Cat looking so calm after game one, and you really don't have to look twice at that one. Yesterday, it looks like he's perked up a little bit. He was, as he said, chilling as he came out of game one. But this is a map and a game, should I say, which really will determine the seeds going into the rest of the tournament. They're playing for, of course, top of the group and second. So Splice, they're seed one, they're predicted to come out on top, and so far it is business as usual. What a star-studded lineup they have right now.
Yeah, and I wonder if a team like Aware is just kind of happy to be able to advance into the bracket.
Yeah.
And they're, I don't know, like where they go into this matchup, like they don't put a lot of pressure on themselves. Splice obviously wants to take that #1 spot. They're not content with #2. But I think if you're Aware, look, you'd be great to make it into brackets. You're okay with that #2 spot. Just trying to get some better practice going up against a team like Splice in this one.
I think that's it. I think after Aware's previous game, we had an interview with Benji, and he said, we've done what we came here to do, win those 2 games, Fabi and Bando, and they've done that. Now going against Splice, they said the pressure's off. We've come here, and done what we needed to do. Can we do any better? Everything from now is a bonus. But
you can't.
I don't like that particular mentality. But it's very hard to go up against a squad
the
like
competitor
Splice.
inside me hates it. It's like if you come and you're like, oh, yeah, we won our 2 games we were supposed to win. Oh, we're okay with whatever happens. No, you show up to win.
Well, maybe deep down that's what he's thinking. But no, I completely agree with you. I disagree with the mentality of that. But from the interview, what we saw with Benji, it came across almost.
They seem content.
Yeah, they came across almost like they expect to come into this to lose. But
well,
I mean most people do. Most people do. But you've got to.
Most people do. You got to at least kind of have some confidence in your team. Like, hey, look, we're playing well. Like, let's go challenge Splice. We get that #1 seed. We have an easier time in brackets. Maybe we make some noise in the bracket portion of the tournament. But I think that's the same kind of vibe I got from that interview with Benji. That's the one thing I remember watching it. I was like, they seem just kind of content with going 2-0, and then whatever happens against Splice happens.
Well, I like the fact that the competitor comes out in you as well in the casting to keep the passion. However, we'll be going into Search and Destroy coming up. Next, we're going to be going on to Throwback. S&D, though, between these 2 teams, it will be a game mode that I would say is probably Aware's strongest, I would go into.
Yeah, and I would probably say this is where Splice could be most vulnerable in this Search and Destroy going into it. Aware can slow the place down. We've seen them do some nice things in S&D in their previous matchup. So if they were to take a map, this would be it.
Okay, well, getting into things here, Search and Destroy. If you're just joining us, Splice do take map #1. I believe we've got a little chat with Benji before the game. Let's take a look.
I think the Splice team is a great team. They're possibly one of the best teams in Europe. And I think it's going to be a great series, a great experience for us to play against them. And I hope we can give them a good series.
Okay, well, actually looking at that video, maybe a bit of a difference, hoping to give them a good series, maybe sneak the W in, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's a little bit of a different take on it than the live interview we got, where he was, right there, talking about giving them a good series, gaining some more experience against the top flight teams, and it'll be a 2v1 right away in favor of Aware. Bant's the only one for Splice, puts a lot of shot in the player's back, not able to get him through that shield. Now that's giving away his position.
I mean, it has done. However, all he needs to do is defend. There is one player diffusion. He's going to see the legs. He needs to take him down. But no, Denza from behind picks up a double for the round and actually secures round #1 for him. The hesitation, I think, or that first gunfight, that was really the difference maker in that round.
Yeah, and also when he comes over that wall run and you see the shots coming in from Denza towards his back, gives him a little bit of flinch, and it takes his aimer up towards the bridge instead of actually down on the player defusing the bomb. If Denza doesn't land those shots, Bans probably takes that player out defusing, and Splice clutches up that round, but it'll be Aware taking the first round here in our map #2.
Okay, well, on the attack this time is Aware after they've just secured themselves one round. Let's see. Of course, Denza's actually the one carrying the bomb. I want to jump on board with him. He's been so good in the respawns. He's 2-0 already after round 1. Grenades going thick and then fast. And the plant is already going down. This is a very aggressive push from Aware, and actually to a bomb site we don't usually see.
Yeah, no, they made some adjustments to this bomb site, obviously, to make it more viable, and we see the push coming in right away. Splice only puts some pressure over by bike path. They leave the barn side of the map completely open, and they come back with a fast retake, though. Benji, some nice line of sight here, able to just jump up over the plant and knock down some shots, and Aware in a 2v4 scenario. wipes the floor with Splice and takes another round.
That shows how powerful getting the bomb down and having that power positions are. We saw them sit back, use a few fancy jumps, you know, aerial views, if you like. Managed to pick up 2 quick kills, tried to trade, but not enough for Splice. They were 2 quite quick rounds as well for me. Splice maybe needs to slow this game down as they go on to the attack. Jumping on board with Jerd, he's going to be rocking the MV4, and it looks like business as usual going towards the A site. Nice Bants.
And I think Momo, it's quite funny. I mean, we can talk a little bit about it, but usually these Slay-heavy lineups, the only kind of downfall of them is their search and destroy play. I mean, you're a professional player in the past. Allegedly, I don't think there's any footage of it, but you know, why do you think a team that like is so Slay heavy, they struggle in a game mode like S&D?
I think it's because, you know, these rounds in particular, it's about getting the important gunfights. It's not, you don't have a second chance. You're not gonna, you know, lose a gunfight and respawn 3 seconds later to be able to take this. But you need to make the smart plays, the intelligent plays, and it is really about that team individuality. And in search and destroy, you know, first blood counts for such a lot. If you have, you know, the integration of things like snipers, other weapons on the map as well, I think a lot more kind of strategy goes into it. You know, you don't have that safety cushion of the respawn.
Yeah, I feel like as much as we talk about like, you know, an OBJ, I don't really want to call it an OBJ player, but more just like an in-game leader, like how I think in Hardpoint, Uplink, right, a lot of the top slayers, they know how to play that. I feel like Search and Destroy is a game mode that, you know, round by round, strategies change, classes change, whatnot. I feel like that's where you really need somebody who is just thinking for the unit as a whole. And I feel like that's a lot of what the teams lack sometimes when they come over to their fantastic respawn teams. You're so used to kind of running on autopilot, just not able to do that in Search and Destroy. And Splice gets 1 round on the board here, and you see right away, Aware forces a 1v2 scenario, so it'll be Jerd, the only one alive here for Splice, trying to make a play.
Yeah, he's in pretty good position as the bomb he needs to do something with, but now he's giving his location away. Bullets fired, and you can see utilizing the wall run, the bomb is going to go down at A very shortly. And now the advantage of will, of course, go to the Aware. They have that numerical advantage. They can back off, and you can see they're doubling up back at the bus as well. But Jerd's going to use the best cover in the game, of course, the bomb site, but now in a very tricky situation. The call will be made. Aware should be able to clean this one out. You know what? The reading from Jerd, he knows exactly where he is going to be, but with 25 seconds, he needs to do something, make a push. Will find them both, but unable to take any with him. 3-1 to Aware. And this is showing a squad which, you know, is so far behind in the likes of a Hardpoint, going toe-to-toe and even doing better in the S&D.
Well, right there, it was a perfect positioning from Aware. You saw Benji keep poking out from the staircase, not giving Jerd easy shots. Jerd knew there was one player playing behind Bus, just jumping up, putting down some shots. He knew he couldn't really kind of force his way around the bomb site because the player at the bus was going to be able to take him out. Ultimately, falls to Benji on the stairs. But Aware looking very good here in the Search and Destroy.
Fancy's going to be the one with the most aggressive. Trophy system finds 2. That's going to be taken out straight away. Just showing, again, how influential sometimes the grenades can be. And Denza's found first blood. This is looking very, very good for Aware.
Yeah, nah, Jonassen's gotten off to a 5-1 start. 4-3 for Benji, 4-3 for Denza as well. It was first blood for Aware, but Josh is going to even things up. Now you see Madcat trying to play here towards the mid-map. It seems like Splice just getting very aggressive here at the beginning of these rounds, and just in general, just trying to force action on the Aware side of the map. Just trying to really make this just a gun-on-gun game. Force Aware to just play at a very fast pace towards mid-map.
Big kill from Josh as well. Madcat tagged him up, got the assist, so a real team kill there. But a 3 versus 2 now with the bomb down. Splice have bitten back after losing first blood. Madcat's on the flank, so I'm going to go back on board with Josh to see if he can fend this one out. He's going to have a one-on-one down at Lemon. Drop shot doesn't find him as Denza makes it a 2v2. And now Madcat flanking all the way back here. Where's Bance?
And now Bance is actually set up in the higher portion of the mid-map, so he's actually able to hear players run down beneath him. He's able to get one, and I think Madcat spotted the player below. He's going to be able to take him out. Is Bance towards the middle of the map? That'll be Splice's second round on the board. But that got dangerous for a little bit. You know, Madcat comes in that long flank, you're just not able to spot anybody. Josh falls at one side of the map, and you have players coming from the opposite side in terms of Aware. It seemed like Bance had no idea where the pressure was coming from. Madcat just gets into a right position at the right time. Splice able to put away that round. Now to be Aware on offense. See if they can get another win on the board.
Now, GFKid is a player which, for me, I've known him as a search and destroy player. He's 1 of 5 at the moment, maybe struggling a little bit. However, Hopefully he'll pick this up in round number 6. Again, we're going to see a very A-dominant push coming in from Aware, but there is one player on the flank. I've got him highlighted just in case he does keep progressing, maybe through bowling. I'm going to jump on board with him very, very shortly. Let's have a look at Josh. Oh, he's been spotted.
And he's trying to line up those shots. He thinks he's free, and he gets taken out behind the bus there. So that would have been a big kill if Josh was able to secure it. Jerd and Bans pick up one each. Madcat with another. So just like that, it is all Splice as they wipe the floor with Aware. They'll defuse the bomb and tie this game up.
Yeah, that was great play from Splice, especially to lose Josh. You know, Josh was in a really good position and unfortunately spotted through just the glass there. But as Madcat defuses, they're going to tie things up 3-3. And are we seeing, you know, Splice just answer back here? A couple of rounds on the trot. Josh definitely warming himself up there. They're looking a better team than the first couple of rounds. Of course, stating the obvious, taking the rounds themselves, but really working as a team as well.
Yeah, and Josh maybe was trying to line those shots up behind the player on the bus, see if another player would cross, see if he can get 2 for 1 there. He doesn't get anything. Fortunate for Splice, so the rest of his teammates come through. And now you think Splice actually has all the momentum. A bad grenade there by Jerd. Can't get that one out of the window. But they get first blood yet again, so things are starting to go in favor of Splice now.
Yeah, Josh taking one from behind as well. Again on the flank, he's got the E-Rad, isn't going to find Johansson, but can it be traded out? Madcat does do that, and that's what a professional team does so well, you know. Every time they lose one, they'll trade that out, and now Benji left in a 1v2. Bant and Madcat don't have the bomb down just yet, and that's the only thing going for Benji right now, but can he get himself in a favorable position to do so? The bomb has been planted.
Well, I mean, obviously, the only way to be able to trade those kills out effectively is getting the first bloods. It really starts at the beginning of the round, and that was when Madcat was able to take one out early, but it's going to be Benji. He'll take out Bance, and Madcat very far away. Madcat, though, 9-3 at this moment in time. He actually spots Benji, not going to fire right away. Perfect play there by Madcat. Yet again in search and destroy, puts Splice up 1.
Yeah, 3 rounds now on the bounce here, and maybe Aware have been started to be a bit easily readable, maybe, is what I'm thinking. Splicers seem to have adapted to their playstyle, slowed the game down, and really seem to be countering what they're doing. Madcat's already hit double digit.
Yeah, and you remember Aware actually went over towards B at one point, and they actually got bombed down, and then they have not gone back to it. They won that round. They have not gone back to it once. They've committed fully over towards A the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, it really just surprised me, that, actually. And you can see once again on that mini-map. Oh, we're going to have score streaks coming in straight away. Denza finds one before Madcat answers back. It's going to be the first, tags up the second, so they know that they're planting the bomb. And Bant swoops in for the second kill. And now, again, the numerical advantage favors Splice. Can Denza and Gefkid hold them off? That's the question.
You do get bombed down, though. Favorable position here for Aware. They're able to just watch it from the bus side, but see Denza over towards middle of the map. Needs to take out one here. He's going to lose that, and Gefkid in no position to even check bomb here. Has to get towards the middle of the map. They spot him, take him out. And just like that, you thought this one may be going over towards Aware. Splice is just rolling them these last few rounds.
Yeah, and there you go, a quick smiley face on the wall for Josh. A funny-looking smiley face, to say the least, but, yeah. But they find the fourth. Out of fourth there, coming back. Splice seem to have settled into this search and destroy. Josh with the unintentional dab, I think, there, as he takes a sip of water. But yeah, Splice are looking much more comfortable towards the set.
Yeah, and it was maybe something where, you know, Splice, they talked a little bit about it earlier, where, you know, they were just not ready for a game, I guess that's kind of how you would put it. They were just not there, I guess, mentally, and they kind of clicked halfway through. That's kind of what you maybe attribute this to. But I would say Aware kind of is giving them this one a little bit, to be honest. I mean, they just keep going over towards A, and that was the one where Splice was doing a good job defending it. They haven't gone back towards B, where Splice was giving up those free plants.
Now, Josh has actually just used his camo. Unfortunately, doesn't pick up anything, and that's taken down. Gefkid answers for the second, and this is a round where Aware Gaming should come out on top. Gefkid finally finds another and finds his form. Madcat left in a 1v4. Not going to happen. The bomb will be defused, and let's not forget there, the camo was used, of course, for Josh. I'm not sure if any other payloads were used at the same time, but positive round for Aware, and they take this to round 10.
You know, right there in the 1v4, the Centurion not going to help Madcat. Nothing he could do with that one. And that'll be 5-4 in favor of Splice. So Splice still 1 round away from going up 2-0 in the series, but Aware putting up a much better fight here in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, this is a team which does excel in Search and Destroy in particular. Splice came out dominant on the Hardpoint, but so far they've been challenged and they've been pushed. Reactive armor is available for Benji, so this should come into play. They'll want to push this to around 11. Let's stay on board into. Look at the middle. We've got Jerd and Josh pushing through. And there we go. First tagged up is Josh. He finds Benji. And the bomb's actually been rotated round. And clever play. I was going to say clever as the score streaks come in, but guess been caught out as well.
I mean, I guess you can't go back to B knowing that Mad Cat has these score streaks, but still, I would have loved to see maybe another B play from the side of Aware. It's one of the offensive rounds I can recall that they win. They go over towards B, they're able to get bombed down and secure it. They don't try it again. The remainder of the game, they end up losing this one 6-4.
Score streaks have been utilized there by Mad Cat. One round he picked up a couple of kills. I think just one actually, and then you see the last round pushing them back. They played as a team. I think it was Josh and Jerd pushing through the middle on the last one. And again, really aggressive play, positive play from Splice. Had a bit of a slow start, but in the end, they turned up and they showed us why they are that #1 seed.
Yeah, they put it together towards the end of that one, really just kind of led by Mad Cat and his phenomenal play, you know, getting first bloods, picking up some clutches, some nice flanks out of him. He actually goes 13-4 in that one, so a very strong performance from Mad Cat. Now, you kind of look going into the uplink. I don't know where Aware goes here to try and get a win. I don't know what style of play they can kind of force in this Splice team to throw things in their favor.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult, Mr. X. It's a game mode which, let's be honest, Mad Cat, Bance, Josh, and Jerd, they've all played this game mode in particular for a very, very long time. The likes of Aware, they're a little bit inexperienced. I would say they've played enough of it, of course. They've absolutely grinded this game. But we're talking about the players like Mad Cat have been playing this now for nearly 3 years. And I just think it ends here, but I actually think it ends quite punishing. I think this could be a high-scoring game mode.
Yeah, I know. We saw Splice the other day. I believe it was a 19-1 in Uplink. They were able to win it. I would not be shocked if we see a score, and not exactly 19-1. I think Aware puts up a better fight than that, but I think definitely one where we see the side of Splice just take a huge lead.
Yeah, I'm thinking, we could see double digits for Splice. Whether we can get Aware on the scoreboard as much, we'll have to hold our thoughts on that one. But I think Splice, that the amount of slaying power, and we could talk about this for a second, every single one of them has the ability to drop 30 kills. And that's why so far in this tournament, you've not seen anyone, go crazy and drop like a 50 bomb because they're all performing, they're all natural slayers. They're all almost sharing the work. They're sharing it out. And you're actually one of those people, and I completely agree with Call of Duty. It comes down to being able to slay, being able to, Call of Duty 101. Kill your opponent quicker than they can kill you, and you will take the majority of the maps.
Right. I mean, there's only so much you can do with proper map positioning and great strategies and just different class selection, where I feel like at the end of the day, it all kind of comes down to the slaying. I think really since Call of Duty Ghosts, I feel like that's when things changed. I feel like that's what you need as a team. You need to have those top flight slayers. This Splice team definitely has it. Where they can fall, I think probably the Search and Destroys. I have not seen like really dominant S&D play from them. I'll be interested to see going forward through the tournament once we see them play against the top teams, your Orbits, your Elevates, how they fare in S&D.
Yeah, I think as well a great thing is, these guys have been playing day in, day out, of course, but things like the 2Ks that these guys compete in, and of course Splice have just taken back-to-back 2Ks. They're playing Search and Destroy twice in every series if necessary, if it goes the distance, so they're getting that practice. It was very, it was notorious really in Europe, when I was a player, that people didn't practice Search and Destroy. They practiced their respawns and they thought, you know what, we don't want to play S&D.
Which I just find ridiculous that people don't scrim Search and Destroy, because it's not like many teams have different strategies than other teams, right? I mean, is there anything that you guys would do at an event or whatnot that you just wouldn't try, like whether it was like a GB match or some kind of like 2K tournament? I feel like you can play pretty much, you're trying different strategies on either side of the map, but I feel like there's nothing like either of these teams should be that surprised about from each other in Search and Destroy.
They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be at all. I mean, these two teams have actually matched up against each other in 2Ks before, so it's not like, oh, we don't want to give our specialist Search and Destroy strategy away. And it's difficult. It really is. But I think the Europeans have learned, and they have started to not only play, but practice Search and Destroy more. And one thing, speaking to the pros as well, they do go back, they do watch, whether it's VODs or anything. And I think over the past 12 to 18 months, it's something they have improved on.
But I love is the logic. It's like, we won't scrim Search and Destroy as a team, but I'll play with pickup teams, search and destroy, and just kind of let everybody know my tendencies in different situations. And I'm okay with playing it in the 2K. It's like, you're giving away your strategies and your tendencies anyway. It's like, you may as well just kind of get on the same page with the rest of your team. But Game 3 will be a Precinct Uplink. Splice up 2-0 in the series. They get ended here.
Well, Uplink and Precinct, these go hand in hand, I think. I actually really enjoy watching this particular map purely because of the verticality of what you can do with all the wall runs, the jumps, the passing. It really does kind of link up nice and well, but a high scoring game mode is what I'm predicting from Splice. Where they played Fabi, they lost their Uplink. It was the one game they looked weak on. It was the one game that they lost. It kind of just all favors Splice right now.
Yeah, it does, and that's kind of been the entire series, but we did see Aware put up a better fight in Search and Destroy, so maybe that carries over here into Game 3.
Okay, well, kicking it off with Bando straight away. You're going to see grenades coming in, jammers as well. Josh is going to get the first blood, and already Benji falling. Ban's finding the drone in his hands, which I don't think he expected for a second there, but it looks like they're trying to push this left-hand side of the map. Bance and Josh should be able to double up. If they can make one more kill, this should be a nice, comfortable, maybe one-point play. But as he dances around here, Bance uses the wall runs, those jetpacks, and he doesn't convert. I was almost setting myself up for one there.
No, yeah, Bance misses a one-point throw, and you see it's obviously a little bit easier to connect. It's definitely easier, I may say, to connect on the one-point throws with the change in the goal placement. They move it a little bit to the back of that alley, even out this map, which I think it plays wonderfully now.
Okay, well, Bance is going to have another go at this one. Over and out. He does convert that, and that's the first point on the board for Bance as he picks up not 1 point, but a kill as well. Josh seems to be the one getting in the action, using the ERAD this time, but a double coming in for Aware. Maybe something can play out for them.
Yeah, now Aware, they do get drone control. They're trying to force it down into the street, and they're going to get a one-point toss of their own off, and it's going to be intercepted. And they have nobody there to put this one away. Josh picks up a big two-piece, shuts down any scoring opportunity that Aware may have had during that one. Now that is an unfortunate situation there for Aware. It looks like you're going to put points on the board, then potentially thinking maybe get a 2-point on the way after the interception comes in, get nothing out of that, and here comes Splice on the offensive.
Bance was in a great position, does get taken down, but very quick plays from the boys on Splice. They turn it around, and they've headed a different route. I love the play from Josh there, just to back off, give his team a bit of space, make the kills, make the plays, and now he can stomp on his way through. And is he going to take his time? No, he's going to secure the easy 2 points, and he's going to get back in that middle.
Yeah, they have teammates towards the middle of the map, although Benji's able to take out Mad Cat. It's a smart play by Josh, just trying to relay these scores together. It's going to be Josh and Bance working in the middle of the map.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be Denza, though, taking out Josh and Jerd, and they're able to get drone control for a second, but Bance there, just the pressure from Splice on the drone, it's too much for Aware to deal with right now.
Yeah, you've seen moments of brilliance all weekend, or week, should I say. Denza has been performing. However, converting those plays into points is going to be difficult. We've got Josh passing through the ball, and he's actually going to go for a few kills himself. ERAD in hand, not going to find Johansson, as he does do one better, and now the drone will go back to Bance. They seem to be doing this. They seem to be kind of indecisive of which route they're going to.
I mean, you know, you try and go through that back alley and connect with the one-point play like Bance tried earlier, and you miss. I feel like at that moment in time, you're just trying to spread the defense thin. So you see right now, they have the drone. They're going towards that side yet again, and they have Jerd and Josh in position to pick up some kills.
Okay, well, Splice strong so far. They're going to put number 5 in. Let's jump to a quick listening and see what's going down in the comms.
I've got it.
He's already. It's bullshit, me. 2.
One. Let's go. In the ball.
I get two.
MB4 in ball. It's going to be head kitchen. It's going to be head kitchen. I spawned back portal.
Watch out, Benji. Morning gas. MB4, pushing out now.
You have to stay alive, and come across you.
It's one shot, one out. It's really weak, Josh. Really
come with you too. In the ball. One
bullet in now.
We can ball, dance.
Chill. Try and hold.
Style up. Go flank if you want. Go flank if you can.
Top cat, one in ball, one top cat.
One's already on our base, and one's close.
One shot back on his challenge off the wall. Right, take your time. Wait. Big kill.
Did you get one?
He's close. One shot.
Wait.
Literally one shot.
Wait, you heard it?
Yeah, go.
No. Tag. No, it's going to be close, right, mate?
Yeah. Street. On our base.
Big kill. No, it's going to go for one. Nice, man. He's there.
Close again.
He's good.
He's zig, baby. Take one shot. Take weak.
He one bullet, hit him twice.
Where's he gone? Low down. No, that's right. One more.
Take it through ball. Refang.
I got 2, come.
Let's go.
I'm flanking. Woody's back. I'm flanking. Take it front.
Josh, I'm passing you. Go.
No. One in the base.
Another base.
Oh my fucking, I got streaks. I got streaks.
One more, low.
What's he doing?
Just line down. Looking for you.
See.
In the ball or what?
Z one shot. He's pushed upstairs. Here, John.
What stairs? In the ball. No, T. Push T already. Close. One shot. Two. Both weak. He's going for 1.
Main set.
Got it.
That's fine.
I'm
Ben, don't throw him.
I'm going. Pushing out. I can shoot this.
There's 10 seconds.
Wait.
Yeah.
One T.
Take the balls.
Pass me. No, never mind. There's 2. Two. I bet you get 1. Oh, that's fine.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it loud and clear from the boys of Splice. In particularly Josh, he likes to repeat things maybe 6 or 7 times. I heard Z.
I had a teammate like that back in the day, and it was just I couldn't handle it. Like I'd hear the same call out like 3 times in a row. I'm like, I get it. There's a guy over there.
I know he's at Z.
I've heard it 4 times now. I understand.
The good thing about Josh, I was going to say, I mean, I used to team with, this is going back like 4 years, and he was exactly the same. He's not lost his energy in Call of Duty at all.
He still has the passion for the game, and you can see it in his play, obviously. I know, fantastic player in terms of just saying he was like an OPJ player kind of last year, really transformed as like a top-flight AR player. So you can see just the passion for competitive Call of Duty and just the willingness to be able to change up his game for whatever his team needs. And right there at the bat, Aware just let Splice grab the drone and throw it in for 1. So not the best strategy there by Aware to just let a free point go in for the side of Splice as they extend their lead.
Yeah, I keep wanting to jump on board with Aware, but it's really difficult at the moment. It just seems to be going all one way. Splice answering back. And Josh, in particular, you could see how passionate he is. You know, a lot of the plays come from communication in this game. You've got to be on top of that. And, you know, the complete opposite. Jerd is a very quiet individual, but, you know, in-game there, vital, kind of precise call-outs. Literally the complete opposite of Josh.
And same with Mad Cat's pretty quiet as well.
Yeah.
When you listen in as well. I mean, Mad Cat literally only calls out when he's killed somebody or he's died. That's pretty much the only things that Mad Cat calls out. But that's why you see Josh is really kind of their in-game leader. It's going to be Aware getting a 2-point play on the board, so they get drone control, bring it through back alley, able to get some points. But if you look at your mini-map and go back towards the drone, it goes right to the hands of Splice, and the map is just completely open. Theirs for the taking. They're going to at least get a 1-point play out of this. And Aware just, they do not have the luxury of just trading scores with this team.
Yeah, right now, Splice, they can, I'm not going to say they will, but they can almost take the foot off the gas, trade out the kills, make the initial plays that they need to, and, you know, it's all looking pretty good. But I will say Aware have fought their way back into this. 5 points on the board. I thought Splice would break double digits. I'm sure they will. But Aware are definitely not out of this. 3 minutes to go here, Mr. X. And I'm just thinking there's a possibility, just maybe, that they can tie things up.
Yeah, it's definitely been a much better performance than I expected from this Aware team.
Oh, yeah.
You know, with the way that Splice was playing in the respawn game modes. Aware putting up a very good fight after a tough-fought search and destroy game number 2, but their backs against the wall. Splice with a chance to close this series out. So we're on board with Jerd as he's just trying to make a play over in the street. He's able to take down 2.
Wow.
Spawning in the back alley. He's able to get a 3rd. They do have drone control. They're going to bring this one in for a 2-point play. And now the spawn trap coming in for the side of Splice.
Yeah, I couldn't go away from Jerd there. He's absolutely on fire. And it all came initially from that rewind. Talking to rewind, we've just seen camo unlocked by Josh. And this really should just favor Splice even more. Let's jump on board with Aware, though, to see if they can do anything. They have got drone control. I believe that is Johansson. And now maybe a 1-point play. Not going to be able to get that out of the hands. And again, Splice dominate the kill feeders. Bant picks up the double, make it a triple. Bant's finally turning up here. He had a bit of a slow start to this map, actually.
Yeah, and I know Benji for the side of Aware, we can hit some love. He's had a fantastic game. And I think if you're Aware as a team, you kind of go into brackets after this. And it's like, look, let's work on our uplink and our hardpoint. We have a pretty good S&D game. You feel you can play on par with any of the top teams in Europe in that game mode. You know, maybe, you know, some things go right in this one. They're able to get a little bit more drone control. This game is a little bit closer. I feel like it's really, you know, if there's one thing they need to improve heavily on going into the bracket, it's going to be that hardpoint game mode. I mean, they could be fantastic in S&D, and they could be great in uplink, but you know, 2 of the 5 game modes is hardpoint. You know, the 5th S&D, I feel like it's always a little bit of a toss-up when the nerves kick in a game 5. They need to get better in the hardpoints.
Yeah, it must suck as well, you know, every single best of 5 going, you know, if you go 1-0 down, losing that initial game, the pressure's on, and yes, their search and destroy is fantastic, but it really does put a lot of pressure on them, actually. But Splice with a minute left to go. We see the overdrive kicking in here for Madcad as he pushes forward. Play which you'd not normally see use overdrive, but seems to be utilizing it very, very well there as Stuart and Josh combine for 2. Josh is going to find number 3, and Splice looking pretty here with only 60 seconds left on the clock to take the series.
Yeah, but I mean, outside of, you know, 3 or 4 times, you know, in the course of the 10-minute game where Aware had the drone, I mean, they really have not contested for the drone in the middle of the map. It's really been Splice who has had the drone most of the game. Aware has not been able to get towards mid-map and make any type of offensive plays. Now, looking at this one, it kind of reminds me a little bit about the Elevate team from North America last year, where it kind of was that game 1, you always knew it was going to be a loss. They needed to fight on the back foot in game 2 and game 3. And, you know, they were able to put together some great performances, but not too often you're going to be able to pull those out, and you're going to lose those hard points at the beginning of a series. Yeah, always very, very difficult here. Scoreline 15-5. As I try and find someone who's alive there. Josh has, I think, stopped playing. Salute comes in for Jerd, and the kill comes in. A little bit of showboating there going on as they will stand up, shake hands, fist bumps all round. And you know what? A warm reception here from London, the guys in the crowd. Clearly happy with what they've just seen. Splice looking very dominant here in GFINITY. Yeah, Splice looks like the dominant force we thought they would be when they formed in the EU Call of Duty scene. Jerd, 28-24, a dunk and 2 throws to his name. Good performance from him on the side of Aware. He got a shout out to Benji. Benji had a fantastic game, putting up 30 kills with 23 deaths. Okay, fantastic stuff from Oz. Let's throw it back over to the guys on the analyst and see what Bryce and the boys have to say.
Thank you very much. Well, it pretty much went as we predicted it to go, but Aware gave him a good game in some parts.
Yes, I like how you put that. In some parts, it was, but for the most part, it was one-sided through and through. This is Splice, honestly, are looking like some of the most impressive play I have seen of a team of all the events I've come to London. I mean, this is my 5th one now out here. This looks like one of the best European teams I've ever watched in Call of Duty since I started.
Well, actually, if you look at the players, it is one of the best teams on paper, and now it's translating into the game. So that's what's nice to see. Indeed, Aware, we didn't expect to put much of a fight. Very young players, they've not been in the scene for so long, and they put up a good fight. And SND, actually, they thought they maybe had a chance to win the map, but when it came to those respawns mode, then they were just too good. This place was just too good.
Yeah, it's just a different class. I think already, I said this tournament, I said at the beginning of this tournament, we're going to start finding out who's really the elite teams. It was easy to kind of guess that it'll be these guys, but realistically, now we're starting to see proof of it. After this, we can say, yeah, categorically, this is a cut above. Splice is starting to look more and more like that.
Yeah, I think everyone's excited to watch, obviously, Splice in Orbit, which would be great. I'm actually most excited to watch, like, Splice versus Infused. Like, one of those teams that, yes, Infused, you could put them right on that edge. Infused looked fantastic yesterday, but not against probably the most formidable opponent. This time around, though, Splice versus Infused would be able to tell a lot from both teams in regards to where they
And are you saying that because you're
wearing
an Infused
shirt? I feel like there's some sort of...
I actually forgot I had this on. Don't worry, I'll button it. This will be the last time.
I'm looking forward to see Splice Elevate, Splice Orbit. I think Infused to me is a team that I expect to come 4th or 5th. I'd be surprised if they go above that, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. Well, we'll get into this map by map in just a second. But before we do, we're going to send it down now. It's Lottie with Josh.
Thank you, Bryce. So I'm with Josh at the moment. You're top of the pool. Fantastic. 1st place. So Aware gave you quite a good S&D map. Do you have a little bit more respect for them going into that last map as well?
Yeah, we've played them a few times online. They've beat us before, so we knew there was a good team, and we just had to prove that we're better than them online, and we did.
When you saw your pool at the beginning, did you expect to be battling with them for 1st and 2nd place?
Oh yeah, I think it was always pretty obvious in everyone's mind. They're the team that's going to be fighting for the 2nd place behind us.
So now going into the final bracket, you've got a really good seed. Are you quite confident going into it, or are you going to try and keep your composure?
Oh yeah, we're always going to be confident. We know we're one of the best teams, if not the best team here, and we're going to prove it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Josh, and good luck. Back over to you, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much, Josh. Confident as always. Like I said, it's early in the tournament for him. The challenge really isn't there yet.
Yeah, and this was a pool that everyone expected them to win. Not only did they win it, though, a perfect map count. Still, their closest they've been to losing was really, I would say, that Search and Destroy. That's been the only mode that anyone's even come close to even having a chance in. And
honestly, they've been looking exceptional as well throughout the weekend.
And what's good for Splice is that not only we expected them to win the pool, but they win it in convincing fashion.
Yeah.
It's been very easy games, whether it was against Fab Games or Aware, which arguably are decent teams. They're not teams that, if you go back 2 years ago, those kind of teams, they didn't used to get beaten so badly by the elite teams. It just seems like there is really a big gap now between the top 5, 6 teams and the rest. And again, Splice against Aware, it was just another day at the office.
Yeah, I think it was. And I think one of the things that it's slightly disappointing for me the way this has gone, because I still really want to see Splice up against the Anvil. I want to see them forged in fire, and I want to see just how good they can be. But obviously, we're going to have to wait now for the bracket and see who they draw and see just how powerful they actually are.
Yeah, this was the first pool decided way back at the beginning of the day when you saw Aware wind up winning that second series. Everyone else was really not involved in it. If you're Aware, though, I think this tells you a lot, right? Because you just faced Splice. You know you're now in this championship bracket, right? You've baited on through, but you just faced a team that you would expect to be in the grand finals, and you got stomped. You got stomped, especially in the respawns. How do they change things going into the championship bracket? I don't know. I don't want to be the one tasked with that. But if they want to be a team that winds up proving that they should be in the elites, they've got to beat teams like Splice. And there they don't come out on top.
Well, speaking of the respawns, let's quickly kind of recap how this went. So the Hardpoint, Jonas, what did you see in that?
Well, I just saw classic Splice, you know, the players that you expect. So, you know, players like Macat, like Judd, Josh. Look at the caliber of the players. Just you say the name and that sums it all. And weirdly enough, I think we talked about the SND and it could be a slip up. Actually, when we saw Aware play, we were quite surprised to see that we were a very strong R-point team. They've played very well in those R-points. So very convincing from Splice, just getting the kills, getting the rotations, getting nice control of the hills, and just shutting down the Aware lineup.
Yeah, I think one of the things to take away from it is you just didn't see an awful lot of Aware kind of dominate. It's like, oh yeah, they've got some points, but it's still all the actions going all the way back to Splice.
What's funny is you bring up that this is the same Splice team that also got beat 250-22 by FaZe in Hardpoint. Yes, that was one fluke of a map, and I might have cursed it by tweeting Josh prior to the series, but at the same time, this team...
We know you hate Europe.
This team looks lights out. You're going to keep going with that the whole weekend. It's fine.
Only because it's true.
Okay, you could say that. I'll actually... No, I don't hate Europeans. only you. Only you.
Hey, that's fair.
I'll side with that. But no, and
jealousy.
They go into the S&D, and you talked a little bit about Aware kind of showing up and fighting back with it. For me, Splice has been a little bit of a streaky team at times where they go down a little bit in the search and destroys, and they just win 5 in a row and take it back, which they did earlier on. They do it again during this map as well, where at times it looked a little shaky. Then I know where they just start rattling off rounds. They start rattling off rounds. Like here, if I'm not mistaken, they go down 2-0. And then from then on out, it was a different story.
Aware actually started the map real well. I believe they were 3-1 up, and it was 5-3. And they even lost a 2v4 situation that, honestly, they should have won. Fair play to the Splice boys because they turned up. I don't know, maybe Aware saw the opportunity to win a map, and maybe they felt the pressure. They got a little bit shaky. But you could tell they were a really good SND team, and they just crumbled under pressure. It was a bit unfortunate because we could have had a map 4. Not that it would have gone the other way. I still believe Splice would have won the entire series, but it was a bit unfortunate. And I actually believe this is that round. That was a 2-on-4 from Splice.
Yeah, it was a game where you could see it going either way, but it's the same thing as what we've seen so far from these top teams, which as the game goes on, they begin to kick it into gear, they adapt, and as it gets later and later into the rounds, those teams clutch up more and more. They look better and better. And these are those scenarios that can go either way for a squad. A 1v1, Mad Cat hits the shots he needs to, gives his team the round lead. And when you're getting 13-4 performances from Mad Cat, you know Splice is going to be in a great spot.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things like there's such strength and depth in this team.
Yep.
And they've got so much slaying power. So I said when this team formed, you know, sometimes you kind of try and base it on a little bit on positions and where you go. Like Josh switched positions last year. This year it's just slaying. Like they've just stacked it with so much slaying ability. Is that a team has to overcome that before they can even try and think about the tactics.
Yeah, and that's what I love. It's finally a team in Europe that I'm looking at and I'm going, I can rely on any player on that team to be able to carry this squad if there's a reason to, or to be able to go off. You get that with a few North American teams, but Splice, I can absolutely say, is a squad where I'm like, I can see any player being the superstar in this team when they need to be.
Yeah, very impressive team for sure.
All right, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do right now. We'll take a little look at the groups and see where we've got to so far in this tournament, how it is starting to stack up. Of course, Splice leading their group 3-0, and of course, a flawless map count for them. Aware look like they are going through in second place 2-1. Unfortunately, Fab Games and Bando, they'll be playing a consolation game later on to find out who actually comes third and fourth. Then Group B, Epsilon, they're 2-0 right now, topping their group, but they've got a big game coming up. Elevate in second place. We could see a turnaround. Imperial 1-1 so far, and Intuition unfortunately lost every single game. Group C, Orbit and 3G 1-0. Cyclone GG and Millennium, all these teams yet to play today. Group D, Infused Fnatic, that's a big game we're looking forward to right at the end of this evening. And then Black Forest Games and Hadouken, we'll see them later on as well.
It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense where we are right now. No surprises there, but you can see how it's all developing, and it makes a lot of sense.
I wonder if we're going to see any upsets today. Literally, it's not been close whatsoever between the big teams and the outsiders. So we'll see how it goes. But I'd be
all right.
Up for an upset.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's time for a big game. One of the biggest games of the day coming up right after this. Elevate versus Epsilon. See you right after this.
Force.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London here in the GFINITY Arena. My name is Bryce, and what a game we have coming up for you. Epsilon versus Elevate, but I am not alone on this desk. Joining me, two brothers, no hope. It's Rel and Momo. Rel, how are you?
Very, very good. And yeah, a great game coming up. Both these teams undefeated. It's going to be a close one.
I think this is going to be the closest game we've seen all tournament. I couldn't put a... I mean, you're going to ask me for a prediction, but this is going to be the best game by far.
Okay, yeah, I think so. So far, we've seen a lot of 3-0s, a lot of blowouts, not a lot of competition. But this really is a big one. Now, Elevate didn't play yesterday, but they've been coming second an awful lot recently in the 2K. So they've got a high seed coming into this. Now, Epsilon, of course, they had their troubles. They weren't originally at this tournament. They travelled down yesterday. So there's a lot of history to go through. But before we go deep into these teams, and we will go deep into these teams, we're going to look at what's happened so far. As you can see, this is kind of a recap of everything we've seen so much. This is going to be match 6 we're going to be looking at. Elevate versus Epsilon. Coming up after this, though, it's going to be some more interesting games. Of course, the one that everyone's looking at right at the end, Infused Fnatic. But we can't count the rest of these out because they will mean something at some point. Whether or not it's just for pro points or it determines their position in the groups. Guys, all right, let's get into this one then. Elevate, Epsilon. Now, Elevate are second seeded.
Yes.
Epsilon were technically, I think, 10th. Is that reflective of their actual positions?
Epsilon have slacked on the pro point side of things. Elevate have performed in the last two 2Ks, finishing second, like you said. And everyone looks at Elevate maybe as the better team here. But you can't put it past what Epsilon have done in the past. Obviously, previously, under a different organization at COD XP, they came fourth. Yes, they were great, but it's a new game. It's a new year, and they need to bring the heat again. And I think the one thing that we've just seen from Epsilon, they have flaws. We've seen that they are a little bit weak in areas, and I think Elevate may exploit that.
Rel, do you agree with him?
Yeah, I mean, the 2K is obviously the only data we have to go off so far, so we can purely base our predictions off that, but it doesn't really weigh up how good Epsilon are. I mean, we saw them absolutely hammer the two teams that they've just played, and there was some tough competition coming up against them as well. They currently have 2 wins under the belt, so technically they're the stronger team at this event, so cannot rule them out.
All right, well, let's talk about Elevate first, and let's kind of recap this roster. We've only seen them once, but it was against Intuition. Not a lot of fight actually put up. It's kind of a warm-up going up for them. So I'll tell you what, Phil, why don't you take me through them?
Elevate, obviously, Reedy, Watson, and Zed, 3 names that everyone is familiar with. Shawnee, a little bit of the unknown to some, but to myself, a player which, when I was in the scene, you know, he was just too young to compete. He was a player who was... I was thinking, I'm glad he's a little bit too young. It gives me a bit of more of a fighting chance. But he's now obviously found himself straight away. He's come of age and now in a very, very solid squad. Zed has been dubbed, you know, one of the best players on this game by his teammates. And Watson, I mean, look at that face. You're scared just looking at him.
That's no way to talk about Watson. I think the most stunning thing for me about Elevate is the fact that these names, if you looked at them last year, what they did, what their placements were, it's almost, you wouldn't have said, oh, they're number 2 seed, or they could be an elite level team when you put them together to begin with. But the results and the way they've been playing so far, that's not the case.
Yeah, and one thing about this squad is they've got Watson, and he's known internationally. Obviously, the Americans have kind of seen what he can do. I myself, I've teamed alongside Watson. I will say it's probably one of the greatest times of my career. Also, one of the most stressful, worst times. Look, I mean, look at him. He's just like he's a nightmare, but he's absolutely amazing as a player. That combination, you don't know what to expect. But I will say, this game, he's put time in. He's dedicated. He's chilled out on maybe a few